waited like I was supposed to, and you took my other man.
What is up, everybody? Thank you for joining me. It's a beautiful day. We're about to have the most asteroid fight club Saturday Night Live.
Thor is no weatherman. And oddly enough, his voice sounds like Sammy Hagar's. That codex I've been talking about. Thor would be way down the click on the codex than Real Rock's Sammy Hagar.
Gin that I bought, I don't know if it's going to be good. We're going to start off with some Big Blue, right?
Oh, no.
Kind of like Big Red in Texas.
And may I once again say, they ain't getting the code.
Yeah.
And then,
No.
once we got our Big Blue in there, baby, then we're going to go with some Bombay, which is a fun word to say.
Tag Dr. Bombay from Bewitched.
Man, has 2020 been the most drinkiest year ever? Cheers, y'all.
I'll be right here.
And now, I'm going to take a random stick out of my, what the heck? My desk. I'm going to start.
All right.
Crap, I should walk past. No!
Raincoat.
Now we're going on apocalypse now.
Fuck off, guys.
Shit.
Love you all. Mean it. Ciao. Bye.
Oh, and there goes Mel. Offer live.
Should have washed this glass better.
Let's
And
go.
before
get
this,
breakfast
I
with
dropped
Miss
off
Easy.
some groceries
Because you know they're
to
shutting
my
this one down.
92-year-old neighbor. He was
That's
black.
right.
And I asked her if she was happy that we had our first
Video
Female.
unavailable.
black vice president, and she said yes.
So she dirty deletes her videos
Oh,
after
that
about
was cool.
3 seconds these
I know.
days.
Cheers, y'all.
That's all right.
Hey, we all.
We'll listen to a Sammy
I
Hagar
say, man, come
impersonator.
together. I think it's going to take some time. Who knows what's going to happen next? But I'm just glad
He knows
the election
I'm
is
here.
over. Cheers. And
This is
I know
C.W.
there's gonna be
Channer.
some court stuff, but
He's way down on Craig's Rolodex and way down on Sammy's.
that's got a weird flavor.
He's
for sure.
drinking gin and blue
Cheers, y'all.
fizzy soda. Pretty gross.
And someone was saying the other day that, like,
Let me get some
Al
music.
Gore was the elected president
Oh, even better.
in
Hang on just a
2000
second.
for 37 days until the recount. And I was like, yeah, well, Al Gore only had to recount one fucking
Sammy
state, bro.
Hagar.
Al Gore didn't have to recount 4 states. So, and also, look,
Isn't that
everybody's
something?
entitled to their own opinion. Hey, man, I get, 99.9% of the entire truth community on YouTube.
Live in St.
Was lying.
Louis. I live in
Here's what's
St.
gonna happen.
Louis.
You're going to have QAnon mass arrests. You're going to have a mini ice age. You're going to have a grand solar minimum. You're going to have a Donald Trump re-election. And no one ever questioned it. And 99% of people on YouTube, that's just what they thought. And that was not me. And so I'm happy I voted for Biden. I thought Trump was a bully and a liar. And his shit about the coronavirus will disappear after the election was just fucking horseshit garbage. Now people are saying that having the giant celebrations during a pandemic is bad. And technically, yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I would say as much as you want to celebrate, I wouldn't go out in big, giant city groups because the end of November is going to be fucking ugly. We're going to have like 2,000 deaths a day. But, people are people and they're going to do whatever they want to do. And like I said, take calculated risks. Oh, and special shout out to Summer. And she sent me this necklace. She said it's a necklace of protection. And so I believe her. So I shall now adorn it. My Justice League shirt. And you know what the weirdest moment of the day was? When I woke up, and I stayed up till like 8 in the morning, was when Mike Cernovich went live and he totally flipped shit, bro. Mike Cernovich was like, you know who I blame? I blame all you dumb QAnon motherfuckers. Because you guys just took the dumbest horse shit and ran with it, no matter what it was. You were telling everybody, trust the plan. You were telling everybody mass arrests were coming. You were telling everybody Durham report. And that you guys got it wrong again and again and again and again. And so that was Mike Cernovich, like one of the top, conservative guys saying that, that the QAnon movement actually hijacked the conservative movement and helped. And Mike Cernovich said, look, I told you that coronavirus is going to continue to be a problem. Nobody believed that. And so...
Dude, I think you got rabies.
What? Waking up to see Mike Cernovich calling all the QAnon, blaming the QAnon people I thought that was pretty funny. It's like I said, that and just like me, I told y'all the Kavanaugh trial was bullshit.
Told y'all your ass. Kick your ass.
And it wasn't good.
When he finds out what you're up to.
Then I told y'all the coronavirus is real.
Dummy.
And I've told y'all that the entire fucking time. And it's not going away, and it's going to be a big problem. And that, look, man, we still have major problems for the rest of 2020. We still have major, major problems for the rest of 2021. We probably now, since we have chosen the worst case scenario every single time, we probably have major problems through 2022.
St. Louis.
But as a guy who's been on the other end of that grand solar minimum, mini ice age, QAnon, who's just been getting the shit kicked out of me for 4 fucking years on YouTube and home. Is the reason I didn't go pick my car up from my mom before election day.
You've been cyber stalking Taylor Swift.
Man.
And Selena Gomez.
Being like the only guy in the truth community
fat,
who didn't agree with all the bullshit that is slowly, none of it is coming true. And so, yeah, I'm celebrating today. And that non-political Thor will come back probably in about 5 days. But for now, we're all allowed to have our own opinion. And that watching the truth community go in lockstep with our president was not something I was into at all, ever.
You're not truthful, ever.
I'm happy today, dude. Like I said, if you're just joining us, we are about to have the most Asteroid Fight Club Saturday Night Live of all time.
Well, Sammy's
Dave
gonna
Chappelle
ride your ass the whole way
and
through.
the Foo Fighters. And I don't know if you guys know this, but like a year and a half ago, a friend of mine invited me out to a little bar here in Texas. I don't know, I guess there were maybe 30, 40 people there.
That's right.
Where 2 of the bands performed. And you know who was there? Dave Grohl.
Sammy Hagar?
The former lead singer of the Foo Fighters. He was there with his wife and his baby. And I got to stand next to him. I didn't talk to him, but he sat one picnic table over from me the whole night. And so that was cool, man. I mean, Dave Grohl was like one of my favorite people ever. And I feel like in a post-Kurt Cobain world, where we saw Kurt Cobain, in my opinion, get murdered, and then they just totally went at war with rock and roll and tried to wipe rock and roll out. Me and Dave Grohl kind of, we remember and we understand the big battle that has been happening. And so I can't express how much I love Dave Grohl. I cannot express properly how much I love Dave Chappelle. Both are absolute Asteroid Fight Club All-Star members. Here's another cool thing. My buddy Fitzroy took me to a club here in Houston. I may have told the story, but I'll tell it again. And that it's a tiny little club, but it's a really cool club. And I got to sing on stage 24 hours to go. I want to be sedated. I got to sing with a full punk band that was really great. Although I didn't do well, I went way off page, which I always do. But then that was the first time I'd ever sung on that stage, and like tons of amazing musicians and singers have stood on that stage. So it was a very big moment. A week later, Dave Chappelle came to town and did a little stand-up set standing on that exact stage. Like a week later. And then I got to see Sponge, thanks to George. And they performed 24 hours ago. So I don't know, man. Like I'm happy. I had predicted that things would be sucky, and that in September I would start to see the little chinks in the armor of the giant bully system, and that in the middle of November things would get better, and that December would be better, and then we would slowly start to improve. As you know, like I said, I'd hope we could get it in here by 2022.
So if you're in Texas
2023,
and Sammy's got that sand, what is it? That island.
like I said, I'm
Do you think you could get him in trouble? What is that?
and
Cabo
I still
Wabo?
stick to the whole thing about
You're just some like
I don't
flea
believe
bag
politics.
squatting in his backyard. What's going on? You know, I heard Sammy last night on Sunday's,
But I think
KC95
Trump was one of the most
installment.
arrogant,
Listen to some new
self-centered,
Ozzy music.
mean,
People making jokes about
presidents
Ozzy and his
we've
wife
ever
not
had.
living together. Yeah, I heard it all. But
I'm glad.
when Sammy was talking, you know what I said to
So
him?
if you wanna
I
leave,
said,
that's
fuck
fine.
you, Thor.
I'll take
I can
beer,
hear
we'll
that
talk about
voice
five
in
days.
there. It's like clean out your
But I'm not gonna
parasites,
hide
you know?
the fact that we all had to choose. which one
I'm
we were
sticking
gonna
up for a
support,
redhead.
and I made my choice, and I knew that I would quote unquote pay for
I
it.
think
and
he's
had-
innocent and doesn't know what you're doing.
Yeah, it's not quite the end times, dude. It's not all doom and gloom. It's not the end of the world. The rapture ain't coming tomorrow. The rapture ain't coming probably while I'm here.
They don't even want you.
And that I am a Christian. And if we had to judge our
Liar.
Christianity, which we're not supposed to do, that like I'm pretty good, dude. Like
I'm just saying, I've heard you. And you got that fever. You
I
got
love
the worm.
all you people.
You got the mind virus. No, you don't.
It's like I asked my 92-year-old neighbor, I said, "Do you love me?" And she goes, "I love everyone." She's big on Jesus as well. And so, I don't know, hopefully we will get to the point where we will stop demonizing each other. Oh, another thing I will say, that the people who are trying to tell me that like Biden stole the election, dude, it is a hard sell telling people that the guy who had 4.2 million more votes than the other guy stole the election. In your world, that may be something you want to buy into. You may want to be like, no, man, he fucking stole it. And I will tell you
Let's
this.
talk about you stealing.
Now, this is a total metaphor.
So,
Take it how you
a
want.
long time ago,
But
I sent you a donation,
politics,
a $10 bill, a stick of, oh, look, here's the fraud department calling again, the Palo Santo, and a note. You never once said thank you.
How they can outbeat each other. And so that's how I look at it.
Good morning.
And if you were looking to politics for purity, I think you better reassess, man.
Yeah, what do you owe me money for?
No matter what, I'm definitely tired of all the doom and all the
Oh,
gloom
and that's why.
and all the we're going to fail.
All right, cool. Oh, no, the banks are shutting down. They ain't covering nothing.
And that, you know, like, if you were here the
Oh,
night,
that's great.
you were here the night that,
Okay, bye.
cheers. Thank you,
Got
Moni Moni.
honest friends and clients.
And if you were
Man,
here
my
tonight
ass.
that, like, that I thought Trump was going to win, I did a live cast for 5 hours, and I talked about how technically, for me, it was going to be easier if Trump won.
Oh, this
because
guy
it was
used
just
to
like
work
anything goes,
doing editing on movies, allegedly.
herd immunity situation.
I guess
So
that's
the
why
least
he's
favorite
all
part
into
of my
that
job has been telling everyone to
manipulated
wear masks.
weather. You know, he always talks about the floods, the
They make me sound like
tornadoes,
some
blah, blah, blah.
whiny
But it's really
grandma.
blowback from the
So
weapons, as we know.
social distance.
1950 merging right in.
You know, if Trump would have won, my job would have been easier. So that was, you know.
Your job.
But so for today, I'm just gonna enjoy it. But yeah, I did a whole like.
Sounds like you're one of them
podcast
roly-poly Terminators then. Sammy needs to just roll you off the island.
And you know the whole thing about like for 4 years, everybody was focused on politics. Bro, like after a few days, I don't want to talk about politics again for 4 more years. I can't stand politics, and there's no one I trust less than politicians. And bro, if you hold an office as a politician, you are a politician. So the idea that someone could stand up there in a political office and tell people he's not a politician, that is the craziest shit I ever heard. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Well, I'm not a politician, but I've been harassed by politics my whole life. I mean, we could talk about enzyme scandals, medical scandals, family scandals, city-state scandals. Oh, yeah. It's a Politico.
Wall Street is not red. Wall Street is not blue. Wall Street is green.
Wall Street is a bunch of thieves that stole my family's stocks and bonds.
Green in very bizarre ways.
And I'm just here to hang out. And all I know is, everybody, as far as my weather report goes,
I love y'all.
you damn well better rake your leaves. Because if they want to set fire to your stuff, which they're all threatening, they're going to light the leaves. You know what I'm saying?
Technically, a kid in spite takes it.
I got 4 bags of leaves raked up. I'm keeping on, keeping on.
And I'm super excited about Saturday Night Live. Like, and what is so cool is Dave Chappelle was the host 4 years ago when Trump won. And he got up there and he said, look, I'm going to give him a chance. And I want everybody in America to give him a chance. And I thought that was one of the coolest Astro Fight Club things. And I said the same thing.
I know you were pretty drunk. That wasn't really Dave Chappelle. They just used his biometric. You didn't notice, did you? The personality, the more filled out body. What, you don't see none of it, do you? That's all right.
And I'm letting it all out. I'm getting it all out of my system. But the thing that I disliked the most was like, no matter what. And hey, man, like I said, you can Trump 2020 for the rest of your life, bro. Trump can throw rallies every day. You guys are free to have a Trump rally every day. You can. One of my best friends in the entire universe, a guy I super miss, is named Bo. Okay?
No. Tag John Schneider, Bo, and Luke Duke. You're running the script.
And then modeled him after one of my best friends, Bo. One of the coolest bros ever. His dad, rest his soul, his dad was cool. His dad was an oil man. And his dad had one big, huge room that was a shrine to Elvis Presley. He had a super jukebox in there. It was a big, huge room that was probably as big as my efficiency. And the whole thing was a shrine to Elvis.
All right, while he weaves Elvis into a spell, let me call up Matthew McConaughey from Texas, because he knows about the worms and parasites getting imported on illegal pelts. Not that he did it. He just knew somebody, a friend that was running them. Yeah. Gail got out of the hospital. Dude never did. He went to go be purified on a reservation. Go ask him, see what he tells you. Tag Nancy Martinego. Her mom and Matthew McConaughey's mom were best friends, hanging up clothes at the country club. And if you think you're trying to get in Matthew McConaughey's good graces, you're nuttier than a Christmas turkey.
Was in March. Wear a mask and tell everyone to wear a mask. Hold on.
St. Louis.
This week. I love you.
Who told her to do what?
Okay, how about this? How about I say this? 1983.
Listen to this voice.
Okay.
The God is around.
My 92-year-old neighbor just dropped off a plate of food for me. So I brought her 2 cans of beans, 4 boxes of basic cornbread, and then a big box of the Red Lobster cheddar biscuits and some cookies. And so she's 92. She's walked up a flight of stairs to hand me a plate of food. And if you remember, one of the themes of Thor News is that over the next 5 years, it would be great if everyone would master their own personal plate of food, where we all have a personal responsibility to feed each other over the next 2 years. And so this is a good sign. And that's how it works. If I be cool to you, you be cool to me, and we be cool
I
to
was
each other.
cool to you.
We'll put this in the
And
fridge.
you shit all over me.
Oh no, you guys! Hey, do me a favor, bro. Enjoy the ceiling fan. All right. Okay, great. And I definitely look like shit, but hey, the last 4 or 5 years has just been an absolute knockdown, drag-out battle. Oh. Like, for example, my 8-year anniversary comes up on the 23rd. From the 215 stretch to this year, well, definitely 2016, 2017, 2018, I had real estate billionaires very, very, very upset that I was telling people that California is probably not the best place to live right now.
No,
You're going to see volcanoes.
you were
and fire
scamming
activity
St. Louis.
Wazoo,
Let's
especially
go back to the
2020,
St. Louis Real Rock Army.
2022,
KC-95 and Sammy
so,
flipping
it's a wonder
Hagar.
and a mystery that I'm still alive. And that if you've been quote unquote shorting California real estate over the last 3 years, you've done well. If you look at the real estate returns, Texas compared to California, or even New York.
St. Louis.
I mean, I gave out super, super solid advice. Put my life in danger. To give you guys the truth.
Did you say Montrose?
And I do know a lot of people who have moved from California to Texas, including fucking Elon and Joe Rogan. Hey, it's a day of forgiveness. I think we should all forgive each other, give everybody a second chance. How do you feel about that? Let me tell you a rule. If you are 18 or up, although technically I prefer if you're 21 and up, watch my channel. Let me tell you a rule. No matter what, always try to get along with your neighbors. Even if they're not always cool, do your best to be cool. Because there is no dumber feud than having a feud with your neighbor. Like living next to someone and then not liking each other is one of the most destructive things for everything around you.
Tag
So
Robert.
I think I learned that in my early
Be quiet.
20s. that
Be
just
quiet. Tag Robert, not
you and
Bob.
everything around you will be happier if you do what you can to get along with your neighbors. Some neighbors you're going to like more than others.
I think you stole his shit.
Technically, I've been super lucky for a long time. And then if you have a neighbor that isn't always cool, your patience will get tested. But man, I don't know. It's just one of the best pieces of advice I could give is do everything you can to get along with your neighbor. And it's weird, like Rose, like a lot of people I know are like, Jesus is coming soon. I'm like, hey, I'm 100,000% cool with that. But everybody's been telling me that since I was like 5 years old. And in my opinion, he's with us every day. No matter what, King of Kings is always all around like a giant spirit in Star Wars, except instead of one dude, he's one dude standing next to you, and he's also all the air, the birds, the sky. Christ's spirit, it's everywhere. So Christ is already here. Jesus. That like I wouldn't be here with you talking to you if he hadn't.
Hey, I talked about that years ago. Looks like here again, you took all my data and act like
I
it's
said,
yours.
all the doom and gloom that like somehow like I can't base my plans on Jesus Christ showing up physically on a white horse with wings and entire angels splitting the sky straight open and then flying down and then like conquering everything.
How about a film
I
crew?
can't.
A magic
Where
car
like step one,
and no
you're gonna
wings.
pay rent, you're gonna hang out with friends, we're gonna
You're not living in St. Louis,
make
North
sure
County.
everything's
Go
okay
away.
and stabilized today. Step two, we're gonna get ready. And then step three, Jesus Christ shows up, and then everything is just totally changed.
Sammy Hagar don't want you here either.
That like it's not something I'm penciling in to happen in my lifetime, but if it does, excellent. Like if the universe was like God and Jesus Christ are ready to see you now, I'd be like, wonderful, sweet. You know, like I think meeting God and or Jesus would be super. That's like a dream come true. And it's one of the reasons that I don't really fear death is that then at some point somehow I think you get to meet God. So I love God and I believe God intends me to be here and be here now. So I will enjoy being here as much as possible. And then when I'm in heaven, I will enjoy being there as well. And that I will understand we are both in now and forever here. But I always think about this. They have two parties to encapsulate everyone's belief in the United States of America. Christianity has 33,000 different sects of Christianity. And so if you think you guys argued and had issues with each other, Republican and Democrat, man, I'm telling you, being a Christian and standing firm in your own beliefs is also a fight, except it's not a fight versus one other gang.
He is that
It's a
let's
fight
hear
versus
it.
thousands of other
St.
gangs.
Louis.
And the strongest gang has been the Catholic Church, the first corporation. You know what's weird is they freaked out when JFK won the presidency because I think he was the first Irish Catholic to be president, if I understand correctly.
Wrong answer.
And so that was the whole conspiracy theory then, was that the Pope was going to be running America. It was like now they said Biden. And that's, dude, you guys come up with some crazy, stupid fucking conspiracy theory.
I know how much you like beer.
Like Russia always represents Russia. China always represents China. And that all of these dudes, at the heart of Trump, he believed he was doing what was best for America. At the heart of Obama, at the heart of Biden, even Bush, even fucking Clinton. To me, to get that far and become president.
See why I told you guys? I don't lie. I can't lie.
America in one way or another.
I didn't want to even when I was 16. I stopped. Best I could. Kept working on it. I'm 56. I don't lie. You guys better get it through your damn heads.
And then just like I told y'all, and I warned y'all.
I might not get it 100% right, but I give 100%.
In 2014, I was trying to explain to y'all
effort
what 2017 would look like.
You can make your own beer can.
Like. And in 2014, we hadn't made it past preventing World War III yet. So I didn't know if Asteroid Fight Club was going to be good enough to prevent World War III. And I think Asteroid Fight Club is much, much bigger than you understand. There are Russians in Asteroid Fight Club. There are Chinese in Asteroid Fight Club. I think there are Israelis and Palestinians and then at one point, like the whole mission was avoid World War III in 2015, which we did. Congratulations. And then each challenge, it's kind of like a video game, for lack of a better metaphor, where every year was like a whole new challenge.
What a dork.
And then
check these out. Look at this. 7-Up.
For me personally, I'm 48 years old. And I know that means I'm too old to be sexy. I know that means I'm too old. I don't ever get to have sex again. I know that means like I've been put out to pasture. But what I'm saying is now that like in my entire lifetime, for 48 years, the baby boomers have ruled with an iron.
Ah, Thor is on his 49th year upcoming. The priesthood initiation. And you know he's kind of a flunk out, but that's a whole other story. Look, here's Pennsylvania's.
I'm not blaming it. I'm just saying that we've kind of been in the same system for 50 years, if not more.
Could you imagine these as frisbee golf in a war? What a nightmare. You know, the fucking bad thing. Forget it.
Three-act structure.
Let me see what else I got.
Was the president
Turn this
that
big
was there for
flipping
that
mouth up.
period of time? It's very iPad Go 2, where we are watching the structure of the last 100 years, 200 years, 1,000 years, that like we're watching all the old shit.
Look at this one when
totally
pressed
fucking
on it.
collapse
Like a family
before
crust.
our eyes. The old belief systems, the old, like I said, even the old fucking religions. I know that freaks people out, but I've been trying to remember and remind y'all that like in the year 0, Jesus was crucified, or however you want to define it. In the year 1500, you had the Aztecs and the Mayans were sacrificing thousands of people every year to get the sun and the rain to work and the eclipses. And at the same time, you had the Catholic Church killing 300,000 people, declaring that they were all witches, and they all have to be enemies of the political system and the religious state at the same time.
Yeah. You're a witch, and you accuse me of being
year
one.
0
Talk about a nerd
to year 1500, to
'Cause
the
I'm not a
World War
witch.
system of World War One, World
I'm an
War Two,
alchemist.
World War Three, which we've been in silently, passive aggressively for. That like we are still growing and understanding and learning as a people.
What? Not to hate me? We'll see how that goes.
That makes sense. And it's me. Jesus has always been a super cool dude, and the main laws are love God above all others. And God is the universe. God is the one who gives us the sky, the earth, the wind, the water, the light, the darkness. Then love your neighbor and your family. Those are the two laws, man. And I believe Jesus is cool. And that Jesus was the first rock star, and that rock and roll is good. And that the masculine spirit that sings to protect all people it's a good thing, and that Jesus is cool, and so that we all need to be cooler in our belief system of how we treat ourselves and then how we treat the people around us. And then I recognize in a very industrial age system, business has been allowed to operate in a, at least non-capstone level, do what thou will. Oh yeah, and that's another thing, is I think, yes, secret societies have been in play for at least 100 years.
Speaking of secret societies, have you ever considered why Mr. Hagar left St. Louis so long ago, even though he loves it and he visits often? Well, here's your answer. Since you're no weather god and you're no god of rock, is because this is a spent uranium dig site. I'm talking about St. Louis. And they say that's why we get to live in houses. It was a trade-off for military people to be involved with this atomic shit show that we're going through right now. So tag that and put it in your thermometer.
We have been in an oil and war economy. So if you are using terms like Biden or Trump, you're still not fully grasping the whole Thor news aspect of for the last 120 years, World War I, World War II, World War III.
It's never ended, dummy.
Oil and war have been the leaders and dominators.
You think your fat ass would give a shit that they stole my stocks and bonds, but oh no. It's all about you, isn't it?
And that the digital age disrupted the Apple cart.
Tag Apple. Because they didn't fulfill their obligations to me.
We have to evolve past our.
Here's all your evidence right here in an $800 device.
And the engine
What's
of
this
our
on
entire global 7 billion people economic system.
Oh, look, it's a barcode. That's pretty important, I bet. Who's 12 Bob? Oh, that's not
And
Bob.
who was the first person?
That's
Trump
8G.
appointed in his
8G8.
office?
Infinity and beyond.
Rex Tillerman.
With a
guy who
broken,
worked and been the
stupid
CEO
fucking
for
system.
Shell for
I know you're
36
excited.
fucking years. Or was it Exxon? Is there a difference? The first Secretary of State. His first Secretary of State was the
You better have
CEO
another
of
sweat.
fucking Exxon Shell, bro. And I don't have any, like,
Hey,
look, what I would
and
like.
if you think Sammy Hagar doesn't know Scott Meyer,
Trump could be.
then you better add in a fruitcake. Because these guys are not playing games. Can't you tell the difference one guy from another?
Spending the next 4 years trying to prosecute him.
We'll see.
I think we're
Cabo Wabo in the loo.
Thank you very, very much, Paul. But this has been the basis of me, man. I've been on a forgiveness and jubilee bandwagon for a long time. That like hating and fighting and judging and
You guys hated me,
not gonna get us.
but you love me. That's really creepy. I don't like love-hate relationships. I'm not down with them.
And I'm super excited that the Civil War hopefully is gonna be over.
You gotta get your costume on.
Mike, I'm gonna lose the politics in 1 fucking week, man.
Oh, tag Mike
And-
Belmar. My cousin.
I
Tag
don't think I've been
Bauer.
wrong about a lot of stuff
Tag Edna.
the whole time that I have been
Tag
here.
the Navy.
As I've discussed before, like when I hear
Even tag
everyone
Bradley's
out
River.
there talk about the oil industry,
Can you still see the robot? I know you love the robot.
that like
That's
I
my robot.
ask myself, like, how many of y'all have had conversations in person with
Let me get
people in the oil industry, whether they work in the field or
Yes,
they're
you are,
billionaires
Sammy.
who have had their
Exact
company
voice
in
match
Midland
to
for
fucktard here.
45 fucking years.
Kari, my wife, y'all know that.
And that I've been
Kari.
having these like oil
Kari.
conversations with the oil industry for 20 or 30 years.
I'm a genius. I'm a genius. And every now and then she says, honey, you cross the line tonight. You cross the line. Like,
And so
This is fucking
the
cool.
rules are supposed to be this.
right now, using politics, I'm just trying to get y'all to understand.
Tell me about it. That's a bitch, man. I mean, you know, at first it's easy. At first, like for the first 15 minutes, 20 minutes of the show.
That just like I feel I have been a vehicle and a vessel that has definitely helped
You know, but then
move civilization forward.
And once you got the
That good or bad,
and the girl starts doing this
everyone
shit,
else
you're going, "No."
along has been part of that same fucking vessel.
Then you got to use some of that power, some of that inner.
That we are
strength,
all
you
moving
know,
to the
you gotta
future
dig down
together,
and say, nope,
kicking and screaming.
I'm gonna do it. I'm going by the rules. And then,
In my discussions from 2014,
then every now and then I
2019,
fuck up. We know that.
I
And then
remember how many
I go
times
back
I heard,
home.
we do not like
I would get back
change.
to the hotel. And
This is
Sammy
about
was
honor
not
code,
You go back
soldier
to my
stoner.
music video before the plane hit, and I
Tell
was
me
like,
about it.
change is coming. Whether you
And
would
the
like
worst
it or
thing
not,
about it
or
is-
believe in it.
If I really
Change
screw
is
up, it's
coming.
because I'm horny and I can't help myself, and then I don't get no
I
pussy.
didn't even start that story. Like,
Damn.
and
But
on
I'm
a
trying
day
to
where
change
they've
in my
announced the
life.
President of the United
As
States,
long as I've been doing
not
it,
shit that
I've
have to
tried to
lose
change.
politics.
I've tried to change. When I was
Like
a
I
little
said,
kid, you know, I
let
tried
me
to
have
change
this
from my
Let's
mom.
get a voice
And then
match
the
to Thor.
son, you got to do this.
Walk
You
away
got to
from
read
it.
it. I tried it.
I'm saying that.
And then I'd get off by myself and I'd go back and do my own shit, you know. And then
And if you were following the
You know,
entire
later on
three-act
in
narrative
life,
here,
you get a job, you know. Not
I
this
went to
job,
go
this
buy
is a
some
job.
type of
But I
blue
mean, you used
liquid
to
for my
have a
drink.
job, and I would do something, and my boss would say, "Hey, you can't
And
do
then
that
when I'd
shit.
gone
You
grocery
gotta
shopping
do this, you
before,
gotta do that."
I bought
tried.
my 92-year-old neighbor
So then you get home,
groceries.
you know, and then your old lady starts saying, "Honey, you got to change. You got to stop doing this and stop doing that."
Right, never call her old lady, because you ain't gonna get no poo nanny.
I am who I am, and I wrote a song about it.
You're Thor News. Samuel.
And we had the first vice presidential woman ever.
Hey, fuckers.
You dancer. Oh man, I found the hair. Timberlake, 40 I
2006.
have
Sure, 2006. Fuckers.
I have these black boots, which I put like 2,000 miles on. Then I have these shoes that are taking off my feet right now. My two pair of black shoes, man. And hey, congratulations to the Irish. I'm trying to do anyway, I'm saying that like I always need one blue black boot and then one tennis shoe. Look at that, man. When I still go for walks, like so I was like, look, I'm gonna add a brown sock to my foot.
Ew.
So I used to be big. That was the perfect shape. I was big, looking great all the time, wearing great clothes.
No wonder you guys dicks all quit working.
All that shit. So I used to wear Jordans. I love Jordans. I used to wear Doc Martens all the time. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is I used to have a large collection of shoe colors.
I don't want no guy that wants a bunch of fucking women making out. Them jacking off to that. Fuck you guys.
And Pluto Capricorn, I've been using fucking 2 pairs of shoes that I wear.
Tag Epstein Island.
And so the other day,
You want to keep fucking with me, kid?
Brown Timberland, $48. I was like, I may, if things go well, fundraiser, I may add a brown.
You better get your funky ass back to St. Louis. Call Casey on the phone and say, where do I go give money at the suits?
You know what's weird is like, I think Kamala's cute and AOC's cute. I don't know what's so weird.
I'm fucking helping running your town, fool.
No matter who you are, if we sit down and drink or hang out, we can disagree on some stuff.
Tag Casey 95.
And back in the day when I used to get women, sometimes having a conversation where you disagree with her about stuff, that can be very sensitive.
You don't have conversations with me. Stop.
It's like again, a repeated passionate conversation when you're both like, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree. And then all the like passionate energy.
Well, you're not going to be in St. Louis.
But I'm talking about like 1990 to 2000.
Sammy gave up his rights too, punking out.
Michelle and Kamala,
Get your ass home, little boy.
look, man, you're the same guy that's been telling me that QAnon is going to arrest 400 people. You're the same guy that has been guaranteeing me that Trump is going to win re-election without a problem. You're the same guy who told me that Taylor Swift is a man.
I listened to Ozzy's new music. You were there.
That's what I'm saying. It's like,
We were in my room, in front of the big mirror,
in your life. If you ever found
from the Matrix.
man in the boat,
Then you saw me. You said, oh shit. I gotta go run and tell Scott. And they said, Missouri, moving on. Let's do it.
So that like 2016, 2020, don't ask QAnon bullshit. Oppenheimer ran relationship servers like fucking just come up with the dumbest shit you can.
Cabo Wabo and Epstein Island. Hey, nothing bad happened there. It was adult people running around naked. There wasn't no kids. Sammy don't want no little kids. Give me a break. I mean, he least to like some 21. That's legal. While he ages and has his crisis instead of getting to work.
Is why you, in my opinion, are a fucking fool.
You're a fool, Thor. You make Sammy smell bad. Tag Craig Ferguson.
You may get off using black women or having dicks. Like that
I don't have a dick.
whacking at you. And I can't stop you. So that was what I'm saying. That's why I'm very happy today. Is that just like
I'll have you know. They say I have the most beautiful vagina from my golden box. I don't care what you idiots think. I never went through menopause. Nah, nah, boo-boo. And if y'all would quit sticking things in buttholes, you guys might be all right. Right, Sammy?
After he's left the fucking White House, she is gone. Yeah, that. Michelle and Barack Obama seem to imagine love and seem to really, really like each other. And Melanie is hated the fucking president.
They know me all. They all know me. There's the fraud department.
I mean, the guy literally had to pay.
You know, it's a fraud. It's a scam.
While she was in office. And that might be how you treat your wife. You might be like, hey man, I'm a Trump supporter, so I can pay a porn star while I'm married to you. I have you fucking attached to me. I can be totally faithful with you and choose the life because I believe in Trump. Don't make you gay. I have never been divorced. I've taken being faithful super seriously.
You gotta be stupid. Nobody wants you. You don't even really look like a man. Not my kind of man.
So, but seriously, shout out to all the people who had the worst conspiracy theories. This is what Mike Cernovich is talking about today. People with the fucking.
Here's the problem, so everybody hears it all at once. You got these guys that are so out of shape and so disgusting, wanting these plastic bitches with fake eyelashes and the plastic boobs. See? So there's really a problem right now, and because people have lost their minds with body image. And then the whole thing about age. I mean, Sammy in real life is just a kid. He's just a little boy. Just like you. You have no clue about what it's like to be immortal.
Who wants you, whether it be man, woman. That's none of my business.
And I am incorruptible. So let's talk about what I do.
People who put up politics you don't agree with, and their genitalia. Like I said, I would rather think about Taylor Swift's genitalia or Selena Gomez's genitalia or
What, baby?
Ariana Grande's genitalia. I would rather think about the genitalia of the actual women that I have or would make out with. Possibly stick my face in. You know what I'm saying? And so the idea that for 4 years I've listened to, or even 12.
All I've ever done is talk good about you. And then I find out you're fucking Thor News and Scott Meyer because y'all are together. I'm trying to clean y'all up. I don't want nothing from you. I just came to help. Fucking lock me in a supercomputer. I'll fuck a bunch of y'all up. Just because you guys plug into electric box, I don't care. I am organic woman. But you do have cool hair. Sammy. Come on, Sammy. Sammy. Sammy, look.
Amelia, Emma, Jessica, yeah. And always talk about how some people that we think are women are dudes
Ain't no flies in my cribber box.
Like I can't, like I said, I can't. The Taylor, that's the funniest shit to me. Like all the people that were always trying to tell me Taylor's doing it. Like, bro, have you ever even seen a fucking vagina? You ever licked a vagina? Have you ever fucking gotten a vagina with squirts?
You ain't getting in my vagina.
To me, a vagina is like the most general puzzle out there. Sometimes you can just be the master of the and sometimes she's like, I'm not gonna do it. But I'm not gonna
Should we talk about cyber rape right now, limp dick?
like giving a man an orgasm seems to be
Men have orgasms 20 times a day. You don't know how to give a woman any kind.
If you can give a woman a great orgasm, usually the week after that is pretty good.
It's about heart-to-heart connection and trust, or she ain't gonna come. I don't care how drunk you get her.
And it's like fucking, it's been 4 years since Michelle Obama was off, so we're 4 years past that and you're still talking to me about Michelle Obama's dick. It's just weird.
All you wanted,
But I think it will
hey, all what most of you men want, they say, is a dude with tits. And you got tits. They might put a skirt on you, boy, and it won't be a kilt.
And just remember this, that to win, all you had to do in March was wear a mask, tell everybody to wear a mask.
Tight condoms don't stop AIDS.
And at this point, I know multiple people whose relatives are in the hospital with the coronavirus. So on this,
With the computer virus from technology and misusing your sexuality.
the coronavirus isn't even real.
It's a placebo.
Like,
30%
fun world you live in,
you make real.
but it is clear to me that I don't want it. I don't want my mama to get it. I don't want any of the people I love to get it.
But you already got worms and parasites. Look at your body shape.
Wall Street is definitely not being major help in this whole fucking arena. It is not going
That's
away.
why you're old before your time.
As a matter of fact, we are at like 122,000.
Pink Floyd called.
Yesterday, 1,000.
They ate your, not Pink Floyd ate your brain. The worm ate your brain. Pink Floyd was trying to tell you. But you were just a punk-ass kid. You better get your ass to St. Louis, Sammy. Leave Thor at the door.
Everybody basically swore that no matter what, Hillary was going into fucking jail. That didn't happen. Hillary and 400 people were going to jail during the first 40 years. That didn't happen. Now the same people guaranteed you Hillary going to jail. They're telling you that the coronavirus is a hoax. I have seen no evidence.
Is that you saying you're sorry?
I know multiple people who have parents or relatives in the hospital with it. And it's still going to be a giant battle. And I will sit here
Tag Bergs.
and smoke with you.
This is big. Bergs can't drive 55.
It's November.
Bergs, Channer, and Thor are a triad trying to take Sammy Hagar down.
Giant parades for
Hey.
85% of people wearing masks. That is going to lead to a lot more infections. And this is going to be a suffocated bloodbath of a
You want to
fucking
be my
Thanksgiving.
neighbor.
A lot of people are going to die to close out 2020.
tag birds.
It's on the cast all year. I'm trying to
Hey,
get everyone.
you know how much that I Can't Drive 55 stole from you, Sammy? And all my shit, you fucking redhead.
Why?
You know what I'm talking about. Are you Scottish too?
You're not going to see me at a political good job rally. But on Halloween, in November 1st,
Wait. Are you English? Sammy Hagar. Because you know Glasscocks then. Do you know Glasgow Village? Do you remember Fun Fair Park? St. Louis.
super NASA vibe. So whenever it was there, like, we don't have it. They don't even believe that. But I got the feeling I was.
I'll bet I can drive as good as you do.
We're on day 7, where I'm checking for a symptom. I don't seem to have any. And I hadn't been left my apartment in like a month. So I knew that I was bringing fire support. There was a chance that I would get it.
Hey, Dan Soak don't even have a driver's license. He just drives into ditches.
Even now, I'm pretty sure there are parts of my police or even things that are
Where are you driving on an island anyhow? I see you on a bike. Motorbike, pedal bike. I see you on a bike with your hat.
I'm driving. Now takes all day. Guess what? It took us 16 hours to get the same hours in the same.
And God's here, and it shows a lot of that which we're going to do. And that while he was president, or is president, civilization has not collapsed. And Space Force was created. And so when I talk about Space Force, I usually get a bunch of fucking people on the left yelling at me or making fun of me, talking about how Space Force is a fucking joke. And I'm like, well, you don't seem to understand things well in that arena. Because Space Force is the official 6th military branch of the United States.
You are too damn spaced out to know anything about what's really going on with the real work. You better tag off me because Sammy knows about it.
47, Space Force will be there. They're like the Army, they're like the Navy, they're like the Marines, they're like the rest of the military branches. That they will continue.
You know, he might not even really drink as much as you think.
And that right now there are 77 public.
He might have a best friend called Mary Jane too. You never do know.
And that I started Asteroid Fight Club somewhere around 2014, 2015. And so 5 years later, Space Force came into account. I have talked to people who have been on the space shuttle. I have talked to Air Force pilots, Marine pilots, Army pilots. Over the last, like, Space Force is a good thing. And I appreciate the president, and I thank Trump for creating Space Force. My birthday is on the 19th. And Space Force was created of December. Space Force was created on the 20th of December last year, the day after my birthday. And then tonight, Dave Chappelle and Foo Fighters said nobody has to know, nobody may ever know, but I definitely, absolutely helped with the creation and bringing about of Space Force, man. It's amazing what you can accomplish if you're not worried about making money or taking credit. And I want the space shuttle and rock and roll to return. I've made no fucking secret about that at all, ever, since I've been here. In fact, me and Fitzroy wrote a song about the space shuttle. And it goes something like, give me my space shuttle. I want my space shuttle. It's a space shuttle. We need a motherfucking space shuttle.
Yeah. I think a space shuttle is at Scott Air Force Base.
And as a screenwriter most of my life, redemption is a super powerful tool.
So, Sammy's one little lie. Let's talk about your lies. We're going to leave Sammy alone. I think you made a voodoo doll of him. Now, in the meantime, can you even imagine living without me? I mean, when you really think about it. Because all y'all's lights go out. I must be some kind of power source. But there will be an equal exchange, and I'm still waiting. Tag the metal gods. Hopefully y'all didn't eat too much tuna and get metal poisoning. You want to get nasty?
Due to this goddamn pandemic that is killing millions. Thanos loved the Ultron. He can have a Scrooge come to Jesus redemption moment. Like I said, look, man, if you want to recount Georgia, great. Out of every recount that's ever happened, the average change in votes is 400.
No, too bad. Just relax. Too bad. My little invisible dead friends don't work on these videos. Make them right. Give everybody their credit and to get this stuff going. I guess everybody's too busy, or too bored for Santa Claus. CLAWS. It's all code.
That the average change is there 400. So I'm pretty sure if you recount all 4 states, if you recount 2000, only one state. We only had to recount Florida, where coincidentally, George W. Bush's brother, Jeb, was the fucking governor. So not only was he a Republican, he was the fucking presidential candidate's brother. And remember, this is what I tried to explain to you guys. Herbert Walker was one of those masterminds. So like laying out plans in the 60s, 70s, 80s. They were laying out plans in the year 2000. And ever since the year 2000, the plan in the future has been dropping off major.
Why don't we just call it what you're witnessing is the prophetic destiny of St. Louis and real rock and roll.
It's not going to change.
We'll try that.
I'm pretty sure, as I've been pretty sure since 2018.
Out of sight. That was only the first half. I can't believe this shit. I seriously think
It's not going to change.
I want people to have the best time of their life. Look, I get goosebumps thinking about it. Okay, now this shows my sincerity. You can't fake that. You know, actors can fake tears and stuff, but you can't
So the
fake
future
goosebumps.
now is totally wide open.
I want to throw the best party in the world. I go down to Cabo Lucas every year for Sammy's birthday and join his
And then at
bash,
the end of the
and
day,
we started kind of like doing a couple of things together. There was a couple little projects that never really got off the ground, but you know, we started actually.
Biden is not technically the
it's
leader.
kind of like
grew and grew, and that's what the show basically is. It's like from the Cabo Wabo
You
village
are.
that happens before each show.
We are the
bring
leaders.
Sand. It's like Sammy's thinking,
The 30-year-olds,
you can't
the
get some of the people
40-year-olds,
to go down to
50-year-olds,
Cabo because either physically
even the
or
60-year-olds.
whatever, it's impossible. Well, let's bring Cabo to the people.
I want everyone to say,
Biden and
oh,
Trump
Sammy,
is the
I
very,
had the
very
best
last
time I've ever
gasp
had in
of
my
the
life
baby boomer.
at the Sammy show or at the Cabo Wabo. That's what I'm all about.
Biden and Trump is
Say
the
us!
very last generational handoff before your grandpa hands over the corn peas.
Well, Mike, you didn't drink, you
So we're like, just because grandpa hands over the car keys, grandpa can still smoke a joint on the porch, whatever state he's in. If he wants to, he can still eat ice cream and watch the Fisto sandwiches.
Trouble.
If he wants
A
to.
double drink, man. That's double trouble. Girl, do you drink?
You know, grandpa's. So, like, you still want baby boomers to have a good future. I want them all to have some good healthcare. Our entire healthcare system is super fucked. It's like our prison system where now your stock market trying to squeeze every single penny out of
I'm not your
every
trouble.
aspect and layer of the prison system and the healthcare system. Dude, that is so fucked up. And then you have a social security system that, like,
Oh, no.
is supported by $27 billion worth of fucking debt.
You do not want to pass
And
out.
then, so we are back to the cycle of hyperinflation being one of the biggest
That
problems
would be
we are
a
fucking
mistake.
facing together.
You'll wake up in the morning, girl, and you will hurt the
Sidebar.
that you didn't know you had. Okay?
As far as like weird national leader news, Steve Netanyahu and
That's
Putin have been
Scott
two big
talking.
leaders since they've been in power for 20 years.
I can't help
We had a
myself.
weird thing a week ago
Just the
come
way
out
I am. I
a
wrote a
couple
song
days
about
ago.
it. Oh,
I can't tell time anymore, man. That Putin had Parkinson's and was
oh,
going to
here,
step
right. This
down.
is your day. Would you
And
bring
now
back
today
another
there are
one?
reports.
Bring back another
Putin's like, no, that ain't true.
one. Wait. Oh. See the rack on that shit, man?
So I don't know what's going to happen. It reminds me of back to when the North Korean leader was supposed to be in a coma from Corona.
I'm
And
out
he
of
was
this.
like, no, I'm
Mike,
fine.
I'm out of
And then they were
I
like,
ain't
he's in
gonna
a coma.
say, what's happening, Vic? How you
And
doing?
he's like, no, I'm
You
fine.
better turn
I ain't
over
gonna
a
look at it.
sweet
I ain't
leaf.
looking. I ain't gonna look. No.
And then I was
Tell
like,
me,
man,
tell me,
I don't.
what's it look like?
This may get me in trouble with my followers, but I bet if I sat down with his sister and she was single, and we had a passionate discussion and argued a lot, there's a chance I would make out with her.
Hey, Thor can be your wingnut.
I'm single, man.
Actually, I
I
take
think
it
his
back.
name was his Taylor. That was December 20 Man, what a long fucking haul. Love you guys.
Who does your hair? Kim Treat?
So I have talked about for years letting the grandmother spirit of America, letting the black son grandmother spirit of America be the dominating force. And yeah, she's gonna feed her children, grandkids, she'll make sure everybody's got a place to stay, lights on. And then I have talked to you guys endlessly about the idea that capitalism is dead, communism is dead, socialism is dead.
Hey, Sammy.
Here in
You remember Mama Lil from KC? Not Ruth.
People only
Mama
throw out
Lil.
the term socialism. Talking about any
I'm her
program
legacy,
that benefits
baby.
a fellow human being. And that through this entire pandemic, I've said the main thing needs to be to make sure people are fed, power grid is kept up, supply chains are running, people in their homes. That people are the ones that I protect. People are the ones that I love. Not the political party. And we have to stabilize civilization. There have seen no signs to make me think, look, dude, the United Kingdom just locked down for 4 weeks. 2 weeks before that, Israel locked down 3 weeks.
Right, you can't even describe it with words.
Lockdowns are not a solution, but I do think it's
That's cool. There's the fraud department again.
I've said many times that like Wall Street,
You guys
not
aren't
going to give us
involved.
good information about vaccines or ways that we're going to track the virus. That's just not their job.
Well, you see how many specials?
So the main way I've been doing it is by avoiding people.
This is serious business. You know how many specials over there? That mean
But I was doing that for 10 years before the pandemic started. And
I might as well just cut it
allow
off.
that. You don't have to agree with me on the virus. You have to agree with me on that the Biden is our president. But I will guess what people have to change that thing. I think. Okay,
I think I need a supplement already.
Where El Paso's like on its third emergency ward. They are sending in the army, they're sending in the National Guard, they're sending in, like, they're doing everything they can to try to have lockdown in El Paso, Texas. El Paso, Texas is having a major outbreak. Our governor, just like me, our governor, like, has been on political as much as he could, but during the last 2 or 3 weeks, he's gotten super political. He's gone super to the right, to the red. Even so much so that, like, the day Joe fucking Rogan showed up in Texas, he invited Joe fucking Rogan.
Joe Rogan,
And then they both took masks.
the mixed martial artist guy? The guy that's a Chrissy doll that can grow his hair out in a New York minute? Who are we talking about?
I know that our governor has declared no matter what, we're never going back into lockdown. And so, like, I can't express this enough on this one day that I get to, like, kind of celebrate the drunk and be happy. I'm aware that regardless of who leads presidency, the next year and a half are going to be super fucking rough.
Oh, Lord.
Is your island still above
Oh, we
water?
went way over the top so far tonight. We weren't supposed to go this far. No.
What do you mean we're not supposed to go
this
this
is
far?
supposed to be a
This is
normal-
PSI.
just
No,
a regular
paranormal
stop
spiritual
on the road.
investigation.
We're supposed to go
Coronavirus
this far.
completely on every level.
You are in my hometown.
I have been only worried about
You're going to come back and fix North
I
County.
was driving up here today. We flew into St. Louis last night.
Boy, are your wings tired.
So normally I like to
So
have
this
a
is
day
what I'm
off
saying,
in St.
like,
Louis.
whether you agree with me or not,
We
that's
played
going
last
to
night someplace
we are
else.
going to see a wave.
You lying
of
sacks of shit don't never come see me.
I see about
probably for the
almost
next 6
saw
weeks.
5,000 crazy ass
I
people
would guess
wearing
we're in November.
sombreros.
I'll let Thor talk to you. Just put a bra on him. You won't know the difference.
And I avoided
Now,
people
don't
for
get me
months.
wrong. I understand the
There's some chance
sombrero.
on Halloween,
I mean,
November
a
1st.
sombrero has
And then
got, there's
I
a
will
lot
have
attached to it. A sombrero is not just like a cowboy hat.
Quarantine time,
A
party
sombrero.
weekend.
If you're
Well,
walking
not-
down the street,
A
with
sombrero is your dick in a
you are
box.
going or coming
And
from a party, okay?
so if I go home to my mom, who's in her 70s, I will not be bringing my mother
Even
the
in
coronavirus.
Mexico, when they put on the sombrero, they go into a barbecue or some shit, right?
And I don't know if I'm going to just see
No.
my mom and her
So,
boyfriend
Now,
or
you people think
a larger
that
portion
you
of
can
my
just
family,
walk
which I
down
have
the
not seen
street
since
in the middle of the
2018.
day, a Saturday afternoon wearing a sombrero, and people ain't gonna go, what
I
the
didn't know how
fuck
to get
is
to
that
see my
gonna
mom.
do?
I didn't know if I had enough money to pick up my fucking car.
You got balls to do this
But I'm
shit.
saying, I have worked to make sure that I'm not
That's the
giving
first thing you got
coronavirus
right.
to my
I
neighbor,
heard
my mom,
Detroit,
or anyone I might
a
see.
couple weeks ago that a carload of people leaving the show were wearing their sombreros.
It's definitely one of the
driving
most
the
frustrating
gospel
things out there.
home.
Yeah, if these white people keep trying to kill white people, there won't be no motherfucking white people.
1 o'clock in the morning.
Well, there's Sammy.
some boroughs.
We need Trump to come to
I'm
the
sure the
and
cops.
say, look,
I'm motherfucking indigenous, bitches.
So wait a minute. But they're
Scottish,
shot
English.
all the time.
we
And they're
live
wearing
together.
like red shirts and shit, you know. So
I don't like red.
So the
Like,
story
honestly,
goes,
I'm not wearing your damn red
They're
t-shirt.
not going to roll out a
where are
vaccine.
you guys coming from dressed like that? And they said,
For
we just went to
minimum
see Sammy
7
and the
more
Wobbles. And the cop said, all right.
We
all
are rolling a
right.
vaccine
Hey,
in 20.
he starts giving them
21.
five and shit, you know? That's what I'm talking about.
Like that is what I'm operating with. Is
Welcome
that
to the
we did not receive the vaccine in 2021.
Yeah. Hey, hey,
So I
hey.
would spend a lot of time on
It's time to
vaccine
party. Let's get into
speculation.
some hot summer nights. We ain't played this song since 1986.
I was pregnant with my first child.
Microdust from like 10 years ago. They didn't fucking microdust you. They don't need you to fucking take the vaccine. They don't need you to. Yeah, they don't. You're already microdusted if they don't want you to microdust.
I think Thor's out of wishy fluid. Big Johnson. I know that drummer.
I would guess that vaccine fear is going to be a large issue.
Some people say he looks like a two-headed dildo.
But I don't think anyone's going to be offering you or your family the vaccine in the next 7 months. And I would guess 2021. And then, like I said, our healthcare industry used to
Tag out all these.
selling you
Not tag out. Wait. Tag all these fallen angels. These metal gods. You can't be scared of them. You can't let them run you over and eat you. I mean, all you can do is be cool with them, or they're the dorks.
I voted for Obama.
I know these dudes aren't dorks.
And it was one of my proudest, happiest moments as a man. I said this before, back in the 90s, it was popular. I was named honorary African American a couple times. African American, black people. And I felt that too. So I was honored to help vote for when President Obama too. But everything he did in his first term, I got upset. Because when Obamacare was instituted, yes, everybody got Obamacare, but if you didn't sign up for health insurance, you got fined. And gave everyone incredibly high premiums.
Tag catfishing.
Not a whole lot of coverage. So,
Then y'all cry when you get caught in the cheddar trap.
that was one of the things
Tag goldfish.
So I voted for Romney.
Do these girls even have brains you hang with? Oh, that's right. Those Japanese sex dolls. You don't even care. I guess it gets boring. I don't know.
But like I said, I voted for Biden. I'm glad that I got to vote to help bring the first woman vice president ever. It's a pretty cool American moment. The industrial age, post 1800s, definitely been super masculine.
Now, if you notice,
And that's what I thought was weird about Trump. He kept talking about he's going to roll out his healthcare plan. Roll out his healthcare plan. For 4 fucking years, the guy said he's going to roll out a healthcare
I
plan.
thought you were having a big party.
Like 2 months before the election,
So he has Vic
he
Johnson.
said, I'm rolling out my healthcare plan in 2
If you can
weeks.
transpose it
What, and do a phone call from the great beyond?
to a guitar song.
Every day.
Ah,
So Vic goes home one night
That's
from
what
the
I thought was
studio,
funny. Like I said, I'm new to politics in a week.
comes back the next day
But the fact that
with this shit.
the 2 biggest stories,
I'm sorry us redheads were so disappointing.
they were basing their entire re-election on was Obama Gate, where that somehow Obama had spied on during his election. And Hunter
Should I be happy?
Because right now is the
that was
appreciation of
the
reality.
sauce, like,
And this is
you know, we have
reality.
to have like 3 temp polls
We're kicking
versus the last month or 2. You're going to be selling people. Like, look, I have your attention. And this is what I heard. I'm going to give you your attention. And this is the reason you select me. And so going with Obama Gate and Hunter Biden's emails, it just shows that they really had learned or changed or evolved since 2016. That shit all worked in 2016. It didn't work anymore. Coronavirus changed everything. And that metaphorically, for Thor names, since February, we have operated off the idea that coronavirus may have been bioengineered and that one group tried to steal it from a lab in China and that the stealing of it went bad and just like a movie, the slow motion of files spun into the earth.
You know how many times I've heard this?
The virus went out. That no one planned for it. Nobody wanted it. It was never a pandemic. It was never, and that it's not going away, and that it is a problem that we manifested by not deciding and not getting past the oil and war system.
I got one of those.
And so the next 4 years is a time where
What does it
it's
mean,
not about
though?
the baby boomers. It is about everyone under them who has to rise up and be your own leader in your own town, your own friends, your own family. That, like, you have a shit ton of problems.
Well, I don't have anything because it's all been stolen.
We all have to figure out a way.
Are you a fucking thief? Or are you in the Robin Hood group?
That, like, I can't even express. Like,
I never heard such a crock of shit.
the server industry in the United States.
Fucking Ferguson fool. Look, here I am, Suze. See this bitch right here, Sammy? Here's my robot, Jeff.
$15. Have them put up with the worst abuse of almost any profession.
You need anything pierced,
To get a good tip off their performance and service.
you look like a woolly bully.
Agreed to fucking screw those people and let them get the short end of the stick of capitalism for so long.
You're waiting for hell to freeze over, no doubt.
And that during the pandemic, the fact that
Fucking lazy fucks.
all this, like, we didn't, we didn't put parties stood up hardcore.
You love women to fuck, and you don't care if they live or die.
Serving us for decades.
Better get straight.
Serving us the last 10, 20, 30 years, 40 years of my lifetime.
I don't want nothing from all of you except for my
The
life
fact that
back.
you've had 5, 10
You
million
fuckers
people
run away
go
from the
without a
war
job,
zone.
like, whatever, get another job.
Shut up,
That is
Thor.
so fucking lame on every
You ain't
fucking
no
level.
Sammy.
That we are definitely going to
Maybe
play
Thor
around.
runs your sound, tag it.
You come back here in 2
And he
weeks,
fucked you over.
3 months.
Drank all the
And
booze.
then all the things that I told you
Gave your
about
women
coronavirus
eggs.
have
I
hit
don't
the fucking bullseye. I told you in February, lockdowns are coming in March.
February is always a cursing month. to try to kill me.
Kids and family. Walk down the
And then you give it to the black
Guess
people.
what? I'll tell you that.
That's pretty suspicious.
And you stock up and get all your shit ready. You had to stay home for a month. I was totally
Sounds like a race war.
correct. Then
Why can't we all be cool? Everybody's pretty much cookie babies, except for a handful of us.
Not going to disappear after the election. That we've seen some
You ain't
people
disappearing.
rolling back, and so we've seen it in Belgium, Germany, Israel.
Hey, I don't know if you fucking rockers know it, but most of the planet is uninhabitable already. Just ask where the dome is. It sure the fuck ain't in Texas. All right, Thor. Go ahead.
I'm sure at the point that my ability to convey excellent information to you all about the coronavirus will continue. And that it is going to be a major fucking problem that is going to plague all of us in all of our industries. And the entire time, Wall Street is going to be doing what it can to
Right,
pump up
this
its
plague.
stocks and its Bitcoin.
This plague is all because you guys wanted to kill me. You
And
got
I told
greedy.
y'all that before the election,
So, a lot of you gotta go. Who makes it to the top of the deck?
Crash. And so I still believe that, and I believe that a stock market crash is
Because you ain't taking shit with you, fools.
Because if you were going to allow the stock market to continue at a hockey stick
Next
pace,
thing you know, you fucking make an island of concrete.
the breakdown of
Send the sand to Dubai or Abu Dhabi. What the fuck?
the entire that credit system. That you have to pull that motherfucker off somehow. And so I would guess that a correction is coming. And I said that before the election, regardless of who wins.
It's a good one, though.
But I will say again, day one, when Bitcoin hit
Well, it
18K,
don't suck.
I said, here's the deal. I believe
better
Bitcoin
take
is gonna
care of
fucking
your
stick
heart.
around. The deal is still there. It's amazing. Everything
Don't get it twisted.
Bitcoin
Quit thinking with your
still
little
going to be
head.
around. And that it will do well, but they're going to crash just like they did stocks in 2000. Now that everybody's gotten in, they want to scare the weak hands. And that Bitcoin will probably crash to 4,000. I said that around 18,000. I was 1,000% correct again. And planetary defense commander, I haven't really had any investments. I wish I would have bought a Bitcoin at 4,000 because I don't think we'll see Bitcoin at 4,000 again.
What
But
time
like I
is
said, I
it?
think we could see it anywhere between 5 and 6 in a real crash.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm tired. I'm tired. Oh, baby.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm tired, baby.
And you know what is so weird to me? I don't know if you guys have watched the evolution of the truth community.
Stop it, third, Sam.
From like 2015 on, you had people telling everyone that Bitcoin was the mark of the beast. Before the fucking coronavirus, you had almost every
I got more leg than you can even
telling you that
imagine.
Bitcoin was mark of the beast. Digital money, the new world order is coming to take away your cash and give you digital money.
Put your
And then,
giggle into
lo and
it.
behold,
What?
fast forward to 2019, all the same channels that were telling you it was market beast were all pro crypto.
Sometimes I got top 30. I said, baby,
Come on, Sandro.
During that time, I have given you excellent advice.
Speak taco to me,
all
baby.
it's got to do is just show it to me.
And
Show it to me. Turn it
I think
around,
in
show it to me.
2018, 2017, I made the call of like, look, man, I don't see the stock market going staying much higher over 27,000, the Dow Jones. And so I would
Hey,
get out
Sam.
now.
You got Craig's magic camera.
So the last time I checked, Dow Jones was a day ago was still at 27,000.
Mm.
I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm grateful.
Hey, baby.
And from my perspective, I definitely feel like I have been a bully magnet for 5 years, and I have dealt with all the big bullies who are very happy to gaslight USA and everyone.
Ah, but there's only one man who can be all of them.
It's my job.
I'm going to take at least 2 of them.
Make sure that bullying wouldn't be empowering anymore. So I feel like a large portion of my job in this regard is done.
No, you guys started.
And so I
You need sympathy.
feel like I could die today. Very happy man. I have not been focused on money, fame, music.
You guys are going to arrive in St. Louis.
I've been a bully magnet.
That about your Cabo Wabo. I'm getting high. Fucking supplement. You guys are. And who's brokenhearted? Who's brokenhearted? Because I've always survived and always loved. So who's really brokenhearted here? Y'all need to get your butts home. Don't bring Thor. Or CW.
Excuse all the bully magnets out there. But on that note, we're getting a giant heat up. So for 5 years, I've been hearing truth and letter community went super political in 2015. Say that some mini ice age is coming. And baby, it's going to be a hot fucking November. It was hot yesterday in Houston. And so, yeah, I don't think the mini ice age is coming, man. And if it is coming, just
That
like
is
I
the
can tell you guys
heat
about a hurricane
from the
3 weeks
nuclear
ahead of time.
reaction.
I would like to know when is this fucking supposed mini ice age coming? Another thing, it was so easy to sell
You
grand
know
solar
you're
minimum
positive and got
during
the
a solar
fever.
minimum. But that
You're not going into cryogenics and living
during
through
the
the
solar
worm,
maximum, it will be much
Fucking
harder.
dumbass.
And the sun is one of the first subjects that got me into my channel. And I love the sun, and I feel like I have a personal relationship with
You're
the sun.
trying to
I think the
misuse
sun
it.
is like a living creature that hears our thoughts and
Right,
whispers
you're
and
raping
songs.
it.
And can remember the day every single one of us was born.
Not me.
And that if you were going to have a symbol for Jesus Christ, what is better than the sun?
The fishes.
And that no one knows what the sun is going to do. And I think we are going to see the sun evolve before our
Why do you
eyes.
think fucking Sammy lives on island?
And so the solar flux is already over 90. It's like 92.1. And we've got 5 years to solar maximum. Although the last time we had a double peak
That's why you guys are trying to kill yourselves.
where it went up one and then went down.
But you want all the money.
So I do not know what
And
the
all
sun is
the
going to
titties.
do, but I can pretty much guarantee you it is
And
not
all
just
the
going to go
chillings.
into super low activity. for
And all
next
the adult diapers.
And I will celebrate that because when we get into solar minimum, everything gets shitty. And then when we get to solar maximum, everything gets better.
Sammy, you
No
got
one
an iPhone?
knows what the sun is going to do next.
I don't use them. Because somebody hacked it.
And that
Hack the
all
whole
basic
globe.
indicators, since the sun hit solar
Is that why you
minimum,
live on an
are
island?
that the sun has been overperforming with solar flux and with sunspot numbers and with solar flares.
Oh, I get it now. I fucking get it. Janet Jackson is Jennifer Aniston. Isn't that funny?
So it is
I got it.
exceeding
I got it.
the activity of the
Keep
very
going.
last
Keep working.
solar maximum.
Oh, you know about Kay Meager and her sisters.
And that if you were with me from 2012 to like 2014, 2015, the entire time it was me battling people on Godlike Productions, and I'm pretty sure it was the same people who were saying that solar activity was low. That no matter what happened,
Well,
they're
I
always
want
like
the
solar
best
activity
of
was low.
all worlds.
We're headed towards the grand solar minimum. And so after 5 years, I'm wondering when is this fucking mini ice
I
age
just see
going to
Sammy taking him
show
though.
up?
Nobody invited me to the big concert in St. Louis.
And you know what is really
When
really,
Shane
really,
called
really,
me.
really funny? That whether Twitter has become political.
Unless it's just all part of the movie Thor.
And so much my chagrin.
And you're like in the
It's the
blooper
place I
reel.
ran from politics. Well, I stopped everything else. And so there's this guy, the head conservative weather guy named Ryan Mawe. He's like officially weather. And so the White House had instituted him as like the head of weather, like the presidential meteorologist. And technically, he blocked me on Twitter a year and a half ago when I suggested the wildfires in California were technically due to the magma moving underground, and that I had predicted them in a greater wildfire season from the gas giants.
From
So he
the
just straight up blocked
blowback
me.
of the bombs.
And I was like, don't block me, bro. You still put out some good
that
information.
you detonated through your
So when I
own
moved back to
cell
John, I was
phones
gonna be the presidential
and
weather
microwaves
guy.
and peeled
Gonna be like
grapes
grand solar minimum weatherman.
and bioweapons,
Anyway, he lost his job.
spent nukes.
And hey, bro, between us,
Oh,
yeah, the
you're
carbon tax
definitely
is
not
fucking
going to be with
bullshit.
us.
You hear everyone talking about climate change,
Sammy would come and talk
but
to
you
me
don't
and I'll
hear everyone talking about how
see
the
what
carbon
he's
tax
up
is like
to.
the dumbest fucking thing ever. That like basically what they do is they want to tax the oil industry, and
They're
then somehow
my
through taxes
stocks.
that is going to reduce consumption. And so it is a horrible plan.
Vista, Utaco, and
It is
DuPont.
no solution at all. And so that's what, like, I've been in the middle.
You haven't been in the middle. You're a
Where
lying
I
shell.
don't think greenhouse gases are the absolute sole driver of our weather. But that absolutely your carbon tax is not a fucking solution at all. But that we aren't going into some grand solar minimum, and we're not going to have a fucking mini ice age.
Kill them off so you can keep shitting art.
And so in the like for the 8 years I've been doing YouTube, it's been like me versus the fucking mini ice ager. And so my question is, when is the mini ice age gonna show up?
Well, I figured out you were a liar.
It's just like selling the rapture. Like, when is the rapture gonna happen? No man knows the time of the hour. And I guess the mini ice age is the same.
You shouldn't have talked about nothing.
So the mini ice age is like the rapture of conservative weather pundits. But it brings us back to full circle. Of that, like, dealing with the oil industry has not been easy. It is not easy. It will not be easy. The oil industry is more powerful than presidents. And so we have, Asteroid Fight Club, our work is still cut out for us. Study the Tesla energy. Sad Noodles. But I think, Noodles, if we're on the same page here, we know that you could provide electricity to everyone at pennies on the dollar. That Tesla invented wireless phones. Tesla invented energy from the Earth's magnetic field. I mean, in all the videos that I've watched from the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, they talk about how you could power all your power stations off the waves of the ocean. And that has been all of Asteroid Fight Club for 135 years. We've been in an oil and war economy. It started around 1888. We had World War I in 1914, World War II in 1941, and then since 1984 we've had a passive World War III. And that 2 planes hit the towers, 3 buildings fell, and then we invaded Iraq. And that from the time I was born in 1971 until like the year 2001, gasoline was always $1.
Oh, am I
A
right
gallon
to
of
party?
gasoline, whether it was my mom, my dad, my
Oh, wait,
stepdad,
I'm just a girl.
me,
Forget
whoever
it.
was driving, gasoline for my entire life, other than the Carter age, it was always $1. And remember, what did they use during the Carter age to cause oil pandemics? Terrorism. They had terrorists hijack planes, and somehow that massively affected the oil prices. And so in the year 2001, when the towers hit, and oil, the price of gasoline of a gallon went from $1 to anywhere between $5 and $2 for almost 20 years. And that when I say that the grand transition is basically past, like the petroleum and war age to the age of Aquarius. Ooh. Nobody minds again. I just want to say I love all y'all. You guys are great. This is a book from 1996 I bought to talk about all the prophecies that were predicted to happen in the year 2000. And I definitely think it's greatly affected me. And so, this was written in 1996. Where are my glasses? Hey, caramba. And so, from my experience, most people's predictions, this lighting is fantastic on me, huh? Hey, caramba. Here we go again. Oh, and that was how Dave Chappelle started his bumper for the new Saturday Night Live. He started the whole thing with, "Here we go again." Okay, so this is called The Dawning of Aquarius. This chapter of this book, Millennium Prophecies, is asking when the dawn of Aquarius actually starts. In 1989, the breakup of communism. 1997, the psychologist Carl Jung's date for the arrival of a new age. 1999, Nostradamus predicts the arrival of the King of Terror in September, possibly followed by Armageddon. Not really a candidate for the beginning of the new age, but useful as a marker. On 11th August 1999, there will occur the last eclipse of the 20th century, a Grand Cross astrological formation. Remember, this was written in 1996, 1994. The year 2000, chosen by many Christian and non-Christian prophets as the key date, including Nostradamus, the Second Coming, Saint Malachi by inference, Edgar Casey, the Virgin Mary at Fatima, and many Christian, particularly fundamentalist writers and preachers. 4 or 5 May 2000 brings a significant astronomical formation which according to Richard Kingeringer and the Stelly Group will bring cataclysmic destruction. 2001. Arithmetically, a more sound choice than the previous year, with support for Seventh-day Adventists, Hebrew chronology, and Nostradamus. Both dates are more closely associated with the apocalypse and the second coming of Christ than the dawn of the Aquarian Age. 2010. A date favored by a number of writers on esoteric subjects. And hey, can I tell you something between us, buddy, ma'am? My first name is the letter T. Letter T. It's like a hammer. My first name is letter T. My middle name is Eric. So every time I see the word esoteric, hey, that's crazy. That's not my name. It's the word. And he sold European space organization. 2010, great favored by a number of writers on esoteric subjects, including Nicholas Palatino, Peter Demasure, Brad French National Jose Angeles suggests that this year marks the end of the 396-year age. According to the ancient Mayan calendar, Terence and Dennis McKenna regard the date as a culmination of many timescales. 2013, the end of the Inca calendar. According to Willa Ruhu Hawuta, the new age will be ushered in by a close passage to Earth by a huge asteroid. And so that's around when Asteroid Fight Club was formed. Remember, the asteroid did pass, I think it was 2013, blew out the windows in Russia.
But you don't like groupies hollering and screaming.
2020. On December 21st this year, Jupiter and Saturn will be in conjunction in Aquarius for the first time since AD 1404. That's 3,424 years last time you had Jupiter and Saturn conjuncting in Aquarius. The ancient Jews certainly prized the particular conjunction as the fortunes of major change. 2023, Goldman.
I think Sammy just said he wanted to make love to Nancy Pelosi.
And so, I don't know, for like 30 years, I've been asking people, I've been obsessed with the book of Revelation, that when the Christ returns to earth, the second coming, the Parousia, do you believe he will come born as a man and grow up just like the first Christ, Jesus?
The rest of the world's gonna go.
Or do you think he will come in on a horse with a bunch of angels in the sky with Pegasus?
We know what happened.
Love you, Sammy. Pain in my ass.
Because it's always interesting to see people that I interpret. I've always believed that he would be born as a man.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, the whole like obsession with the second coming of Christ has happened since like the year 70 AD. So that's cool, dude. And then, look.
I know Mike Woods.
I tried to explain this in earlier live streams. That
Delaney.
they branded our minds. They
McNair
branded our
Skull.
minds with doom end of the world
Louis,
anytime
St.
in
Louis,
the year 2000. The Y2K bomb.
George Webb, no,
They had everyone
Jim Webb,
focused on
no.
doom at the end of the world.
All I know
Going
is
into
Charlie
year
Varg.
2000, Jupiter and Saturn
Oh.
conjunction. And so,
Stinky Port. Is that where you
almost
were?
20 years later, we have an actual virus. We have what feels like Armageddonish times, and that everything has broken down in the year 2020. So even the narrative system is busted.
Oh my God, don't eat his raisin bran.
And so
That's
we
all I
have
hear.
this 6 weeks, 7 weeks to raise our frequency, improve our attitude, and get to a vibration that we all enjoy, and take that into the year 2020, the Jupiter and Saturn conjunction.
What's up, y'all?
That, like, if I understand correctly,
So I'm telling you,
most
I'm not
of
even
astronomy,
kidding. This daggum Thor news,
even before Christ,
exact voice
they
match
always
to
saw
Sammy
Jupiter and Saturn
flipping
conjunction
Hagar.
as the most
You know, he
important
loves St.
heavenly
Louis.
body
So,
thing
like I
that
said on this codex,
those
see,
20-year cycles
Thor news is way many clicks down.
of all the things we see.
Sammy
that was having Jupiter and Saturn
just
come
had an
together
interactive concert, and I'm sure maybe you guys heard. I don't know. You go look it up. It's St.
So
Louis.
here
It's
you and I are
2006.
together in the Super Bowl of 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Touchdown. That's correct. But I'm actively always in a meditative groove. So
And I told y'all
maybe you guys have checked it out when I
February at the end
show it in real life.
that Trump said that the USA had
Jimmy
15
says
cases of the coronavirus.
The storm was coming,
And that would soon
and the
drop to
man
0.
stood fast on the mountain
And that
island peak.
I said I would vote
Locals
for him
called
if he was correct,
to his
and that I would vote against him
to
if he
rescue
was incorrect.
his.
And oh, was he wrong?
The man replaced for him to come to safely. The man.
And so I've been tweeting since March that he was done. That you can't misfire that badly on a major issue.
The man
And
resisted the
reelection.
calls.
And so
A rowboat
looks like I was correct.
went to the island. Again replied. The storm increased danger. Then the storm arrived and the man was
Technically,
crushed.
The Biden presidency isn't really about
Hey, Mr. Trouser.
Biden, it's about us.
Why come did you delete your own comments the other day, man?
They're like,
I never
"We're
even
trying to
got
make
to
it
read
work."
them. It's no big
And
deal.
We are the leaders of today.
You're always
Tomorrow.
welcome, Mr. Jorgensen. What a trip, huh? So, this has been so hot and heavy this weekend. And
On having a good
I did write some things
And I realize
down.
It's going to take people a couple weeks to get it out of their system.
I'm not really sure.
Dude, honestly, if you put up how a person voted
I'm not so
versus
sure
the coronavirus deaths
where those
over
notes
the
are
next
right now.
4 months, it's gonna be
But-
like 70% are going to be Republicans that die.
I'm going to make a
30%
short
Republicans that
video.
die. It'll be like 60,
It's
40,
going to be
60, 40.
specific to it. And
I'm just saying.
these last ones, Hair Emporium Unplugged, would be
If you look at the peak of deaths in America during
No
the coronavirus, what
different
happened at the Jupiter,
than really saying Sophia's Emporium. They're kind of different
first one
groupings
was like April, and the second
of
one was
subjects.
June,
And
and
so
that
I'm going to
third
be
one,
changing that.
Jupiter went backwards across Pluto,
And you guys will see it and we'll talk about it. But
across Pluto, and then now it's going forward.
this
across
Thor
Pluto.
guy,
And so it happened
See,
on the 14th or 15th.
we're all divided into
And Mars
triads.
around the exact same date. Then
So
the moon in Scorpio, lines in Scorpio.
I want you
on
guys
pretty
to
much
try
that little period, that energetic
to
shield
think
of
back
force
to your
that
grade
sits
school
in
friends
a giant push of energy.
and who you went through some of the most
That is going to be a huge
intense
deal.
private, forgotten plans. Because, see, they had to break us when we were kids. That was the game. And most people did break before 7. I wasn't going down like that. But Thor News, CW Chatter,
so I wouldn't ask you to do anything that
Come
I'm
on.
not doing. I wouldn't do. So I've laid out my strategies with Thanksgiving.
my head's full. I can't do it right
I
now.
got a
But
hug from my mother
the point
in
is,
2018. But I would like to get a
they
hug from my
file
mother again.
under the main
But
person.
when I do, I
So
don't
Sammy
want to give
Hagar,
her the virus.
exact voice match.
There's gonna be a lot of people, millions.
Sunday night, KC95 has
And that,
new Ozzy.
I definitely think.
Well, like I told you,
Remember, Trump is going to be. in
these
office
are
all through November, all through December.
fallen angels and spiritual hierarchies.
Only he has the power to get all this.
And there is a lot to say about
I
actors,
definitely think we're going to see a major
musicians,
surge
politicians.
through the middle of December. And then, so I think
There's so many
Thanksgiving is
things
fucked up,
that can overtake someone in their lifespan.
but that by December,
Whatever
people may have a better understanding, a better idea
is still
that it is real.
corrupt. That's where the dross
Remember, I
burning
haven't changed or hadn't
happens.
changed my opinion on the subject.
It's kind of like refining metals, like alchemy.
Technically January 30th.
So Thor has been such a liar and such a deceiver and such a scammer of money and has destroyed his body over 8 years of YouTube. Can't barely breathe, can't function, has spent all his money on booze. And like I said earlier, you know, I really thought this guy was all right. And so, you know, because they all lied to me to get me to like him, and then they went in for the kill. And I just go away and they get upset, right? But anyhow, I sent him an envelope with $10, Apollo Santo smudge stick, which is wood, sacred wood, you know, for him to balance his energy in his home, and a note.
Let's say a family is anywhere between 20 and 30 people.
Never once did he respond.
Grandparents, kids.
Not once.
And
And
so times that by
this guy
20 to
used to
30
do
people.
sound
So
and video for major
that is
movies.
at least
So I'm going to tag him
millions
in
of people who know
to
that
Sammy Hagar's crew
the people who have
when he
their
did
family
that
members
concert,
hospitalized
because
getting coronavirus.
everybody knows way too much.
So
I mean, about things that I haven't even
try to tell
really
you guys again,
talked of
again,
yet, because there's
again,
not been
again,
relevant
again.
points. You know, it's,
I think I got it
I've already
in
said too
October.
much, right? That's why everybody like
Look
freaked
back at my
out.
videos, I say multiple times,
And this is about the trauma,
like this
the
before,
insanity, and this mindworm virus.
for like 2 days.
And so here again on the Codex, a lot of these people have just totally deteriorated and become very angry and involved in these political, like psychological operations. I mean, these people aren't political, and I never was either. But you got to remember, I was forced into it from being in a secret project in St. Louis, through going through all this crap. It's really odd, you know, but
I feel like I still have like 40%.
somebody like Thor,
I
see,
had before last year.
he wasn't even born in 1969.
Energy's everything's human.
And 69 is the crux year.
It's one thing to have your health.
So
you have
Scott
the
Air
health
Force
of your
Base
child.
is very important.
It fucking
And
sucks.
the way that they arrange for our deaths so early on so they can take the money later.
So even though it has been
And of
fucking
course,
awful,
that's
like,
what's been happening now, because
I've been operating
most
off
of these
what I
ass
do.
wipes
I wish I had
really
something to try to-
honestly believed that the world was going to end. And that is so stupid. You get that sucker.
But things that will humble you as a human being. The day or two that I couldn't hear were scary fucking days for me.
The population in the
It's on a
system
snake to where you kind of still hear
has been
rumbles and
reset and destroyed so many
stuff.
times
Couldn't hear
over.
anything out of my laptop, like nothing.
The insanity was written about in newspapers in the 1870s. So I don't have a difficult time seeing how all these people went insane.
So now that
You know,
we're-
back in our day,
people now
we still interacted in real life.
in the hospital.
But most of these people that have went crazy were actually merged with technology, and then we have to go back to metal gods and misuse of technology.
That this big battle is happening.
I listened to a crazy one last night
And I think at this point, anyone
from the
who's
guy that brought me into this, and I see his deterioration when at one time
not gonna take out
he
my
really
time,
seemed intelligent,
I ain't gotta worry
you
about
know, and I think that that's how a lot of people are. You can meet them
but that is gonna be a rough.
and think, oh, yeah, you know. But the more you listen to them
Right?
and you see them slip and backtrack and say things they never said before, or
And that we are 3 days past the election.
actually do
22,000.
their own psychological breakdown of their thesis
We had 12
their
million
antithesis,
in America,
and the false
and
synthesis,
we're going into
which
winter.
comes from all the confusion in the head and all the false media.
And I've told y'all that.
And
if I
this
do what we
guy's
did,
king of it. So
I think
here
we're
again,
gonna do it.
Thor's voice match to Sammy
I
Hagar.
wouldn't go to the
That doesn't
hospital.
mean
I'd
Thor
like
is
to go to the
Sammy
hospital.
Hagar. There's
And I took my chances a week ago. Okay, I love you guys. Happy Christmas. Kick ass Kwanzaa. Happy Thanksgiving.
We're here tonight. You got some strong beer around here, you know?
And so, like, the entire focus for everything
Chicken
was
foot,
pretty much
huh?
Trump.
Get back.
And the idea that people are going to focus on stuff other than just one man is exciting. But if you still want to focus on Trump, you're still going to be able to, man. And it's a weird bookend from the year 2000. I think the number they put it at, for you to kind of understand the entire cycle of it all, you needed to be there at 9/11. You needed to see the world and experience it before 9/11 and then after 9/11. And that before 9/11 was the whole Bush versus Gore. And that everybody thought Gore was going to win. And then the recount was done and Bush won. And at that time, in the one state they needed the recount, Bush's brother.
See, this is like realizing they use spent nuclear weapons to melt the trade centers. It's very difficult for someone that's in their 40s to talk about something that happened at Y2K. They were in their 20s. They were in their karma-free years. I guess that's where a lot of the delusions are. So my client brought me some money because her check bounced, right? And that's who it was at the door. And I said to her, I said, look at us. We got the same damn shirt on. It wasn't the same shirt, but the gray and the black. I know. So she always brings dog biscuits, you know, like for the dogs,
Like the stock market really just imploded.
and cookies.
And they had to
For
drop
us.
interest rates
Not magic
0%
cookies, just
to
cookies.
all that now again. It never happened before. Never. Like Astro fight on the interest rates and Astro fight on were giant
Wrangles.
inflation,
Wrangles. Wrangles.
power,
Wrangles.
guns and butter,
Here.
belief system.
Hey, Jimmy, touchdown. Look at how good Wrangles looks. Check him out. See, he filled in. Remember where he was anorexic right here?
Put it in a term you may or may not understand. This is like Hogwarts.
Hogwarts, tag it.
Right now.
These half-ass magicians are on my last damn nerve.
Hogwarts. If you can choose either
Here.
Willie Nelson or Bill Murray. And Bill Murray or Willie Nelson is like Planetary Defense Commander or American Defense Commander. And that
They're gone. Go.
Trump, like Obama was the professor of the dark arts, the head dude. And then it was Trump was our professor of the dark arts. And then so now, unless there's major changes, Biden is going to be our professor of the dark arts. Defense against the dark arts. Does that make sense?
Can you guys believe
And to me, definitely,
there's still people
Trump was like
that
the
think
pink lady.
Biden or Trump is going to be
That
the
was in
president?
five.
That's how far the insanity has went.
And
It's all a video game
you
on
can find
a
GIF of
on a
her
computer.
saying, I
Guess
must
who
have
keeps busting them?
order. And Trump's always saying, I must have law and order.
Piss me off. Oh yeah,
And that we will go on this dawn.
I always love to tease these jerks
And
because none of them
that us
can
climbing out
get
of the
their
dark
stuff
Hemlock age.
off their phones because mine's shut
We can
down
totally
permanently
stand
for
through
my
2023.
choice. They hacked the whole globe through this
Or at
phone.
least till 2023.
A brand new $800 iPhone that I started using in 2016. All I wanted to do is take pictures and do media.
So
I don't
we
talk
were
on the thing. Are you
in
stupid?
2020,
It's like putting your head in a
month
microwave.
11, day 7
You know, put your head between your legs, kiss your ass
of
goodbye.
the
That's why I didn't use
2020
them.
to 2022 Avengers
But I think it's so
Endgame.
interesting. Look at all the barcodes on this thing.
timeline. Like the Avengers movies are done in 2022. Except we're not the Disney World. We
You know
are
that
real life
song, You Ain't
world.
Never Gonna Get It?
And so we have the X-Men here. Technically, we may or may not have the Justice League.
No,
We got the
Diablo.
Mandalorian and Baby Yoda.
No.
I'm pretty sure we have some
No.
Airbenders.
That's how they all got busted.
And if we could look at the Avengers Endgame world,
And I'll tell you what. This
where
technology
I still don't
has
know
cost
how
me
they cut
10
into
grand, my
Yeah.
life, my
the
security,
people
and
die.
my liberty.
And
So
they have said that we've had like 66.65%
it's still a burning question.
of all
Can you give
animals
up your
survived
damn
out
phone?
died the last.
They better
since the
give us our
80s.
landlines back. You know what I'm saying?
So yes, the coronavirus has only killed 0.46% of human beings on Earth.
He talks about, oh, it's only killed this many. But then we get the pH scale, you know, the times 10. The pH of 9 is 10 times greater.
Thanos, Plague, Snap.
The pH of 10 is greater than 10 times greater than the pH of 9.
That's major.
pH is all about acidity, alkalinity, and neutrality.
The Disney Avengers.
Most people are blowing right up now because they're acidic, their pH. And I always talk to you guys about things you can do to stay alive. My platform, and I wasn't running for shit except for life, was raise your immune system. Stay healthy no matter how much they poisoned you. Well, they bitch about me smoking a cigarette when I've already been poisoned through a Nazi war experiment. No big deal. Let me go get something to show you guys. I'll be right back.
And I will make you a bet. Oh, we won't know. Oh, weird idea. I just had a crazy thought. So one of the things, you talk about things where, remember, I was neutral on Trump for a while. He definitely has flaws. But the year that he did the White House Christmas, it was like 2 years ago. I drew pictures of him in my journal where he just had red trees. And it was like just a giant hallway of red fucking trees. Or like somebody just spray painted the entire tree just red. And so it was like the whole lead in with the pillars, it was all just fucking straight up red ass trees. It was at the exact same time he rolled out for the blueprints of the wall. The wall was just like these giant black spiky points up 50 feet into the air. And so I'll find where I drew the pictures, but that just freaked me out so much that like it was very Mars. It was just for Christmas, there were no lights, there were no angel or star on top of the tree. Christmas is huge with me, bro. Super huge. Like, what religion are you part of? I'm part of the Christmas religion, the Christmas music, and the Christmas spirit, Christmas love.
So we're out drinking last night.
And so in 2018, he just had those giant red trees, man. And and red is like blood. And I was like, yuck! I hate it. And so, it'll be very interesting to see what they do with. He will be president for Christmas.
Yeah.
So
Either people love redheads or hate them.
Scrooge.
They got a problem with our personality. So you can test your saliva.
Decoration going to look like. I would love to see 1,000 lights of all colors and angels and stars on top of every tree.
Gummit. Oh, duh.
So yeah, dude, for me, Planetary Defense Commander, no matter what. So created for Space Wars, and it got us. Civilization did not collapse from 2016 to 2020.
I just saw it, damn it. All right, step back. Step back. Here it is.
So as I've mentioned for months, that past the election, no matter who won, our main focus.
No, he hasn't been focused the whole time I've known him. But I checked him out. So anyhow, this is a magnifying glass, and I had a client that was legally blind. So let me show you. Let me see if it'll work in the camera. Here we go. So you want to be 7.0. Deposit a small amount of saliva on a spoon or other suitable surface. Dip testing tape into saliva for 3 seconds and remove. Compare to the color chart. You can also test your urine. You know, you just put the tape in your urine flow. You know, shake the extra pee off the tape. They teach you that with pregnancy tests too, believe it or not. Test 2 hours after eating or drinking to observe the impact on your pH. Now, why is it that the government or the CDC or the FDA or any of these suckers talk about that instead of you got to let somebody shove a swab up your nose to your brain? That's stupid. If you simply worked with a pH test, then you realize that if you're not acidic, you can't get sick. You also can't develop the cancer cells that have lived in you ever since you were born. I mean, you know, cells turn over and all that, but you get what I'm saying. So, for anybody that's interested, they would go to the health food store and get one of these. I was hoping the little color swatch that shows you what acidic versus alkaline looks like, but that is not something we're doing. 15 feet of tape, $12.50. And of course, you don't need to waste it, you know. Just use what you need. Okay. This is pH protector drops. This says take 6 to 8 drops and 8 ounces of distilled water or beverage as needed. Use of pH protector drops undiluted is not recommended. Shake well before using. There's 75 servings in this bottle. You don't get any significant source, so you could eat squack. Okay, so what's interesting here, let me get this price tag off. So really weird, okay? There's sulfonated castor oil, believe it or not, in this mixture. Calcium chloride, magnesium sulfate, fossilized organic from, what the hell? I'm not saying what those words are. It's too hard. There's a seal running down the plastic. But this would be what you'd put in your water. No different than, let me go get something else for you guys because I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad at least somebody gets my language, you know. But if you're here, the odds are high that you're not a spy that ripped me off because they're all running crazy, and that's what the last few videos have been about. Hang on. Let me turn Dum Dum back up.
gorgeous, and I've been able to see the moons of Mars, feel some
Tag the planet
Was
of
it?
war.
Phobos, no, Deimos, fear and terror. I've been able to see the moons, but I've also been able to see the moons of Jupiter. And then there's Saturn. And in the sky, you look, like, mostly it's been like the moon and Saturn have been over here, or the moon and Mars have been over here, and then like Saturn and Jupiter have been over here. So if you drew a straight line across the sky, like, it definitely looks like the moon and Mars have been on the same stage with Jupiter and Saturn, definitely for the last 4 or 5 months. And then now Venus is the morning star, starting to come out more, and Mercury will be visible for like a week or two over the next few weeks. And Mercury makes the rarest of appearances in the sky of all the basic visible planets that we see.
So we thought it was so funny and so sad at the same time.
So that post-election for me,
Sad
it's like,
song.
okay, I'm
And,
trying to remind
we
everybody
wrote
that
this song for Carter, and
there's
it's
a
called
giant show
Up
going
Next.
on in the sky. And I'm very grateful
Joe, I think you can
to
speak.
have Dave
You can
Chappelle
sing
and
the
the Foo
classics.
Fighters.
You can speak
Like,
any
all right,
language.
everybody.
Okay. Speaking of that, so we have a manager, our one of our managers for Chickenfoot, and my dear friend from 1970. And while we were making the Chickenfoot record, three. Wait a minute. Three. Wait a minute. Three. Yeah. There's one missing. Yeah, Chickenfoot 3. He died. It's not funny, but we try to make fun with it because he was that kind of person. So when he was dying in the middle of the record, Chad Smith, he says, "Nobody fucking dies when we make a Chickenfoot record." It didn't work. He died anyway. He said, "Fuck you, Chad. I'm gone. Goodbye." So we thought it was so funny and so sad at the same time. We wrote a funny, sad song. And we wrote this song for Carter, and it's called Up Next.
And thanks to Miles Morales.
That's like people being entertained by pain and suffering. I was never like a groupie to any of these rockers, for real. But I love music. And when you feel like you're even lied to about the music, and he sang a song about that one little lie, I get it. But 1970, I bet a lot of people that I grew up were laughing at me when I got burned and came back to school. Or they were laughing at me when I, slept on my stomach, which I wasn't supposed to do because my face was burned. I woke up and my face was stuck to the pillow. And they've made a movie about my whole life and I haven't earned a penny from it. That's what's terrible when you realize how many people are involved in this. But I'm not really sad about them.
Like 500 movies. They're pretty much all under the same umbrella.
That was their 15 minutes of fame.
You have all 500 of those things leading in the same.
People sell out for so many things, don't they? And then they want to know how this world got so fucked up. But
that ship has not launched yet. What they're going to do with the next 10 years of the whole Disney umbrella. Yeah. And so the plague of the pandemic.
why do grown men talk about Disney?
So closely,
It's odd, isn't it?
I guess it sounds like 7.
Tag 7. Remember we talked about it?
You guys are real, man.
Very few people here are real. But I will tell you this. These artificial intelligence and these
Good people make Earth great.
created humans they did need to learn how to feel
Giant team.
and how to
Oh,
think,
man.
just like the real humans. And
So I go back to the wild.
nobody really knows
I don't know who you are.
any of these entities that we encounter throughout life. And I've realized that too, and I see how they've always stayed with me
Everyone every day.
and just put on a new mask or a new identity, and here they come.
For everybody being fed every day. We all have to agree to recognize the importance of water. You know, we all have to do our part to maintain.
And isn't that funny now that they cry about water?
Oceans.
I mean, they ream me over the coals for having a water purification treatment system or using shungite or blessing the water with a thought or, you know, a Dr. Emoto card. I mean, just like the people that are running out and buying the toxic plastic bottles full of tap water.
I think the kings are good. Candy. They're like, yeah. Your first
I mean,
mission-
it's stupefying.
Your base mission is to make sure everybody in your kingdom.
I'm not going to listen to his bullshit or Sammy's. All right, so in our health food segment of today's show, not health food, you get it. It's cellular nutrition, like I talked about with the homeopathy. So, cell food, you guys have probably seen me use it, talk about it. If I had some water here, I'd drop a few drops in it, and it provides nutritional oxygen. This is really important. This, one of the benefits of using it every day is your pH should stay on 7 pretty much. You know, variations, like they said, 1 or 2 hours before and after you eat. That's how people used to check their blood sugar too, but nobody has the old school diabetes. They got the designer manufactured diabetes that these fucking bitch ass people that were never healthy enough to reproduce anyhow, you know, that had the diabetes when they got knocked up. And then they bring kids into the world, these little kids with diabetes. What the hell? And they want full coverage insurance, no doubt. Like I told you, I don't want the insurance. Oh, I'm sure that's a fraud department. Clone fraud room calling. Let's see. Where's my volume? Sure, U.S. Bank lets Hoosiers on cell phones get private information, and they say, oh yeah, I'm from U.S. Bank Fraud Department. My name is Kim.
And so
Give me your social security number.
So
You know?
looking at 2023.
But what the hell? Like I said, they were going to kill us all, which is
Pluto doesn't
twisted. I'm in a prison in Missouri. I don't know where y'all are from, but nobody was ever supposed to really know about Podunk, St. Louis, I guess.
Around the 20th, winter solstice.
Whatever. Okay. The other thing is
So they're going in the future.
this.
Aquarius. And Pluto is like
Years ago, I'm talking about in the 90s,
the
there was a line of liquid minerals. And
drive between here and
the
there.
best thing about this, besides drinking it, and it's a little salty, any cut,
Another, like, 2 or 3 more years in
infection,
Capricorn.
or wound that you could possibly have, if you put this on it, it'll burn. I mean, it's not comfortable, but it will completely clean out your wound. So, like, let's say somebody got shot, because there's gunshots go off here every night.
Yeah, clean water. feed everybody, give everybody a place to stay, and stop fighting.
Mr. Algorithm, right? Fat ass fucktard.
That sounds like a
Anyhow.
cool decade, man.
If somebody got shot and you get the bullet out, which would make me puke. You know, that's the part I don't really want to do. But I'd do it if I had to. You would mist that tampon down. I'm not saying soak it under a sink. Mist it down. Make it damp to dilute this. And then you would dribble this on the flippin' tampon and shove it in the hole.
We're literally attacking it with songs and music and guitar tones, and stacked amps, and whatever vibration it is on. We paladins and
Oh, Mr. John Bon Jovi just followed me on Twitter. I'm telling you, these rockers are on our side.
Robert Trump. There's definitely a very Avengers Thanos.
The fucking Ferguson town is closed for good. Isn't that great? Look at this. If this town is closed and broke, then how can we be forced by Republic Service, you know, the nuclear take you to the dump people, $65 a month to collect the trash?
This is the third
I don't
time.
think they
I've been looking
can.
at this one for a while. So I'm a Sagittarius. This is very Jupiter-esque. And so what
They say the thing that could
as Planetary Defense Commander,
save
I've
the
done
Earth
a big winter battle with this invisible
in astrology and love signs book is if a Pisces and a Sagittarius could get along. Because we both have very passionate views on the same subjects. Like my daughter, Chelsea. You know, the one that they curse on YouTube by talking about Desiree, her middle name. Chelsea's a Sagittarius, and
solve it. Problem, and
Oh my gosh.
so that means
We were close. She loved me. I loved her.
some kind of mystical
That crazy Vatican came and had sex with her through Zach. Next thing you know, she's cursing us to hell.
Off this fucking planet.
And that damn wife perplexed.
At some point in time,
These bitches are all in Florissant, Ferguson, and surrounding North County areas,
if we go
working on defrauding the whole system. I mean, these are bad witches.
What did you do, dude? Why? Why, Iron Man? Why? Hey, this is a big battle now. No matter what, it's just a fucking thing.
Oh, it's a real
Planetary
hard
Defense
army
Band, we got
battle,
like 1,200
bitch.
people we're losing a day on top of the normal fucking average.
Hey, you guys might want to look up KG95. 94.7 on the dial. The oldest rock and roll station.
Before that, it was like my stepdad.
Yeah, west of the Mississippi. You know, we're east, we're west, we're right in the center.
18 runs.
They got a real rock army. That's one of the ways you can find out what's going on. I mean, I don't go there. Oh, and the other thing, man, I bagged up 3 bags of yard waste yesterday. And I got a client coming at 3, so I'm not going to get all grub ball out there. But, you know, they want to set fire to all the dry leaves and shit. So
So I'm like, what the fuck are we doing?
I bag it up, man.
And for a long time,
And I watered the yard.
And I was like, they don't have plans. So now we're back to square one.
Makes it a lot harder for them fuckers to set fire. Remember,
You can't let negative
it was the day before Thanksgiving,
thoughts
November 2014,
dominate or even enter the discussion.
when they came right out here and set fire to Little Caesars, which is the next door neighbor here to the left. And on Church Street,
Definitely do not
right across from the Hair Emporium,
tell us
when they flipped the cop car and set the shit on fire.
we can do better than this.
And these poor schlups keep acting like my heart's broke. I've had more love in my life. I'm talking about because I chose to give it. And I don't mean like a whore. I mean like a sincere
So what do you
person
think about it
with
as
family,
motherfuckers,
friends,
motherfuckers,
lovers, and the general fucking community.
or ring wraiths from Lord of
So
the
when
Rings?
you ask why is all the business shut down, everybody's dying. Just remember they did it to me first. It's fucking ridiculous.
That all year has been a very Plutonian month. And that
Thank you, Jay.
every day has been like a day of the day.
What, you want to go outside?
The animals and human beings.
Fuck. No, I really do. I have, through my years of experience and keeping people alive,
And I think we're gonna make it.
a very simple plan that could save people from the plague. And what do?
But I'm definitely
Invert
asking
everything
cool and be smart.
And give people the plague through chickenpox blanket masks.
Please
Break that code down.
The rest of the year. It's the 7th today. I think the Thanksgiving is the 26th. That gives you 19 days to figure out what you're going to do for that period of
It's
time.
so sad taking advantage of people because they
You'll be
believe in a
smart.
broken system. And
And I try to remind people about basic facts that, like, look, at this point in time,
basic
you have,
facts.
I would guess,
You gotta
60%,
be kidding.
65% of the globe
Remember
wearing
Remember
a
this?
mask. the majority of the
St.
time, or a lot of
Louis,
the time.
STL, immune system.
And that, knowing that fact,
Remember what I
we're
told
seeing
you to
number
do with it?
spikes in line with what we saw in Wuhan, what we saw in Italy, what we saw in New York, what we've seen happen in other Brazil, that the real numbers, as I talk about all year for the winter wave, for the White Walkers, you're not going to look at how, like,
These bitches
December, January, as far as like how
somehow were paid to lie to people to help them die. That's how twisted this is. So, this immune blend of oil, you put it on your daggum toenails so you don't get the fungus that'll kill you. You bless the bottom of your foot. We're talking about right here, center. I like to do the sign of a cross. Not because I'm superstitious, because I spread the oil this way and this way. I promise you, your pH will be really close to perfect as long as you do this. I would say you have to do it every day for the first week to get it built up in your system. A lot of people get lazy after that. I wouldn't get lazy. Every time my feet come out of the bathtub and I'm all nice and clean, that's a given. But anybody who is sick, or like that stupid G Mangos with the gout hole in his foot, man, he needs to take some damn cotton and shove one of these two things in that fucking hole. But oh no, I don't know which lid. I didn't think that was open. But it doesn't really matter where you put it. Don't stick it in any orifice it'll burn, you know. This is what I used over the summer when the bugs were eating the hell out of us. Because what'd they call it? Jimmy, was it brown bag? Brown something, but the bugs were so bad this summer. And you guys know Chauncey almost didn't make it, but as you see, he's better. And hopefully he'll survive the winter, you know. It's tough. Real strong smell. Even if you just breathe it and it's on your skin, you can feel your like passages, you know, your air passages go like that.
Enrich myself with the thought of divine feminine solar plexus. The planetary defense commander has been, you know.
Oh yeah, he's your planetary defense commander, and he likes them young. So he's obnoxious, drunk, fat, and in his 40s, and has got a thing for Taylor Swift. For real? This is so beyond creepy. I still say it goes back to the spell casting of the Illuminati deck and stacking people in their own Illuminati decks. So, you know, like you could buy one for a template, Or you could take a bunch of sticky notes or whatever you want and put an image of somebody on it or write their name. You know, and these fuckers like monograph, kill and eat a duck, you know, or Katie Roby cooking pork with onions and potatoes, raw potatoes, whatever they're into. And they push it on people kind of like you have to be a wrench or you have to be a mod. No, you don't. I never wanted to be any of these bitches' mods or a wrench. And then, of course, they stole my channel. They're still making the money off of it. We're still fighting this war. And fucking Sammy Hagar says he's coming back to St. Louis to help. You know, that must be the card member services again. 877-866. Let's see.
Like Joe Tom kills, kill him laugh. But Joey becomes like the face of venereal disease.
Same thing.
And so, like, as an actor, you know, you don't get told what the person.
These are people like Life Perplexed, Ms. Wonderful, and Monograph that run an old-time phone room scam, like Fraternal Order, Police, or Veterans. See, now it's all digitalized. It's just like with DeFango. He did the coding for the Walmarts. So he becomes part of the Matrix, merges with metal. Think of it like this. You got two options. They're going to give you a Philadelphia experiment story where you fuse with a boat. Well, in this one here, whether they chip you, stick a wire in your ear, or put that thing on the back of your spine. And see, they're going to merge you with technology. People are going to think they're free. And somehow they're plugging them in at night, which I think is super creepy too. I'm going to let this fool talk his way into a mind wipe or something, you know.
That if my original core story of this escape from the fucking lab when groups couldn't get along, they couldn't unite in time, and that there's a chance we won't hit the frequency levels where we can kick its ass off this fucking planet, that'll be around till 2022, 2023. Then, like most planets will fade.
I need me some love in the evening. Got to have it.
They're like, be smart, be cool.
But they don't want to give it back in return. No wonder why C.W. Channer said the music was dead.
One good party. That is definitely.
I disagree. What do I want?
Like I told the venereal disease metaphor is accurate because it's like saying, "Hey, yo, bro, like I gotta come on today. Like, hey, man, wear a condom," which gets me back to my other passion.
And what about me calling out worms, being the first one reading them on videos? And now you got Katie Roby, Ms. Wonderful, with the worm that sticks out of the corner of her eye and goes, "How you doing?" It's a parasitic infection. And then all these dumb assholes that take that medicine that says, oh, make sure you don't have a parasite infection first. I mean, you could have thought maybe these tests would have been smart enough to just check for fucking worms and parasites, but oh no. Oh no, it's gotta be Wuhan Wiggle. We'll tag Mr. Wrinkles, aka Mr. Wiggles, and shove that up your ass, because that's another crock of shit. And that's stupid. These are like fucking retarded preschoolers with bad attitudes and a pile of money. You're either cool or you're not. You're either fucking sellout or you're honor code. Fucking Ferguson, man.
Shout out to black people and the police.
Oh, look. Look at that. That funky white boy
They were all fine.
is one of them bitches. Sucking dicks, kissing ass, and not giving props to his own race. That's how bad this is. I've never been prejudiced, but I've always been cool to my black brothers and sisters, and I knew they were mixed in cookie babies. You know, that means like mom's black, dad's white, you know, whatever you want. Oh, no, you don't, Sammy. Oh, let's hear this. Just wait. Just wait. All right. This is January 19th. Tag Sandy Purcell's birthday. Shut up, Thor.
I get like super duper 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 Christian stuff.
And it's 2012, which supposedly we all died then. And this is the letter where he's going to talk about his wife. And I'm getting sick of people going around claiming their wife, but they never introduce her. They never bring her out. You never see their kids. These motherfuckers are liars. They ain't married. That's their stage wives. But let me just back it up so Mr. Hagar can talk shit.
The human beings that have Americans that have rated that what a cool, good Christian is. Like Jimi Hendrix, go Jesus, and then Jimi Hendrix, man. And we definitely live in a world where sometimes people have said Jesus and Sarah Palin back in the day, like Jesus and Trump. But I'm definitely like, if you had to pick on two Christian, like Jimi Hendrix is definitely the most.
It's right down the drain.
He got it. And Jimi Hendrix is
Killers.
year 3000. You know me? All the time I've been blah, 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 blah about Jimi Hendrix. That he went past Back to the Future, went to the year 3000, then he came back. It was like, all right, I went to the future, I'm back. It's cool. And then like his number one Padawan was like Prince. And I definitely see a direct connection in the lineage between Jimi Hendrix and Prince. And whether you want to call them highwaymen or Star Lords, or whatever term you want to fucking use that does not affect you or anyone in your family, friend. They're like, of all the things that you could be, that when you were a man, you were here.
Yeah, fuck the women.
Those two dudes are super amazing, and they exhibited it in their words and their works. And what part of their works is figuring out. I believe that music is the language of God. Music is the language of the universe. That we see Mother Nature in harmony, giving us a symphony. Like a summer night when you have the cicadas and the frogs and the wind wisping and singing, it is one of the greatest things you will ever encounter. And then, of all things to do as a man, to understand and get close to mastering the electric guitar and the words behind it. So that if you're gonna bring the bells, man, definitely Jimi Hendrix and Prince, like those two dudes have been good, right? And were pretty amazing Americans. And coincidentally, we're both Christians.
I still want that stupid note.
And they're like the three horsemen. I mean, I'm sorry, the three wise men showed up. Christ was born. I don't know, I was there. Like, him and Janet.
I think that fucker never even read the note.
Ones who help
Because they're
describe or
faking it
color
until they're done.
There were many, of course, but
Piss me off. Bunch of wannabes. Oh, UPS is here. Wonder what the fuck they got.
so yeah, over the next 6 weeks, the people who are going to have the hardest jobs are going to be the police. Absolutely. The people in hospitals, EMTs, firefighters, and the poorest of the poor people. The people who are running out of food or a place to stay.
Hey, for real. Even when a nice, happy guy comes and hands you a package, go wash your hands.
And you guys are super duper fantastic. And I hear a train a-coming, is coming around the bend.
I hear a man playing Centipede with his tongue cut up, you know, like in that bad movie, and shoved into the next guy's asshole. You know what I'm saying, Thor? You ain't no planetary defense commander of shit. You're a liar and a con man, and you make the life a lot harder to sustain. Here he is. Tag bullshit artist. Y'all fucking took my job, you motherfuckers. None of you'll work. You don't got the skills and you can't be me. I never tried to stop you from working. The fuck's wrong with you, Sammy? And don't know man want to keep a Y on his name when he's grown. Jimmy, Sammy, Donnie, or Timmy. So Jimmy, touchdown. I'm sorry if that bothers you, but if I'm with a man, I'm not calling him a little boy's name, especially when I had a bad little brother named Jimmy Glasscock, tag James Dean, and tag Crowder and tag James Corbin because this is the stack deck. Bless everybody's hearts.
The nations would have a competition of all their greatest athletes to see which nation was the greatest nation in some type of Olympian Games.
It's mental and physical gymnastics, and I'm the cheerleader, not nobody's head cheerleader. I'm the cheerleader, and you're the fat ass.
Swimmers, race skiers,
Tag dog paddling and treading water.
super athletes.
I don't have access to one.
The world.
Oh,
games
Sammy,
versus each other.
blow me fucking sideways. I wasn't even on the internet till 2014. But you guys been tracking me since motherfucking 1992.
Man, it's one of the coolest moments in like world history. And Jesse Owens got to stand on the gold medal with fist raised. And Hitler had to be like, meme now.
He's trying to take us back to the 0 point.
That was a cool moment for freedom.
But nobody has got enough energy to work. That's when you know you're hooked up to a bad computer. Because I'll run circles still.
For me personally, it's never been a crazy year.
Not like a chicken with my head cut off. Oh, no, no, no. I'm talking about real life physical activity.
I've been doing this for 8 years.
That's another good way to keep your immune system up. And Jimmy, I know you are not mad at me. It's just what I'm saying, and I can't even help it. That's like I'm not calling everybody that's heavy a fat ass. Fat ass is a state of mind. You know what I mean? Everybody acts like if you say something, it applies to all of them, and it doesn't. It applies to the one that you're poking the bear of. Sammy Hagar's got a worm belly. You know, the high barrel belly. He's in shape everywhere else, but he's got a worm. Thor has got the full baby.
Even if you join some type of Obamacare,
His barrel, okay, Sammy's barrel is right here. Thor goes down to his Dunlap, where he can't see his dicky do when he looks down. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I may lose a couple teeth from the strontium 90, from living in a uranium mine. And I have a house because my family was in the military and gave their lives. And they got lied to. And they didn't even know. That's why my grandma and grandpa, who are very white, were black when they were treated for the radioactive fallout and went to the cancer hospital.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think everybody's been really damaged. But for the people that damaged me,
Hopefully you guys noticed that I don't take a lot of time off of work.
what excuse do they have
Hopefully I've let you guys know enough.
for someone that survived all of this
Low pressure system situations coming to
and wants to give their help and their time freely? And they say nobody do that. Nobody give it for freely. Fuck you dummies. YouTube ain't nothing but a whorehouse. I mean a dating site. And it's a spy network where the world's economy is destructed. Oh, and they set off weapons of mass destruction. Everybody get on the internet.
Thank you all, Teresa's out there.
I mean,
And the whole chain of cool
look at the vote. They busted them fuckers so far off sides, man. Democrats and Republicans are full of shit.
724.
They sold my data.
Senate
put all my good stuff behind all these fake aliases and shoved it up y'all's ass. Now, in the meantime, anybody that went to vote, oh my God, they had super spreaders, sick bitches with fucking COVID working the polls because they didn't want to deprive you to vote. Fuck no, I didn't vote. I done told y'all. System's broke. And these stroke offs, you know, any money they can get before it breaks, what the hell do they care? They're going to die anyhow. Oh, wow, man. I bet the devil loves that. And I bet God. You know, the platypus. The alien from no dick land. I don't know. That God, who I very much believe in. The creator.
Wait, listen. Someone in the chat, Noodles, I believe, talking about Listerine.
This was an intelligence test to remove the psychopaths, the bugs, from this planet. And sure as fuck, they got a mind wipe thing. And Men in Black is very real. See, mentally I could handle all this. So I don't have to get mind wiped. I'm here to help the people that are surviving this. And don't tell me I'm the only bitch surviving it. I'll pinch you. And I'll pierce any body part
this new necklace that
with this.
And love and appreciation from y'all. So I think I'm doing good. I think we're doing good.
Thor's a fuck up. Fucking lying, fat, stinking, alcoholic, pig. I got nothing against having a cocktail, see? That's where everybody gets it twisted. I'm talking about drug addicts, blackout drunks, acting like media on YouTube and then bitching about the mainstream. Well, I think that mainstream got the fucking thing on their spine. You know what I'm saying? Sell your biometric and have a talking head like Nora O'Donnell. What the fuck? Sometimes they let the real one out. Usually, no. It's just... I don't even think I got my supplement yet.
But it does seem like a bit of hubris that I would even come on and talk for 3 hours. But the energy of the day has been pretty spectacular. And if I was going to go out and celebrate with anyone, it would be with you.
I overshot it a little. Right there. I told you guys I was a really good softball pitcher. And I still dare anybody.
Okay.
I dare anybody to have a trampoline jump off with me and try to play add-ons and see if you can beat me. I mean, you can't be like 15 coming to kick my ass. It's an over 50 challenge. Yeah, only over 50 years old can play in the jump off. Not off the bridge. You can't fall off the trampoline. It's knees, backs, turntables, front flips. I don't think really that anybody should do the back flips because these punks ain't it. They ain't right. We need a big, long rectangle trampoline, not a round one where your head goes through the springs. You wind up like Mark Ruble, you know? But it's a mountain and you crash a motorcycle. It's terrible. Trampolines are all about balance and flexibility. I had real classes too at the YMCA, you know, back in the day. And oh my God, have you ever seen like these idiots that all bounce on the trampoline at the same time? Trampolines aren't meant to hold 600 pounds. You know, 3 people dicking around. They go through the fucking trampoline. Stupid. 1 person at a time. Everybody else lines up around the outside of the trampoline. They're called spotters. For anybody that knows how to jump on a fucking trampoline. So, if your buddy is going to do a backflip and they are traveling, which means if you're in the middle of the trampoline, right here, when you jump and you do that flip, you better land, I'd say, within 2 feet of that center point, or you're really not very good. You know, you can lose your life. But anyhow, the spotters were always there to make sure that the person stayed on the surface of the bouncer, right? Like these days, they put up a bad fence. And you see these assholes, you know, on a little round trampoline. That net is not stopping you. It's an illusion. 222, Thor. What else? I'm bored.
Hopefully that'll be an epic calendar window we all open together.
Look, Trouser Mouse. He retracted his shit again. Why is he always coming in and saying hi and then fucking erasing shit? They know what he said. I don't give a fuck.
Better days are ahead. And Mars will be in Aries until January. And so it's definitely going to be tense and weird for the next.
Even though my chart is seriously stellar, all this crap doesn't really affect our human lives in a day-to-day basis. If they're looking at it historically and then wanting to write you off, that's when they use the astrology.
Work. We're going into the future together. And Back to the Future movies were definitely good. Great. Awesome. And Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Somebody got pissed at me, took away one of my likes, like I care.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's a picture wrap on Bill Skarsgård. Let's give him a hand.
I remember when we wrapped the first movie, the last day of the shoot, feeling like we did something special here.
Cheers, guys.
But you don't dare to trust that feeling because you're like, what if you're wrong?
Right, you guys
What
didn't
if
trust
this is a
me.
disaster? And what if your
And
performance
I've
is
always
disaster?
been honest, and I've always been
But then
accurately
it
correct.
shattered every expectation I think anyone
Hope
had.
your movie went great.
Obviously, it's a big deal to see.
I mean, I don't even get like a pittance from you fucks.
for the bets that you're making on the second one.
That's your bed, you lie.
You know what works and what doesn't.
Andy and I were talking about potential ideas for the sequel.
Well, it's
even
not
though we were doing the
Rock a
first one.
Blast.
We knew that we were going to do the second one.
Oh,
And action.
this is chapter 2 behind the scenes.
Yeah,
Pennywise lives again.
Chapter 2.
That's that bad
I always
redheaded
like to
clown.
make this-
All right. Stupid Thor is done. Or at least I don't care anymore, right? Yeah, I don't care. I never really did. I'm just catching the bad guys because they're killing us. It's USA versus the United States of America. It's a fucking dead corporation against we the people, the humans. Who else is causing trouble real quick before I get off the phone? See, that's a joke. Get off the phone. Wonder if that damn Robert Phoenix came to shit all over the toilet today. He loves to give his little spell cursing too. Robert Phoenix is no other than Jay Weidner of the Gaia Corporation. They listen. Whenever I go live, everybody hears. What a jerk. And he wears the number 15 today. What you got? Oh, yeah. He taught his kid how to play baseball, and we never even saw his kid or his wife. Here again, I'm so sick of these men saying they have wives that don't, that cyber rape other women. Let's go.
What's happening? Thor by the door.
Tag
My
Thor.
man.
Tag Thor by the door. We were just listening to Thor news. Robert Phoenix is the third in the triad, duh, with Thor and Chanter. One eye is sitting an inch lower than the other one now. I'm talking about in Phoenix. Steve Mercer has a fake face up, and we want to tag, how does SARS and Mercer go together? I'll remember.
You know, I still haven't figured out how to get rid of the wonderful comments or questions here. Not that Steve, I want to get rid of you, but I haven't figured it out. Odd. It's an odd thing. So usually what I do is I drop my name right in there. Morning, Russ. Nicholas, good to see you. And I just pretty much sort of replace you with me because I haven't figured out how to get rid of it. Anyway, nice to see you, Steve. Welcome. We got Danny.
Tag. He just said, I'm going to replace you with me. That's exactly what Mel V did. She replaced herself with me. I don't consent to anybody jumping in my skin and acting like they're me. But here again, if you're not an original, you know, to them it's just the fucking Borg. Back to Phoenix. Mr. Astrology, stupid. Fucking liar. Act like you're my friend. And then go in for the kill too?
These are
I don't like it.
Like 40 pieces. In
Body
my
doubles.
estimation, in terms of delivering this to you.
How about face off, fucktard?
What we do here, Monday through Thursday, slightly different. Bringing some astrology, more kind of news of the day.
Get moving.
perspectives,
I
things
don't
like
want your
that.
prayer.
Let's see, Ryan. What's going on, Ryan? And I hope you had a really good time. It seemed like you really did. And it was interesting watching people kind of congregate at certain tables, like at the event.
Hugs.
And I noticed at one point there was a table
Virtual
that was
reality Zoom tables.
occupied by mostly introverts.
Chopping
Which was, I think,
blocks.
interesting. And I was like, well, that's cool. You know, that's really cool. And then, of course, you know, we tried to move around so people could have different experiences with
Virtual
different people.
reality.
What are these called? Those things, progressive
sucks.
dinners, where you go from like one house to another and like you have a different course in each house. God, the days of the progressive dinner. I guess the progressive dinner would be something.
You really do have to feel sorry for these entities. They have been totally immersed.
Okay, Crimmy's in the house.
And the Crimmies
On the soul return.
are so full of shit.
That's an
They haven't been around for months.
interesting-
And they were the Sophia Publishing Company, who must have stolen, here again, all my data and made up books.
Other times it can in that moment not be as life changing, but the effects can be felt. What is
Oh,
it?
I've changed your life.
A week and a half before and a week and a half after, and sometimes the effects can be felt much longer. And I've seen that. I've seen all three of those things sort of occur. Strength, flexibility. If we were to think about things like,
Did you just hear him talking about strength and flexibility? All right. This is how the artificial intelligence works. They already have the data because they have taken a plug-in. And they're spinning out of control trying to work my topics, which are relevant. Like, for example, the dude that was here, all right, J5476. You know, for real, I was the first person to talk about all of this shit, including the castor oil, the homeopathy, the immune support, and all of it. But these people with the big numbers that are selling shit and ripping people off are the ones that use the data. See? So this is about creative content that is my life and my experience. Maybe somebody ought to go get the proof where somebody said it before me. Maybe that's what everybody ought to work on. Probably too big of punks.
drugs and young people and pedophilia and all the gnarly, nasty shit that we became aware of with Hunter Biden, but probably those two.
When they say Hunter Biden, one more time for anybody that listens to my stuff. This is about Matt Hunter, not Hunter Biden. I went to kindergarten with Matt Hunter. His family was military. We had the same color hair. He told me they killed his grandpa and buried him behind the mailbox, and the ants ate him. And I know he was just a kid. But this is the trauma. And after I was burned in 1970, there's another one of my friends gone. Gone from the neighborhood, gone from the school, Gibson Elementary. And the forced desegregation wasn't just bringing a bunch of fucking kids on a short bus. It was about selling North County to Africa. You know, everybody's African American. Bullshit. They didn't come over on no fucking slave boat. And then you gotta invert that and realize all these snubby bubby pompous retards that thought that they were, you know, whatever kind of priss they are. They came over on those boats. They were the ones that were too naughty that got kicked out of Europe. So they sent them to the New World, to the new outdoor jail. Well, that's not me. My family was here in the 1500s. Nobody brought them on a kizzy boat. No wonder you want to kill all the damn glass cocks off, huh? Oh, I must be the virus even, because, see, that's floating around. So you will have one virus or the other. You will either have something that's not a virus, which is called the God gene. That's the spark of the divine. Or you can have the God gene virus. Which master do you serve? Get it? And then, of course, the vaccine for religious fundamentalists called FunVax. This is about the Vatican and them not serving the right God and most of the Christian religions. Kiss the ass and the ring of the ones that lied about the whole story. And the Bible's very real, but it's coded. So your war is literal or figurative. It's not about what version it is. You know, King James Version, New Modern Version, it's all in the person that translates it, just like these speakers, as above, so below. Do they have the code right? Are they honest? Are they meant to do the job? Or are they just getting in the way of me doing my job? And I can promise you, they've been getting in the way of me doing my job since I was a little girl. And they probably did it to you guys too. I'm just here to help with the trauma, like I said. When people mock me, like I didn't do my homework. I mean, fuck, I never even cheated in school. No, I wasn't straight A. I just wasn't trying to be fake. No. College was the biggest Ponzi scheme, sucker punch to human intelligence that has ever happened. And that's unfortunate. Plus the land patent issue, and we want our land back. And these fucking foreign plants you want to traffic. And get in the student loan fraud game. You know what? If you can't fucking pay to go to college, then you don't go. You don't have the money to pay for a vacation, don't go. I've never been on a damn vacation. I have vacations right here in my life in St. Louis. If I want to sit on the porch and smoke a joint, that's my vacation. If I want to go and explore Missouri, that's my vacation. Because now that it's locked down, supposedly, nobody's leaving nowhere. And all I can say is thank God for the gauntlet and closing down the roads. Because it keeps the assholes out. It ain't trapping me in. I'm defending my land. And the land is earth. It's not the property at 12 Royal. Not until I get the land patent. But we'll see if these rockers and this real rock army and all this homage to all the beauty they sing through their music, if they're really true to it. Are they the liars? No, I don't want to believe that. I won't believe it. And if I'm wrong and I get teased for it, they're the ones on a spick with a pineapple up their ass in hell, not me. Jeez.
Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing us to do this, okay? This is like an honor to do this. This is not work. This isn't work. This is fun. I love this shit.
Well, Sammy, I loved my work. But somehow you guys make a fortune and we don't get to work. So what's up with that? Thor. He just said we're not here anymore. Hang on. Talk to me.
Here's the door.
And I know you love it because you're here. And thank you for that, okay? Don't be ashamed. This song we're about to play right now is a song that we wrote, of course, for Chicken for Three, and all kinds of radio stations around the world are playing this song, and we didn't ask them to play it, and that's very special when they say we like this song, we're going to play it, and so we weren't playing it on the tour, so we added a song to the set, so I hope you enjoy it. It's a song called "A Different Devil." Okay,
Tag it. There's Thor, his fucking guitar player.
There's a wise old tale about the same old hell. Only devils change. It's a brand new lovers rolling in the covers.
I'm not a devil.
So strange.
So fucking sick of your shit.
Somebody's gonna tell you what's right to do. But it don't mean nothing unless it's got something for me. Walk away. You think there's something better.
These guys keep accusing me of walking away. But they're all the ones that left. And that fucked up. And they make the money on it. You punks don't even have enough nerve to show up to my door. You're all an illusion.
Some things stay the same. Yeah, but you want your freedom. I'm so jealous. No one's gonna change. We all know somebody gonna tell you just what to do. Hell, sitting here listening, baby.
Tag Craig Ferguson and his duck puppet. Where is that fucking Craig anyhow? Pain in my ass. Because C.W. Chanter is in Craig's deck. And this big fat quiz is bullshit. I had enough of that. I'll never watch that crap again. Here's Bush. We're going to go into the Bush Gore thing.
On my shoulder, from the dark side.
Well, I'm sorry that things certainly didn't go the way we were expecting this evening. And of course, the whole
Tag. No. Tag. Ann Compton, ABC News, White House correspondent, April 28th, 2008. Tag one of the nastiest bitches that had her snubby nose all over Ferguson. Ann Chisholm. 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 Now, her daughter took up in the house across the street from her mom's old house. Mom and Dad went to the old folks' home. And I'm going to say that's Ann Chisholm hiding behind Ann Compton 12 years ago. Craig Ferguson rolls in to North County to occupy. Is he a good guy or not? That's up to him. And he doesn't even have the balls to come talk to me. And he does everything in Sandro and Scott and Shane's name because he thinks they're in his deck. I think he's in their deck.
Political year hasn't gone as the pundits predicted. By Super Tuesday, it was clear this would be a season of surprises. During our network coverage that night, on primary night, I telephoned Craig Ferguson at the Late Late Show studios in California. His take on American elections is unique. He had just been sworn in as a new American citizen. I thought reporters could not ask for a more appropriate voice tonight than a first-time uncommitted voter, ladies and gentlemen.
No. He was uncommitted whether he thought I was guilty in an inquisition or not. And Craig and I have come to have some kind of acknowledgement of one another. And it always changes and grows. And if you guys think these videos aren't updated in real time and by celestial magic and even the devil's hand, it's all here.
Craig Ferguson.
If I may borrow a line, sir, my fellow Americans. Mr. President, Mrs. Bush, Mr. Vice President, Mrs. Cheney, honorable justices of the Supreme Court, senators and representatives, brave members of our armed forces, esteemed members of the White House Correspondents Association, other journalists not so esteemed, ambassadors, Hollywood movie stars, Hollywood celebrities, people who are just Hollywood. The unsung hero of every White House dinner, the C-SPAN camera guy, everybody, the C-SPAN camera guy. You know, in many other areas of America, we've moved from one camera. The one-camera system is no longer in place in other parts of the broadcasting industry.
No, now you spy on people 24/7 through your magic crotch camera.
You really are. This is like a dream. This is like a dream I had. In the dream, I wasn't wearing pants, but it's kind of like a dream that I had. And I can't tell you how excited I am to be here tonight. Now, I realize many of you may not share that excitement, given that you have no idea who I am. Well, let me explain. My name is Craig Ferguson. I host a late-night television program for the mighty CBS Corporation. Yes. I'm their middle-of-the-night guy. And I'm kind of basically all they could afford after they finished paying Katie Couric. But really, I'm not kidding you. The reason that you're stuck with me tonight, though, is that, look, word has got out amongst the American-born comedians that you're a bit of a tough crowd. This is
Katie Couric is a big sellout, so that's strike one for Craig today.
Although I cannot think why. You do have a reputation. You know, a lot of people told me. They said, you know, when you're doing this is a very tough. A lot of the American comics said it to me. They said they're a tough room. It's full of angry men, disappointed.
Text Stephen Corbett. He told him he'd go crazy having to deal with me. It's really hard on Craig that he hears me and has to deal with it.
The Hill. A reporter from The Hill said to me, when you come to DC, do you want to be funny or do you want to be liked? I know. I said I'd sail for either. Anyway, there's a very controversial speech being made here. The most famous, of course, in 1996, I think, when cheeky comedy racist Don Imus cursed the first lady, which is it was a terrible film, man. Never cuss in front of the first lady. Always wait until she cusses first. That's the way it's done. So rest assured, I'll be working clean here tonight, unless you're giving the nod, Mrs. B, and then all hell will break loose. I'm telling you. I don't know. C-SPAN have got a camera in here. I better not. It's a great honor for me to be asked to speak here. I doubly so for me because I just became an American citizen. Now, and thank you. It's really the end of our run. I'm very happy to be here. Now, you realize, of course, that means that I'm American by choice. I'm not like you guys. You wake up in the morning and you're like, oh,
Scott Meyer was born an American, and supposedly he committed suicide. So I say, I see Scott in you. So either you killed Scott, or you are Scott.
I had to pass a test to be an American. And I wonder
You're going to need to pass a fucking psychopath test. Especially if you're Chanter.
Pop quiz, everybody.
I'm not saying another word. Just listen to Craig. I'm Sammy.
Now, although I'm an American now, I'm originally.
I thought Craig bought the Ferguson Times to do something right with it. I just don't know.
You've obviously never been there. Glasgow, if you don't know, if you imagine the movie Braveheart
Glasgow Village
in the 1970s, I'll give you a fair idea.
All right. Glasgow Village is a real place in North County.
It's like a medieval version.
It's my family name. GLASCO, or two S's, not COW. And he knows it, and he talks about it. So he's either for us or against us. Maybe he's USA. Maybe he's a really good guy. But every night, he doesn't show up and prove himself a man.
Someone got a photograph of this. They blew it up. They put it up in the airport. Underneath it says, "Welcome to Scotland." They're very tough people.
I'll fuck you up.
I love though. Here's what I love about Al Qaeda. There's a phrase you don't hear often, but here's another. Al Qaeda tried to take a religious war to Scotland. You're 1,000 years too late.
No.
And you don't have a soccer team? No.
This cussing is their witchcraft. It's their curses. I didn't come here and ever throw a curse on anybody. I came here to heal.
That's what they wanted. And I used to be, maybe. I used to be tough. I'm not tough anymore, of course. I live in Los Angeles. I'm all lactose intolerant, Coca-Cola and everything. I travel the world adopting babies. I solve international crisis with my celebrity. Stop war! The beautiful infidel is right. Let us put down our weapons. What were we thinking? Let us moisturize and text each other. I like living in LA, though, I have to tell you, because I do love America. And LA is a very short commute to America. It's like half an hour on the plane, boom, you're right there. And I hear I hear a lot of people, usually native-born Americans, I have to tell you, usually the children of the wealthy, who say, you know, but America sucks, man. We totally suck. We suck. And I'm thinking, you know what, Junior? You know why you're talking like that? You haven't traveled enough.
St. Louis to Chicago, 45-minute flight. Tag it.
See how much we suck. Spend half an hour of your life in Belgium. Any Belgians in? Fine, let's go after those bastards then. Who do they think they are? Those Belgians with their delicious chocolate and their waffles. Screw those people. Belgium, why they're the Canada of France. There, I said it. Someone had to say it, and I said, no disrespect to our Canadian friends, by the way. I love the Canadians. I do. They're lovely people. They're our civilized neighbors to the north. In fact, before I emigrated to America, a lot of people in the old country said, why don't you go to Canada, Craig? A lot of Scottish people in Canada. I said, I know that's and to me, no disrespect to the Canadians, I love them, but to me, Canada, it's not party, it's the apartment above the party. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's nice, it's good, it's well decorated, but it's the apartment above the party. I mean, we're down here all, and they're up there going, you keep the noise down. We're trying to be polite, we're knitwear up here, keep the noise down. And we're like, oh, come to the party, Canada. They're like, we weren't invited. We're like, Mexico wasn't invited. They did come to the party. There's a lot of Secret Service in here, right? Yeah, okay, good. Now, I am a new American, of course, and I don't know who to vote for. This is my first presidential election this November.
I'm still wondering if you're even human.
Rather than decide, you know, in the anonymity, as is my right as an American, I thought, why not ask you tonight? Who knows more about presidential elections than you guys? So let's just make a bit of noise. Should I vote Republican or Democrat? Republican?
50-50. Take it to the wall.
Well,
Oh, there's a trick in the book, Carney.
Liberal media bias, wouldn't you? I have to tell you, since I got the invitation to speak here, everybody says to you, everybody wants to give you advice about how to talk about this. Some people are like, stick it to the man, Craig. Other people are like, well, rock the boat, Craig. Everybody says do political humor.
What about
Which is what they mean by that is do jokes that I agree with politically.
Anybody that has encountered me and come to me on this internet has lied. Everybody's been a motherfucking liar.
Sorry, that's your job. You're a journalist. I'm a late night television show guy. I make up crap that isn't true and then I say it on TV. I like Fox News. I'm not a journalist. Well, Fox News, of course, now, Fox News has my favorite, the gorgeous and smoldering Bill O'Reilly. Man, that is sexy. Bill O'Reilly, who's locked in that feud with Keith Olbermann on MSNBC. The two of them are at it every night, that terrible feud. Everybody thinks they hate each other. You know what I see there? Sexual tension. That's what I say. That's a romantic comedy waiting to happen. You're the worst person in the world. You're liberal yuppie scum. You turned on as I am. You bet I am, mister. Yeah, I feel a little bit sick. Well, I don't know why. Now, listen, I realize I am not a journalist, so anything I say is not true. But I would say, if I want to talk tonight about the respect I have for the American media, you guys, it's your task to watch the government, to make sure they don't exceed their power. Well done, by the way, last week. Yeah, but I wonder who keeps an eye on the journalists when you guys are getting out of line? Who cracks the whip on the media when you guys, well, real? Sometimes I'm naughty too, David. Of course, not just electronic media here tonight. We have the print media here. I had the honor of chatting with several editors of large newspapers before I came out. So water was torture. I'd heard that the print journalist was bitter and jaded of all, but that doesn't seem to be true. It seemed quite perky. The reporters from my own hometown paper, the LA Times, made it into the room tonight, even after the cutbacks. They'll be pouring the coffee once I get done. Be nice to them, because some of these guys have got families. Also, the New York Times. The New York Times, unfortunately, did not buy a table. They feel, I just want to make sure I get this right, they felt that this event undercuts the credibility of the press. It's funny, you see, I thought that Jason Blair and Judy Miller took care of that. What did I say? What did I say? Did I go too far? Now let me try this. Shut the hell up, New York Times, you sanctimonious, whining jerks. Look for my good review there coming up soon. I'm guessing Monday morning. He's a star! I also, by the way, I would like to thank the lovely Maureen Dowd of the New York Times for recommending me for this job and then having the foresight not to turn up when I got it. Thank you, Maureen. There's one person who's not here tonight, and I'm a little bit sad about it. I was looking forward to meeting this fella. Look, this guy, he typified for me in the Bush regime the relationship that the government had with the press. No disrespect to anyone here, but I'm talking, of course, of Donald Rumsfeld, old Rummy, or Gin Rummy, as some call him. This is a guy who had character, he had drive. I used to watch his press conferences and laugh my ass off. I mean, really, he was just wonderful. And for you today, I put together a few clips of some of the greatest Donald Rumsfeld moments. Please look at your
You've talked about it a lot from the podium. Larry DeRita said yesterday,
when the Pentagon's recommendations initially came out, you had said that you hadn't made changes to those recommendations, if I recall correctly. And the message that Pagos drew from that was that you wanted the commission not to make major changes to that list. Traditionally, they've made about 15% changes on the closures. And they've questioned a number of things, including cost saving.
And actually, Joe Myers made similar references to the failings of the insurgency, including their failure to garner public support. And yet, this far into the operation, the insurgency has managed to sustain itself. Does this suggest a lack of understanding on your part of what the insurgency is about?
The great Donald Rumsfeld. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry he's not here tonight. I'm not really. He's off. Donald is not here tonight. He's off writing this book, which apparently starts off really well but has no real ending. Oh, don't do me. It's America. I can say what I like. This is an election year, of course, and as you pointed out, none of the candidates thought you guys were important enough for them to turn up. Hillary Clinton not here, although that's what you could say she was. The on-again, off-again boyfriend Bill also not here. He's probably making a speech somewhere. You know, Bill Clinton charges $500,000 to give a speech. $500,000. Or he'll talk dirty for free, but $500,000 to give a... Obama not here, which scares me. I tell you why Obama scares me a little bit. He's too clean. You know, he's cleaner. He's cleaner than your shotgun son. He's a very. We need more dirt on him. I think we need Karl Rove to get those guys that work for him to dig up the dirt. Where are those guys that work for Karl Rove again? Demons. The demons that work for Karl Rove. Barack and Hillary, of course, are locked in that mortal combat for the nomination of the Democratic Party at the moment. And I think some of these debates are getting very, very passive-aggressive. A lot of sneaky tactics going on. Stuff that I don't think it... Well, take a look at this. You'll see.
Not releasing, I think, these records. At the same time, as you're making the claim that this is the basis for your experience, I think it's a problem. People back to participate. What we need to do is rebuild trust in our government.
But that's bad. That's just naughty and wrong. That was me being naughty there, then. I did that. Listen, I don't envy the person who wins the Democratic nomination because they of course, he or she will face the full force of the Republican attack machine come the election. You know, Bill Twist, Bob Novak, George Stephanopoulos. What? Just reporting the facts. Also, they'll have to face Senator McCain, another man who I think is a little too clean. I mean, oh, we're going on. He's old. That's not really enough. He's old. I mean, we all know he risked his life in defense of this nation in Vietnam. Before that, the Vikings, they would be all over here if it wasn't for him. Pterodactyls, he fought them. Depending on your belief system, dinosaurs. I don't know. Earlier this year, though, there were rumblings that John McCain would not be able to run for president because he wasn't born in this country. Which I think is really, that's not fair, because when John McCain was born, America hadn't been discovered. So I don't really think that works out. Tonight, though, we mark the end of it. George W. Bush is leaving in 8 months. The vice president is already moving out of his residence. It takes longer than you think to pack up an entire dungeon. You told me yourself. Tonight is the last time President Bush will be attending this dinner, something he and I have in common. Of course, I'm kidding. I'd love to come back here.
And we've all kind of been.
Okay, forget it. No, it's all right. Well, you could come back, actually. So you could come back if Mrs. Bush ran for the president, if you became president. Yeah, well, it could happen. A first lady, a former first lady could become president. It could happen. It's not going to happen this year, but it could happen at some point. I'm just predicting. It will be, though. It will be a bittersweet thing. When you leave the White House, I remember 8 years ago when you said you were going to return dignity to the White House. And by the way, I thought you were fantastic on Deal or No Deal. That was just
when Joe joined it.
What, you shrug me? You were on Deal or No Deal. I saw you.
Singing and Chaplin. We had never written one song.
During your administration, there was not one single thing scandal with the White House. Not one. Except the time when Barney humped the Pope's leg. But he's one of these things.
Deep Purple. We played everything, but we didn't have any songs. So then when Joe
oh man, that's encouraging.
Chicken for one happened.
All right, I tell you. You are retiring as a young man. You're retiring as a young man. Well, what does a president do? Because when he retires, you could look for a job with more vacation time. See what I did?
So that's when I raised my hand and said, "I'm."
Now listen, I want to just be serious with you just for a second. I haven't been in Washington very long, but I've been here long enough to know that it's full of people who disagree on everything. How to balance the budget, the word tie is the most patriotic. You people can't agree on anything. The president doesn't like the press, the press doesn't like the president, everybody hates Cheney. Cheney loves that, thinks it's cool. I mean, that's weird.
You know, when Joe writes music.
I mean, that's kind of pervy, if you don't mind me saying so. But what I'm saying is this. I knew that when I came here, this room would be full of contentious and trading who argue.
He called it.
May I remind you, as a new American,
but that's how
we need that.
Close we are.
That's what this place is all about.
Like what I'm singing.
So please, never, ever agree with each other. Never stop arguing. Never stop fighting, you cranky, magnificent bastards. God bless you and God bless America, everyone.
The C-SPAN networks bring you long-form public affairs programming from the nation's capital and are a public service of your television provider. C-SPAN, created by cable.
Thank you. Thank you. Please remain seated. That's not necessary. Thank you very much. Please, Mr. President. Don't stand. That wouldn't be right. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. President, Mrs. Obama, distinguished members of the press, and Bon Jovi. Yes, it's an honor to share this stage with the president. When you think about it, the president and I are a lot alike. We both went to Harvard, we both have 2 children, and we both told Joe Biden we didn't have extra tickets for tonight's event. We also have something else in common. Like the president, I too recently got in some hot water by talking about a public official's good looks. It was the time I wouldn't shut up about that stone-cold fox, Secretary of Transportation, Ray LaHood. Oh, man. I like the cut of his jib. But President Obama, you had some great jokes. It was a pleasure watching you stand up here and do what I do. So now it's only fair that I get to do what you do. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. For the next 15 minutes, I'll be mired in a tense, dysfunctional standoff with Congress. This is going to be fun. Now, right away, I'd like to formally congratulate the president on his re-election. Congratulations. As you all know, the president is hard at work creating jobs. Since he was first elected, the number of popes has doubled. And the number of Tonight Show hosts has tripled. Congratulations. And while I'm at it, I'd like to congratulate President George W. Bush on this week's dedication of his presidential library. Yes, the library has millions of books, articles, and documents, and if you go, you can be the first to read them. You can't hurt me. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get going. Right here at the start, I'm going to share something with you people, and this doesn't leave this room. I say this with absolute confidence because we're on C-SPAN. Who doesn't love C-SPAN? Seriously, C-SPAN. It's an entire channel shot with the backup camera on a Ford Explorer. Congratulations to C-SPAN for winning the bid to broadcast this event. They narrowly beat out HGTV2, QVC South America, and the Hilton Hotel How to Check Out channel. That's right, the Hilton. It's great to be here at the Hilton. Is it just me, or is it time to stop using Priceline to book this event? No, I love the Hilton. I really love the Hilton's motto, sorry, the Radisson was booked. You know, I was worried that because of the sequester, we would be forced to hold this event at a less prestigious hotel than the DC Hilton. Then I was told that's not possible. But I do want to thank the Hilton for accommodating us. They were kind enough to reschedule a Cash for Gold seminar. By the way, for those of you here for the Cash for Gold seminar, that's been moved to Salon B on the mezzanine. And if Joe Biden asks, there are no extra tickets for that either. Quick announcements before we really get going, before we continue. If any of you are live tweeting this event, please use the hashtag incapable of living in the moment. Yeah. Yes. 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 Also, to any U.S. senators here tonight, if you'd like to switch either your dessert or your position on gay marriage, please signal a waiter. By the way, speaking of dinner, tonight's entrees were halibut and filet mignon. Or as CNN's John King reported it, lasagna and couscous. There's a gavel here and I don't know why. Here's a fun fact about tonight's food. Everything you ate this evening was personally shot by Wayne LaPierre. Don't worry, it was during a home invasion though. The fish came in through the window. That wasn't peppercorn, that was buckshot, ladies and gentlemen. Incidentally, you may not know this, but Wayne LaPierre is merely the executive vice president of the NRA. Which begs the question, how freaking crazy do you have to be the actual president of the NRA? He's not even at the top. Also, I'd like to acknowledge that earlier this evening, there was some confusion with the seating chart. For a moment, someone accidentally sat Governor Chris Christie with the Republicans. That was awkward, and I apologize. Very awkward. But speaking of tables, before dinner, I had a chance to mingle. You probably saw me. I worked the crowd. I shook some hands and sold my Twitter account to Al Jazeera for $500 million. They'll buy anything. But it is an absolute joy to be here at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Last year, Tom Brokaw criticized this event for having too many superstars and A-list celebrities. When I told Tom I would be attending this year, he said, "That's more like it." That shouldn't be funny to you. But this is really a star-studded event. This year, you've taken it to new heights. I have to congratulate you. New heights. Because you've got some of the guys from Duck Dynasty here. Duck Dynasty! Yeah. The guys from Duck Dynasty are here, which can only mean one thing. The guys from Storage Wars said no. No, I love Duck Dynasty, don't get me wrong, but guys, I really don't think your Streisand whistle's gonna... Oh my God, it worked! She's here! It's incredible! I always hated that one. Hey! Now, as some of you know, this is my second time speaking at this event. I was last year 18 years ago, back in 1995. A lot's changed since then. Today, you can get real-time information on world events from something small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Back in 95, we called that George Stephanopoulos. I can't see if George is here because there's a crouton in the way. It's amazing to think how much our country has changed in 18 years. Think about it. If in 1995 you told me that in 2013 we'd have an African-American president with a middle name Hussein, who was just reelected to a second term in a sluggish economy, I would have said, oh, he must have run against Mitt Romney. By the way, no offense, Mr. President, I do congratulate you on your victory, but as a late-night comedian, I was kind of pulling for the rich guy whose horse danced in the Olympics. The demographics of this country have been rapidly changing over the past 2 decades, and I look forward to hosting this event 18 years from now. Then my opening line will be, Buenos noches, es un honor poder hablar en esta escena de los corresponsales de la Casa Blanca. Sí, especialmente al presidente Mario López. But my prior experience has taught me how these dinners work. If the president laughs, everyone laughs. And if the Fox News table laughs, a little girl just fell off her bike. How you doing, Bill? Yes, all the Washington news media here tonight, including the stars of online journalism. I see the Huffington Post has a table, yeah. Which has me wondering, if you're here, who's covering Miley Cyrus's latest nip slip? Who's assembling today's top 25 yogurt-related tweets? 7 mistakes you're making with bacon. That's a real one, and you should be ashamed of yourselves. By the way, just before dinner, I tried to say a quick hello to Ariana Huffington, but she made me watch a 30-second ad first. Yes, a lot of online stars were in the room, but unfortunately, Matt Drudge couldn't make it. Yeah, he had a prior commitment to teach a web design class in 1997. Of course, the Washington print media is also joining us this evening. The print media are here for 2 very good reasons: food and shelter. You know, how are you? You know, some people say print media is dying, but I don't believe it. And neither does my blacksmith. You got to meet Zachariah. He's great. Man, rough year for Newsweek, which after 80 years published its last print issue. Yeah. Time magazine might be gloating, but they really shouldn't, because Time will outlive Newsweek the way Juliet outlived Romeo. Read the play, it's very smart. Things are so tough for old media that this is a true story. Reuters is having its after party right here at the Hilton. Because nothing says we're having a great year like having your after party at the same table where you just had dinner. With that in mind, Reuters is asking everyone here to leave a little wine at the bottom of their glass. And to be fair, print media still has a big star in Bob Woodward, okay? Gotta give it up for Bob Woodward, yeah? Yeah? Yeah, earlier this evening, a waiter asked Mr. Woodward if he wanted regular or decaf, and he said, "Stop threatening me." Also tonight, some of the big names in television news. When it comes to television news, we have a divided media landscape. Okay, Fox News is watched by conservatives, MSC is watched by liberals, and CNN is watched by the people who clean the offices at CNN. Oh, it gets worse. CNN's ratings are so low, now when the logo comes up, James Earl Jones says, "You're watching CNN? What the hell?" I have to say, in the past few years, CNN has made some very odd moves. For example, they replaced the popular Larry King with one of the scheming footmen from Downton Abbey. Pierce slides right into that show. "Oh, Lord Cranston. How you'll get yours, Lord Cranston." Hey, it's good to see my old friends at MSNBC. MSNBC's Chris Matthews is here. Chris Matthews has the only show where the commercial exists just so they can wipe the spittle off the lens. By the way, during the Boston coverage on MSNBC last week, Chuck Todd stopped a pundit from speculating on unverified information. Now, there's no joke here. I'm just letting the people at CNN know that you can do that. This is a learning experience. Hello to Fox News star Bill O'Reilly. Bill's become quite the author. He's had 2 recent bestsellers, Killing Kennedy and Killing Lincoln. He also wrote a book that was not nearly as popular, The Natural Peaceful Death of Taft. What were you thinking? The truth is, Bill O'Reilly, and this is true, is now working on his next book due out this fall. This time it's about the killing of Jesus. It'll be the first time in history Jesus' death is blamed on Obamacare. 2 quick shout outs to PBS and NPR. Now PBS, yes, PBS. Those PBS people love to party. Guys, if you get lucky tonight, be safe, wear a tote bag. It works. You gotta love NPR. NPR is still the #1 source for news delivered as if there's a toddler sleeping in the next room. Shh, I'm watching this thing. Shh. NBC News is in the house. Good Lord, they've had a rough go of it, huh? The Today Show let go of Ann Curry. After being told, Ann Curry said, "Let me get this straight. Al Roker tells the world that he crapped his pants at the White House and I'm getting fired? Al's the reason there are no more tours at the White House. They're still hosing it down." Brian Williams is here. Brian, I'm a big fan of your show, Rock Center with Brian Williams. If you haven't seen it, imagine, this is great. Imagine Brian delivering the evening news on a different floor of the building, a little later with a slightly different tie. It's a mind blower. You got to check it out. But as I look around the room and see all the media here tonight, I realize this is all just one big high school cafeteria. That's all it is. Think about it. Fox is the jocks. MSNBC is the nerds. Bloggers are the goths. NPR is the table for kids with peanut allergies. Al Jazeera is the weird foreign exchange student nobody talks to. And print media, I didn't forget you. You're the poor kid who died sophomore year in a car crash. Yeah. Cheer up. We dedicate the yearbook to you. course, probably the biggest story that people in this room covered this past year was the Republican failure to recapture the White House. Hard to believe the Republicans didn't fare better in the election with the support of celebrities like Ted Nugent and Meatloaf. I guess they overestimated the number of voters who still drive carpeted vans. But the Republican Party is on the mend. One rising star on the right is Senator Marco Rubio, or as he's known in the Republican Party, our black guy. Yeah. By the way, as of today, the U.S. Senate has a record number of African-American senators. Two. In other words, there are now more African-Americans in the Senate than in a Mumford & Sons concert. Thank you, younger people. Paul Ryan. Well, you don't understand. What's she babbling about? Who's this man? Paul Ryan recently, he really burst through last year when he ran for vice president. After the election, Ryan said President Obama was reelected because of the high turnout of urban voters. Then when he was asked just how he liked his coffee, Ryan said, no milk, no sugar, just urban. Well, there's RNC Chairman Reince Priebus. You heard me correctly. His name is Reince Priebus. Tonight, he's sitting right in between his brothers, Lather Priebus and Repeat Priebus. House Majority Leader Eric Cantor is here, or as I like to refer to him, yet another Jewish Republican from the South. Get sold. That reminds me, also joining us is a congressman from New York named Steve Israel. That's right, he's from New York, and his name is Israel. Now there's pandering, and then there's pandering. That's like having a congressman from South Carolina named Jesus H. Gunn. Name's Gunn. Jesus H. Gunn, I tell you. You gotta use this thing. It's fantastic. You didn't use it once. I mentioned Republican Governor Chris Christie earlier. Governor Christie and Shaquille O'Neal are sitting at the same dinner table. So let's give it up to the real unsung hero tonight, their waiter. That poor bastard. He's gonna lose an arm. I believe we have one or two Supreme Court justices here. The Supreme Court seems divided over same-sex marriage. The liberal justice favor it, while the conservatives oppose any lifelong sacred union between two men, unless, of course, it's Antonin Scalia and Clarence Thomas. The hell was that? It's no surprise that Speaker John Boehner isn't here tonight. Speaker Boehner and President Obama are still struggling to get along. President Obama and John Boehner are kind of like a blind date between Anderson Cooper and Rachel Maddow. In theory, they understand each other's positions, but deep down, you know nothing's ever going to happen. Speaking of nothing happening, we're all hoping, of course, that nothing happens with North Korea. And that got me wondering, what is with Kim Jong-un? Now, in the past, we've had really scary enemies like Saddam Hussein and Hitler. Now, suddenly, our nemesis is a pouty teenage boy who dresses like Rosie O'Donnell at the Emmys. Kim Jong-un doesn't understand that we aren't afraid of him. What that guy doesn't get is that we already have an unstable peninsula that will ultimately bring down America. It's called Florida. Yes, it is. Yes, President Obama has a lot on his plate right now. He's now at that very nice stage where there are no more secrets left to come out about him. We all know that as a child who lived in Indonesia, He studied at a Muslim seminary and occasionally ate dog. So clearly from the beginning, he was a kid who had his eyes set on the US presidency. Check, check, and check. Here I come. Now, I know the relationship between the president and the press can seem a bit strained at times. Some in this room have even accused the president of being distant and aloof. When I asked the president about it earlier, he said, "Oh," and then walked away. Of course, it's only natural, but Mr. President, your re-election was a little less exciting than the first time around in 2008. On election night in 2008, you celebrated with hundreds of thousands of people in Chicago's Grant Park. It was fascinating. This time around, you split a char dog with David Axelrod at the Wiener Circle. It just didn't have the same buzz. And by the way, I have a question, and I think some of you also have this question. It's been several months since you were re-elected, sir. So I'm curious, why are you still sending everyone 5 emails a day asking for more money? You won! Do you have a gambling problem we don't know about? Did you put it all on Gonzaga? You did, didn't you? He did! President Obama has already made a lot of changes in his second term. Sir, you recently appointed John Kerry and Chuck Hagel. Very smart move. You appointed the only 2 people in the United States who look even more tired than you. It's a great strategy. Mr. President, you're going to leave office as a very young man, and yet the presidency has taken its toll. I don't want to alarm you, sir, but you're starting to look like a judge on Law and Order. Just say you're on thin ice, counselor. You can have that part right away. Seriously, Mr. President, your hair is so white, it could be a member of your cabinet. He can handle it. Speaking of the cabinet, the president recently picked his new Treasury Secretary, Jack Lew. It gives me great joy to know that if the president ever has to let him go, he'll get to say, "It's not Lew, it's me." But the quote I hear the most about the president is that he's always the coolest guy in the room. That's what everyone says. He's the coolest guy in the room. All right, but here's my question. Who else is in that room? It's not hard to be the cool one when the other guys in the room are Biden, Hagel, and Kerry. I'd be cool, too, if I was stuck in a room where Tom Vilsack is showing Stephen Chu how to do the Harlem Shake. Now I've made some jokes about the president this evening, and I'm looking forward to my audit. It's coming. I know, sir. It's coming. But I would like to take a moment here and change gears and say something to the president regarding the events of the past 2 weeks. Some of you may not know this. I grew up in Boston. My parents still live there. And my brother Luke raised his family in Watertown. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you, Mr. President, for visiting that great city and helping its people begin to heal with your inspiring new words. It made a huge difference. It's been said recently that you don't mess with Boston. As someone who grew up there, I'd like to echo that sentiment. It's really pretty simple. If you're going to pick on a city, don't choose one where 9 out of 10 people are related to a cop. Don't do it. It's stupid. And that includes myself. I have one more thing to mention before I go. Everyone's obsessed with Washington these days. You all saw how you went crazy for House of Cards, Homeland, and of course this event tonight. Hollywood can't get enough of your world. Well, tonight I'm excited to announce that Turner Broadcasting is going to make a major television miniseries about the big power players here in Washington. They just finished the casting, and I would like to announce who is going to play who. This is big. Vice President Joe Biden is going to be played by Bob Barker. Former White House advisor David Axelrod will be played by Higgins from Magnum PI. This was also produced by Steven Spielberg, by the way. Representative Paul Ryan will be played by Mr. Bean. Senator Chuck Schumer will be played by Grandpa Munster. Senator Harry Reid will be played by the old man from the American Gothic painting. Fox News CEO Roger Ailes will be played by Boss Hogg. We signed the deal. Speaker of the House John Boehner will be played by Tan Mom. Secretary of Homeland Security Janet Napolitano will be played by Paul Giamatti. Former White House Chief of Staff and Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel will be played by Stewie from Family Guy. Secretary of State John Kerry will be played by an Easter Island head. I cannot tell those two apart. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts will be played by Buzz Lightyear. Senator Mitch McConnell will be played by Dame Edna. CNN anchor Wolf Blitzer will be played by a Furby. NRA Executive Vice President Wayne LaPierre will be played by the face melt guy from Raiders of the Lost Ark. And finally, White House Press Secretary Jay Carney will be played by Ralphie from A Christmas Story. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a huge honor. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Before I begin my presentation tonight, I've put something special together. This is something we do on my show every week. We pitch in to help the FCC keep our public airwaves squeaky clean by bleeping and blurring things, whether they need it or not. And with that said, please enjoy a special White House Correspondents Association dinner version of This Week in Unnecessary Censorship.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming to the White House for your daily.
I've told leaders of both parties that they must come up with a fair compromise in the next few days that can pass both houses of Congress. And a that I can.
President Obama says it's asking time of the Gulf Coast.
Trying to find bipartisan health care reform on Capitol Hill is sort of like children trying to unicorns.
I have with homosexuals since 1968.
I'm a regular guy with big. I like being able to people who provide services to me.
Harry Reid just wants to put his finger in his. It's insane. Are you not getting enough? You and the administration?
Look, these are gigantic packages. I understand what pork barrel politics is all about. I your you mine.
That was a great interview. Thank you very much.
Enjoyed being here. Thanks, guys.
Right, even though you touched this. She's not the only person that I have a lot of people. The only thing about this particular one is, yes, she happened to be female.
I promise you, the president has a big dick. I promise you.
The Irish Prime Minister, he was crazy. He was introducing the president. They had a wonderful time.
Hey, we campaigned the whole day. Whenever I saw my son, I said, "Are you up?" They said, "I'm up, boss. You ready to go?" I said, "I'm ready to go." But here's the thing. After about a minute or two, I'm starting to feel kind of up.
And now, I'd like to introduce a comedian who I think will be a particular hit with the journalists in this room. Jimmy Kimmel is known in the world of comedy, not only for his sense of humor, but for his work ethic and his tenacity. And for those of us familiar with the ups and downs of the media business, what's not to like about a guy who's been fired from 4 radio stations? Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce Jimmy Kimmel, host of ABC's Jimmy Kimmel Live.
Well, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Mr. President, salam. It's wonderful to be here. They told me this would be a very high-profile event with some of the most powerful people in the world. They did not tell me I'd be looking directly into Sofia Vergara's cleavage. I saw you texting. Sophia is from Colombia. This is what women look like in Colombia. What do you expect the Secret Service to do? Mr. President, I know you won't be able to laugh at any of my jokes about the Secret Service, so cover your ears if that's physically possible. I do have a lot of jokes about the Secret Service. You know, I told them for $800 I wouldn't tell them, but they only offered $30, so. I am happy to see that Congress is taking this very seriously. David Vitter even went so far as to fly down to Colombia to investigate this personally. I'll tell you what, though, I know the administration's been cracking down, but if this had happened on President Clinton's watch, you can damn well bet those Secret Service agents would have been disciplined with a very serious high five. Palms would be beet red. Quick announcement, if anyone has tickets to the GSA after party, the plane is leaving for the Four Seasons in Dubai at midnight on the dot. Don't be late or you'll miss out on your complimentary white tiger cub. I want to thank the Washington Hilton for hosting us tonight. You know, President Obama wanted to move the dinner to the Kennedy Center this year, but the Republicans wanted to keep it here at the Hilton, so they compromised, and here we are at the Hilton. I'm staying at the hotel, and I'll be honest, it isn't great. I had to change rooms last night because there was a huge leak in the room above me. I guess Peter Orszag left his mouth on. And he told me you guys would like that one. He told me a lot of stuff. But it's an honor to be here. You know, he told me when I was a kid that I would be sitting on the same dais with President Barack Obama. What is it? The president's name is Barack Obama? Mr. President, you remember when the country rallied around you in hopes of a better tomorrow? That was hilarious. That was your best one yet. But honestly, it's a thrill for me to be here with the president, a man who has, I think, done his best to guide us through some very difficult times and paid a heavy price for it. You know, there's a term for guys like President Obama. Probably not 2 terms, but there is. Even some of your fellow Democrats think you're a pushover, Mr. President. They would like to see you stick to your guns. And if you don't have any guns, they would like to see you ask Eric Holder to get some for you. Jay Tapper wrote that. It's kind of hard to be funny with the President of the United States sitting right next to you, looking at you, and yet somehow, day in and day out, Joe Biden manages to do it. I wish he was here. I wish he was here so he could sit behind me and fake clap like he does during the State of the Union address. Are you enjoying this? Is this fun for you? This is the first meal he's had in months. They say diplomacy is a matter of carrots and sticks, and since Mrs. Obama got to the White House, so is dinner. You're very skinny. She doesn't let you eat. I felt weird about eating dessert. I left it untouched. I've never done that before. You know, the real reason people thought you were from Kenya had nothing to do with your birth certificate. It's because you lost so much weight, we thought you were the guy who won the Boston Marathon. This is how you know this country's in bad shape. Our president is starving. North Korea is sending him food aid. I had the opportunity to sit next to the First Lady tonight. She's very, very nice. And no matter what side of the fence you're on, you have to admit, she's done a lot of good work. She just wants us to be healthy, really, is all. Mrs. Obama, I thank you for that. Look, it's Chris Christie. Get him. You know, they say that inside every American governor is a president struggling to get out. In Chris Christie's case, it's the only one where you can still hear him screaming. Governor Christie, I think you might be misunderstanding New Jersey's slogan. It's not the Olive Garden state. But the truth is, the First Lady is right. Americans are in terrible shape. You can even tell how out of shape we are by the way we protest. We used to march. Now we occupy. I want to say quick congratulations to the Occupy protesters. It took months and months of patchouli oil and hacky sack, but finally, Wall Street isn't greedy anymore. Congratulations. White House Press Secretary Jay Carney is with us. Hello, Jay. Jay is, as you know, not only is press secretary, you also know him as the white guy from every Lens Crafters commercial. One of Jay's jobs is to keep track of all the Hillary Rosens. For those of you who aren't familiar with this story, Kim, Lindsay, etc., Hillary Rosen is the woman who said Ann Romney never worked a day in her life, even though Mrs. Romney raised 5 kids. And of course, the administration tried to distance itself from those comments. They said she's not an advisor to the Obama campaign, even though, as we later found out, her name appeared on the White House visitor log 35 times. So when reporters asked Jay why her name showed up 35 times, this is where it gets hilarious. He said he wasn't sure it was the same Hillary Rosen. He said, I personally know 3 Hillary Rosens. You personally know 3 Hillary Rosens? Where did all these Hillary Rosens come from? Did you pick them in the Hillary Rosen garden? I bet you $10,000 you don't know 3 Hillary Rosens, but I'm not running for president, so. 3 Hillarys. That sounds like President Clinton's worst nightmare. Hey, is that slut Rush Limbaugh here? People are still upset with Rush for comments he made about Sandra Fluke, but you know what? There's a reason Mr. Limbaugh said what he said, and that reason is Percocet. And by the way, just to clear things up for the extreme right-wingers, here's the difference between Bill Maher and Rush Limbaugh. The people who watch Bill Maher know he's an asshole. This is my first time here. Every news organization, I guess, has its own table. Scripps is here, thank God, just in case a spelling breaks out. We have that covered. We have numerous members of the print media in attendance, which reminds me of a riddle. What's black and white and red all over? Nothing anymore. Really? The Christie jokes are okay, but no? Where are the CNN tables? Are the CNN tables real tables or virtual tables? There you are. Every election year, CNN comes up with new and increasingly amazing technology. They have the magic wall this year. They had the hologram 4 years ago. And yet, with all their technical wizardry, they still haven't figured out a way to make James Carville look less like a hairless, boiled cat. Quite a few cable news anchors wrote books this year. Chris Matthews of MSNBC wrote a biography of JFK. It's 427 pages long. Poor Rick Santorum was throwing up all night. Bill O'Reilly wrote a controversial book about another great president called Killing Lincoln. I actually have my own theory about Lincoln's death. I think John Wilkes Booth was innocent. I don't even think it was an assassination. I believe that Abraham Lincoln had a vision about what the Republican Party would become in 150 years, and he shot himself. Is the Fox table laughing, or did Rupert Murdoch hack into all my jokes already? Some people think Rupert Murdoch was intentionally trying to appear to be confused when he testified in front of the British government, but I don't know. The man is 81 years old. I think you have to know how to use a cell phone before you can figure out how to hack into one. Rupert Murdoch paid $580 million for MySpace. Clearly, he knows nothing about technology. Fox News is the grumpy old man of cable. Loud, stubborn, a little bit out of touch with reality, just had a mole removed. Is the Fox mole here, by the way? I'd like to take a moment to salute the Fox mole. Were it not for his brave sacrifice, the world may never have known that the bathrooms at Fox were overdue for renovation. Leaking 2 videos and getting caught right away doesn't make you a mole, it makes you a freckle. As a result of all the success Fox News has had, MSNBC has moved a bit to the left of Hugo Chavez lately. MSNBC has a very big star now in Rachel Maddow. Rachel hosts her own show. She's a best-selling author. And yet somehow she still manages to find time to cut her own hair. The Rachel was a very different hairstyle when Jennifer Aniston had it. Rachel Maddow also wrote a book. In it, she argues that the unchecked expansion of executive power since Vietnam has resulted in a country that is perpetually at war, which comes at disastrous cost, not only financially, but to the very ideals on which the United States was founded. Women, nag, 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 you know? There are a lot of very big celebrities here with us tonight. Uggy is here. Uggy's the dog from the movie The Artist. Uggy is amazing. He can roll over on command. He's a Democrat. Uggy, I have some advice. If Mitt Romney ever invites you to go for a ride, call shotgun. And if the president tries to butter you, run. Last week, we learned that the president's 2 favorite steaks are ribeye and seeing eye. You know, you don't have to reveal everything in an autobiography, right? I mean, you can leave some things out. When you go to a dog park, is it the same as when we look at a tank full of lobsters? The president was very candid in an interview with The Atlantic a couple of weeks ago when he called Kanye West a jackass. Which, no offense, sir, but I think you got the wrong West. I think you meant Alan. Do all Wests look the same to you? George Clooney is here tonight. Tomorrow he's set to appear before Alan West in the House Un-American Activities Committee. George is hosting a fundraiser event for the Obama campaign. For $3, you can enter a raffle, and the winner gets to have dinner with the president at George Clooney's house. And I for one, have always dreamed of eating a Hot Pocket with the president and Batman. And now I can do it for only $3. And if you don't win the raffle, remember, you can still win dinner with George himself if you are a 6'1" blonde with a perfect body. Sully Sullenberger. Where's Sully Sullenberger? I met him outside the... Sully, would you do us a favor? Would you mind driving Lindsay Lohan home? Make sure you don't run into a goose, especially a gray goose. George Stephanopoulos is here. Good Morning America just beat the Today Show for the first time in 16 years. And George is riding, well, high maybe isn't the word, but let's say he's very pleased. 16 years is a long time. 16 years ago, there was no Facebook, there was no Google, and a tweet was something Barbara Walters gave her dog. This is really incredible. I mean, what a collection of people. Here in one room, we have members of the media, politicians, corporate executives, advertisers, lobbyists, and celebrities. Everything that is wrong with America is here in this room tonight. Unfortunately, the Speaker of the House, John Boehner, isn't. Apparently, yours aren't the only dinner invitations he declines, Mrs. Obama. Don't take it personally, though. He's probably just afraid someone will ask him to pass the salt and he won't have the votes. Eric Cantor couldn't be here tonight. He's at the gym working out his gavel arm. This Boehner-Cantor feud fascinates me. As most of you know, it started during the debt ceiling negotiations.
Wait. Boehner? You mean John Boehner? He gave me a presidential award in 2003 for outstanding leadership, small business leadership. And you want to bitch about smoking again. Who's this? Who's talking shit right now? Everybody's funny. Oh, fucking Jimmy Kimmel. You know, he's got the bug and the fever.
I have to say, I've been having a lot of fun here in Washington. It's such a great city with all the history and monuments. I was at the Lincoln Memorial last night. I was standing there in awe, thinking, wow, back in the 60s, on this very spot, Forrest Gump reunited with Jenny.
How can you even get married to your gal and have kids and then kill other women? Why she trust you?
who was a huge supporter of
Oh,
Obamacare,
democide?
and a guy who
Oh,
said
you
it
take
was
care of her
disaster,
to the
and he
end.
killed immediately. And it was interesting.
You'll be
because
the
I
one
never
to
met
pull the
Mitt
trigger. What? I don't even like you, Jimmy Kimmel.
Romney.
You get on my last fucking nerves, too.
The inevitable Republican
You're all just
candidate
pale
for president.
imitations of
Has an
Johnny
amazing story.
Carson.
You know, they picked him out of a Land's End catalog. That's how he was discovered. Some people say Mitt Romney won't be elected president because he's Mormon, and I think that's ignorant. I mean, this country is more open-minded than that. We elected an African American.
Hey, what about
president.
these days?
We would absolutely elect a Mormon.
When you go to kill a
It's not
female and say she's this and that and hide her behind all these people,
African American president.
and she's the one that could help the whole world heal. But oh no, just fucking kill that redhead bitch.
And I don't know. When I think
Oh, I
of
got
Romney,
the
I
magic
think
phone.
Etch-a-Sketch. I think Twister.
What?
One foot on red, the other on blue, and both hands on green.
No, it's a China
Mitt has trouble connecting with regular
iCloud.
people. You can't have a beer with him.
And you gotta
because
have the original
you can't have a cup
passcode.
of coffee with him because you can't
Oh,
have caffeine. You can't
I
even play
quit
Monopoly
paying
with
for
him
an
because he's
iCloud
trying
that
to
the
put
whole
the door on
world
the car.
was ripping me off on.
But if you're a Republican, you know, there isn't much
Backdoor
choice. Rick
team
Santorum
viewer.
is out.
Sodomist
I guess it just
beware,
wasn't
huh?
Rick's year. Rick's year is 1954.
Right.
You know, it's one thing to oppose gay marriage. It's another altogether to do it in a sweater vest.
2012, supposedly the year we all died.
In the
The
end,
Mayan
Rick Santorum
calendar
won the
shut
nomination,
down,
but
Jimmy.
succeeded in getting his message out, not just to Americans, but to people all aflat the world.
All of flat the world, tag it. Flat earth. A whole religious rhetoric. And Jimmy Kimmel is a Catholic.
Ron Paul is still in there. He's still sticking with it. To me, Ron Paul looks like the guy who gets unhooded at the end of every Scooby-Doo episode.
He's got a million jokes about how others look, but he's really not that attractive. I didn't like Jimmy Kimmel's. Why is there a thumbs up on that one? I should have the choice. And I don't like it. I'm putting a thumbs down. Let's go back.
The C-SPAN networks bring you long-form public affairs programming from the...
Okay. And we're back to Craig. How sad. We have men that don't value human life and women that hate other women. And we live in a uranium mine while y'all laugh. And you want to talk about why I didn't vote. All right. Let me check and see who else wants to dance. I'm working. I mean, in real life, not YouTube. How do I know?
There is no such thing as a proper there's still of computer systems that are robust and good enough at crunching numbers that you don't need to do that.
Actually used the quantum voting system was actually used for this election.
Quantum vote. What's a quantum voting system, and how did my vote get tabulated into the quantum voting system? Because here's what happened when I voted. Okay, I went in there. They gave me a provisional paper ballot. It had everybody's name on it. I read it. It had specific things about New Jersey laws and public questions about the legalization of marijuana and whatever. And I looked at it, read the instructions. I filled it out in pen, sealed it up in an envelope, and I gave it to the guy, and they put it into a box. it was a fucking big pen. They gave me a big pen. I said, "You want this big pen back?" They said, "No, you can keep it because they don't have COVID." So to my little big pen and the paper,
I know these
filled in the Scantron sheet. My little thick pen was like actually, I think it was a quantum relay, a bullshitter device that communicated to an imaginary satellite that I voted for. The guy I voted for. Stupid.
You got
He was
caught.
like a legit shirt too, Charlie. No offense.
So we actually know the true result.
Do you? Then publish it. Of course you don't know the true result. You're like Neil David Keenan. Neil David Keenan used to appear with literally like with a headband with wires coming off and be like, "Oh, don't mind me, I'm just carrying cancer. They told me I had a brain tumor. But then they hooked me up to this quantum healing device. Now I don't have cancer after 3 minutes of being on it." But this is more the technology that I'm trying to bring out that, of course, they won't let me bring out.
You guys said I had
give
cancer
me on
and died
PayPal. I'll be
and collected money.
hook you up with the Nigerian prince.
And you're bringing this
We'll
guy.
gladly give you $10,000 tomorrow if you give him $100 today. Scammers, scammers,
You're the
scammers. Liar, 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 pants on fire.
We know the ones that the Democrats tried to twist.
There you go.
Those people that
That's that
doubt
Simon
them, we now have
Parks.
hard evidence.
Oh, you got hard evidence there, you know? Oh, arrests? Oh, I think there will be. I think it might be Charlie Ward. You never know.
Tag quantum computer locking
Sure
kids
was.
up in 69.
Brilliant news.
Brilliant news.
One day landslide.
Don't you worry. And I'm sure that Charlie Ward will be. Oh, what's the next video? Ah, ridiculous.
Tag Charlie Bart
Ridiculous.
and Tracy and Jeff Ward. They're
I'll stop
spellcasting.
that with you. Does anyone here
You
say
better
about
fucking
Charlie Ward?
stop.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous nonsense bullshit. Quantum computers are utilized, they're experimenting with them to figure out what they're actually going to be
It's
used
been
for.
going on.
There is no quantum computer in
50
access by
years,
Charlie
dummy.
Ward. There is no such thing as a quantum financial system. And isn't it funny that Charlie Ward made his money
Sorry,
by
Lord.
bilking people, by telling people about the quantum financial system, which was just an update of Sarah and Sarah nonsense.
Definitely
All the
not
poor
worth
people are going to be
mining
rich
now.
tomorrow. Support
Tag.
us, support us. Give us PayPal
Mining
donations. We'll
Bitcoin
tell you again and again
through me.
about how all the poor people are going to be rich.
By not allowing me my cookies. These fat fucks have been eating the cookies and mining the data and stealing my money and working the Fed through St. Louis. They came to collapse the system here, doing it at U.S. Bank. No, it's not.
This is exactly what Simon Parks is talking
Through
about.
a mirrored and cloned fraud department with a bunch of fucktards on phones.
Simon Parks and Carrie Cassidy are friends. So you see, birds of a feather flock together.
What's your social security number? My name's Ben. I work for the fraud department at U.S. Bank. Oh, now I'm Donald Trump.
With donation of $10. God bless you, God bless you, Rich, for your continued financial support. There you go. And good to see you. Good to see you. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
You're a loser.
I think Carrie's kind of bad. We'll get to it. We'll get to Carrie Cassidy. Don't worry. In the case of Nevada and South Carolina and Michigan, it's not a question of corrupt votes. So in Pennsylvania is going to be taken from Biden and given to Trump. No, Simon, you idiot. If the election is fraudulent, if there was a massive amounts of fraud in Pennsylvania,
No, it's about
it doesn't mean
you
that they
getting
just take
busted,
the person who
slander, and
voted
everything I've said,
and say,
but
that's
voting
it.
for everything I've said through another
Every
person.
vote for that
Tag
vote
it.
gets thrown out. All the votes for the guy that didn't cheat. As if there's not going to be any voter fraud of people trying to fill out 2 ballots to vote for Trump.
I always knew Channer was a nerd and a dork and totally uncool. But to find out these rockers want to suck his dick, I mean, come on. Let's see who's in whose cult.
we were trying to change the light bulb, and the light bulb was really hot. And we thought we might slip on the floor.
Tag the
because of
light
sweat.
bulbs unscrewed
He
at
said,
20
"Don't say I'm
Royal."
sorry. I'm her husband. You're her sister. It's kosher and cool.
No.
We got naked. and
No,
we
I'm
cool.
not your wife.
Then
I'm not
accidentally,
your
when I reached
sister.
up to change the
I'm
light
not
bulb,
your friend.
I fell on top of her. My dick went in her ass.
You sodomist motherfucker.
Could have happened, right?
No, it could not
Nevada,
happen.
South Carolina, Michigan, etc. It's not about corrupt votes, but corrupt individuals. Ooh,
Like you.
Yeah, Lethal Weapon didn't mind it. Lethal Weapon, thank you so much. Every dollar counts. God bless you. God bless you. Lethal Weapon. God bless you. God bless you. Mail carriers. There are a whole bunch of mail carriers that are prepared to go for Giuliani to testify that
They
they're
listen to me
pressure
live
to do something.
24/7.
Have you seen Giuliani lately? Giuliani that's still trying to talk about Biden's Hunter Biden's sex information data that's on the laptop.
It's about
that
Manhunter.
he's seen. Tucker
It's about
Carlson
Manhunter.
lost. It's ridiculous. This is
It's
the
ridiculous.
biggest bunch of bullshit
But you
ever.
guys try to set me
And
up to be a
and
freak
some
show
folks talk about dead
because I'm
voters, people who
busting
voted in
freak
the
shows
Civil-
on
who died in the
Facebook
Civil War,
that are
and the
trafficking their own
Revolutionary War,
kids.
who are still voting. That story about people from the Civil War voting, that goes back to election fraud.
Oh. While unscrewing a light bulb his penis accidentally sodomized her butt on social media.
To my cohort in crime, Mr.
You way beyond why do you think we are all dying?
Allegations from the days of Hoover and Taft.
Tag Charlie
What do
Varn.
you mean someone
Hoover.
who died during the American Revolution? You know how many common American
Tag the
names there are?
Revolutionary War.
This is also this thing, you hear this
George
bullshit all
Glass,
the time.
Todd Bivouac, the
There's people on
troops.
Facebook, on Twitter saying,
Philip
literally,
Alston
I
killed him.
read this one, and then
Sent
it's
a
a bunch
slave
you've heard a
named
thousand
Dave.
there like it too.
Tag Randy Moggins.
You're going to tell
Totally
me there's not
Tucker.
election fraud? Well, then let me tell you the following. My son's girlfriend's sister is not registered to vote because she just moved to the
I've
state.
always been
a few
registered
weeks
to
ago.
vote.
She
You
looked up her
guys
name,
stole my vote.
and it turns out that
And
she
my
was
identity.
registered to vote as a Democrat and voted for Biden.
No.
Now you tell me there's no election
You were
fraud.
forced to vote
And
Democrat in
East
Ferguson
Coast Jew
in the jail.
tells that yokel the following.
Fucking
Well, Did you ever
Sanhedrin
consider that maybe
bastard.
your son's girlfriend's sister has a common name? Oh, did you know that you can't look up who's a registered this or that because that information is confidential and private? And oh, by the way, there's no public record of who you voted for. You can't look up who you voted for. There's certain technology in certain states that allowed you to track your vote, like you track a package through UPS, but just track the package. It doesn't.
Yeah, pay the person post office $18 to get your mail, Joe. It's only a letter with a phony lawsuit. It's all these bitches that stole every package ever sent to me. Breaking packages so Mel can have the socks.
We've talked about it. These people, I think they're just doing it because they're stupid and don't understand how things work. But they're advocating for
the documentary featuring Parks is a must watch.
Cool.
It's pure comedy gold.
Fucking loser now. Running his loser.
Oh, what are you late for, Jericho? The walls to come down with your fucking cheese ass smile?
Parks. You're a grown ass man.
What is going to happen in real TCW? Tag 20 Royal. It ain't never gonna sell. Every one of these Ponzi schemes for real estate, none of you will ever make a dime off of a house you rent out. Oh, anything under 200,000. Hey, you can buy a house in North County easily under 200,000.
But Simon Parks' own admission is not a drunk fucking whore.
I'm not drunk, and I'm not a
You're
whore.
advocating for a military thing like that, no offense.
You're harassing me through other names, just as every day, Spike Lee. If Lee General Feldman, he was an honor code dude, this would already stop. Why isn't he General Lee Feldman anymore? Oh, you shove that on it. I see.
That means you're talking about the constitutional right to free and speedy prosecution.
Never forget Ramsey is the guy that has the suicide of a young man allegedly on him, who comes to be on the arrows, you know, for the sexual antics of the gay people, whether they're gay or not. Tag Rich Life is Ramsey.
They can manipulate the Supreme Court.
Oh no, I'm not out of mine. Here again, your spell casting is fucking redundant.
Transfer votes from one side to the other. That is 100% not true, Mr. Bart. You do not understand the holdings in Bush v. Gore. You do not understand the court's role in U.S. elections and election law. And there is a role. No, they don't transfer votes from one party to another. They may make determinations about when vote counting stops, Bush v. Gore, what votes need to be discarded.
You cannot blame me for being any political person in an office when I never was. They just stole my data and put it behind cheap suits, actors, fake journalists, and robots.
I say that, and then my heart sinks. Not because I besmirch Simon Parks, who fucking deserves all the anguish he gets. Because you're doing wrong in the world, Mr. Parks.
Tag spellcasting on the initials SP. Susanna Pratt, Simon Parks.
Honestly, really.
You didn't sodomize me.
But it's the fact that
you sodomized
you don't know what you're
a rotten pumpkin, you faggot.
Because you look and talk, you talk like a relatively smart person, and you've got glasses. You know what I mean? You look kind of avuncular, kind of professorial, to a degree. You're a tall drink of water. Good for you. But you're not actually that smart, are you? You're not actually that smart, are you? They'll transfer votes from one side to the other. He's suggesting that basically, I think he's trying to set up a narrative that if the Supreme Court doesn't give the election to Trump, then the only reasons that happened was because the Supreme Court was being like blackmailed. But that's the old thing. Remember, some of these people aren't really bad people themselves, but they're told that if you don't do what we say, we're going to expose all this truth about you getting, drunk and sleeping with a 16-year-old, or we're going to do something to your kids or something else. We're being manipulated or blackmailed. Pedogate, Pizzagate, QAnon, bullshit, lies. It's just fucking conspiracy theory lies. It's not my fault you're an idiot. Anyway, the family, so he goes, there's news stories about the family members of Trump pressuring him to give up, to get him to give up, because that's a lie. Because Simon Parks would know, right? Simon Parks would know what Ivanka and, what was the guy? What's her husband's name?
There is no way this man is human.
Jared. What he would.
That's
Simon
how bad
Parks
this
is gonna
is.
know. He's got the inside track on what friggin' Ivanka and Jared and Melania are saying to Donald Trump.
No.
Sure.
What truthfully, Trisha?
The news
Tag
media, the mainstream media are trying to portray Trump.
Maybe
as
Simon Parks
unreasonable,
is standing up for the
but
truth.
that's not the case.
I don't watch him.
Whatever.
I'm busy. 24/7.
But then, okay.
Defending
but
my
the
homeland,
media
you
are
fucking
trying to portray Trump
aliens.
as unreasonable, but there's a large military operation involved using highly advanced technology.
Yeah,
And Simon
martial
Parks is
law,
gonna tell us
Chair.
why. If this
Since
stuff doesn't make sense,
2014,
it's not because I
fucktard.
didn't
Tag
write it down
Obama.
correctly, it's stupid. The reason why this is happening with this military operation, with all this high-end technology, is because of the following. For the last 4 years, the American people have just seen Trump.
Because you guys hacked
To the public,
not only my Apple technology and stole my identity and money, but you hacked the entire globe through your greed and your ignorance and your misuse of technology. You and a whole bunch of co-conspirators, and they already know.
Nothing
You're
will
just
change.
you're just dying
People would still think that Donald
right
Trump is
now.
stupid and unreasonable. But now, because the other side overplayed their hand, the public will see at the quote unquote court level, according to Simon Parks, the reality about the corruption. He goes, this will help because people won't believe the president, but they will believe the Supreme Court. And I wrote in my notes.
And they sure the fuck won't believe. They did it to a 56-year-old grandmother. And that's why you all lost your jobs, because I'm not allowed to work. It's all true.
Right? So why would Donald Trump lose the election if they knew that they were going to try and do shenanigans? But he knew they were going to try and do shenanigans, and he let him do the shenanigans. It's like Jesus Christ, had the power to not be crucified, but that would the whole
That is what I'm doing. I am refusing to be crucified. And you guys put me through an inquisition. And now your heads will be cut off. Because in the Green Knight, since I talked after you guys killed me, now I get to cut your head off. But it won't be me. It'll be men. And I'm not going to shed a tear. And I'm not going to beg for you to keep shitting out carbon poisoning all over this planet. Go to hell.
a huge millions of people.
This is a spiritual battle.
There were shenanigans in the election. No.
Yeah.
The election wasn't stolen for Biden. The election wasn't stolen for Trump. People voted. Mail-in ballots are completely legitimate. There were state laws to address mail-in ballots because of COVID-19.
Hey, Channer.
The election went remarkably
You're that
smoothly.
another guy
No
that
shenanigans.
talks about his
And
wife.
I can't believe that. And you would have. So you're asking me what I believe, and I told you. There were 4 years of Trump being attacked by the police, and so everyone believed that Trump was an idiot. There are plenty of Trump supporters. What are you talking about, Simon Parks? When I hear Simon Parks and David Wilcock talk, I realize there's a reason why their fan base is their fan base. David Wilcock fans are idiots. Simon Parks fans, Kerry Cassidy viewers, they are schmucks and they are idiots and they're morons. Members of the KKK, people who believe in race realism, are idiots, right? People who listen to Mark Levin and Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity. If Sean Hannity and Tucker Carlson appeal to you, you are either a low IQ individual or you're psychologically twisted. My opinion, I'm entitled to it. Fuck y'all. So this whole thing it had to happen this way. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna tweet myself. This will shed light on the truth about the critics of Donald Trump brought by satanic forces. Like, oh, once they see that the Democrats stole the election, tried to steal the election for Biden, then they will know all the other things that they said about Donald Trump, like Russiagate and the impeachment were bullshit too. Sure, that's what's going to happen. They were brought against him for satanic forces, not because he was an asshole president.
No, Pizzagate and Pedogate was the bullshit.
Oh, he told us what?
PEDAGOGY is not PEDOGATE. Nothing. Tag Rudolph Steiner wins and slays the beast. That's Aleister Crowley and Helena Blavatsky.
Definitely for you. The first year ever, there was no shenanigans. There was no mass shenanigans. Was there election?
Tag spirituality and politics where Chanter sacrifices me.
Sure, that's for you. Does that mean that the whole thing was corrupt and all the votes need to be thrown out? Of course not. Jesus Christ. You know, I've reached a point now where, you know, there are people in my life who, like, I love. But, you know, honestly, like, you know, we're going to have rules. You know, and the rule is, you know what I mean? Like, if I'm the smarty pants in the relationship, no offense, I'll listen to your opinion, and then you listen to mine, and then you do fucking say, and you say, you know, I'm just so sick of you people. I love you all. I love Tom Eflin for you. I love everybody. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. QAnon is real. Whatever you say. Trump, not that you say that. Anyway, Trump proving, oh, God. Trump it'll be President Trump providing the legitimate elements of state don't bend or buckle. Sure. No wide, here's Simon Park. So Simon Park's Magenta Pixie, they're on the board. People are on the board saying that Biden will never be.
You guys made Magenta Pixie out to be me, a big redheaded girl.
So there it is. So if he's wrong, if Simon Parks is wrong,
my data in another person's image.
You're not the son of
for views and money.
Why would a space god why would a space god give birth to you? No offense. I'm not saying that I'm the result of
well, that's why I'm irrelevant.
I don't think I look like Stargate progeny, but dude, you look like fucking Revenge of the Nerds. Come on, let's stop it. You know what I mean? Like, I did not leave you on planet Earth.
But I got trapped in hell, and I'm an angel.
Biological father did. Fox News will call. Fox News, according to Fox News, will not call the election until April.
And these archons are the dudes.
Let me just real quick.
I'd rather hang out with men that aren't beta bitches sodomizing people. I'd rather hang out with intelligent minds that can actually do something to put this back together. I never lied to anybody, although everybody that came to me online lied to me, including Chandler.
So, I'm here telling you, God is my witness, that Simon Parks said that Fox News have said that they will not call the election until April of 2021. That's a fact.
No. It's not a fact. That is when St. Louis said they needed the time because their Indian guy that does the tech for the city of St. Louis, police chief, my friend, John Hayden, yes, that I went to Lutheran North with. They're all working on corrupt computers. The whole government knows it. They were trying to get it in line because they were getting caught. And in the meantime, most of you have been infected with a computer virus because the system has a worm. I can't get infected because I'm uncorruptible because I've been honest and done this job freely and lost everything over it. Yes. My mom and dad didn't drink. No, that's you guys lying about my life.
This is why you're
And that's
bullshit you say. Get over yourself. But stop lying. Do me a favor. Stop lying.
God, you're sick, Channer. I mean, been under a shrink's care throughout your whole life, been locked down, took 8 years in college, allegedly. You don't even have twin daughters. You never had a wife. And you've collected over $51,000 online.
Okay, sure, absolutely. The military information that's on parts received.
They know the truth. You can't shake me.
So we're just days away. It'll be great. Problems for the president.
How do you think I got trained, Channer? I mean, first off, I am a top-notch psychic and a remote viewer. No, it's me. And they know it. Ask Dick Algars. He's on fucking hee-haw. Now, in the meantime, you've already been found guilty, and you will not speak my name, but you curse me through everybody else's name. That is a legal loophole. It's nothing for a jurisprudence book. It's something that comes up in your treason.
What they'll do is they'll do another election. If the Supreme Court decides
No more money's getting wasted. You guys have already taken all the resources. You're all going to leave. Most of the people are dead in government. Washington, D.C. can be a fucking prison camp. Maybe you should go live there.
No idea what you're fucking talking about, Simon. Simon Park, I have direct information so I can tell you what will happen. You have no direct information. No one's fucking talking to you. No member of the military intelligence is contacting you. They didn't show you secret.
Shane and Scott have both had their intelligence and military time and a whole lot of other things that orchestrated this mind link event. This is the Gaia navigation experiment, you numbnut. There's no wires. There's no lies. Oh, but if there is, well, that sounds like a couple million people being found guilty of treason. The only thing the computer is really good for is math. And we're talking about 6 degrees of separation. So, I already knew they had all the data because I have been a warrior in the trenches for the United States of America my whole life, even though they screwed me into the ground. Oh, we're going to make it right. And that's why you've been dead for 3 years, you lousy SOB.
But you don't know anything about that because you're just a fucking idiot talking to other idiot liars.
You're a mental
And you're
case.
still talking about insurrection. Only way Trump can lose is
No,
if people around him
Channer's
are bad.
5150 mental
That's
case.
not how he'll lose. The people
And so
around
he'll
him
plead
are bad.
insanity.
He needs to have been, if he didn't
And
get
slip
elected
somebody
president of
the
the
dick.
United States, then he's not elected president of the United States, and he's gonna have to go. That's just the way it goes. Fake votes, intelligence operations on the ground. Then he starts talking about this thing, Hammer and Scorecard Program. The Hammer and Scorecard Program was invented by the CIA to steal elections of foreign countries. This is the first time that it's been used on American soil,
Liars.
according to him.
It's the first time you guys got
Let's
caught.
take a look. Number one.
It's not the first
Let's do
time.
this. Here's a YouTube. Okay, let the speaker wait.
Here's my robot, Jeff.
So this is a Georgia election official talking about this thing called Hammer and Scorecard. And remember, folks, because
Jeff
everyone
is
thinks
Shane.
a cherry
Tag the
picking
Japanese ambassador's son, you idiot.
Here you go. So this is Fox News. Okay, so this is Fox News's YouTube channel. This is Georgia update on the recount efforts. Let's go to the videotape. And they're talking about a program that Simon Parks just talked about. We'll do more. We're about to make another jump to another website to talk more about this total hoax. But it's called Hammer and Scorecard. And Simon Parks thinks that's part of the issue and how the votes were stolen. Total fucking bullshit lies. Here's a Georgia election official. Georgia, because you know how much those Southern boys and girls love the Democrats.
This is the one that's a little more, for lack of a word, crazy town, which is the Hammer and Scorecard issue. Frankly, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but I'm going to quote the Chris Krebs, who's the director of CISA, the Cyber Security Infrastructure Security Agency. He uses the words, it's flat out a hoax and nonsense. So we can't be having people who are out there who are putting out hoax and nonsense from the people who were designed and designated to protect our cyber infrastructure in this country. So don't buy into these things. Find trusted sources.
And meanwhile, the trusted source that I just relied on was Fox fucking News. So don't tell me that I'm being like, if I went to CNN or MSNBC. Now, of course, all the QAnon people yell and scream about Fox News too. Why? Because Fox News is going to say all sorts of crazy, racist, bigoted bullshit supported by Trump, but are not willing to go full fucking retard and support things like Pedogate, Pizzagate, or QAnon. If you believe in QAnon, you're a schmuck.
Hey, schmuck. Hey, schmo.
Sorry.
Hey, ho. I've dealt with all these journalists, and they weren't very happy that I busted them, but they know that I'm honest. And they, in the end, know I'm right. Some of them smile at me. Others give me the face.
Break my back and whiplash on myself by going directly from there to Mediaite. Fox and Friends promotes Hammer and Scorecard, conspiracy theory from alleged con man and fraudster. Transformative work, fair use, fair use, fair use.
Tag alleged, because you are talking
Fox and Friends co-host Brian
bad
Kilmeade
about good
gave
people.
airtime to the conspiracy theory that a computer program called
Fair use, fair use. This is a terrorist, and he's a transformer doing his dark work. Got that, web bots?
He also has a situation where he's got legal teams fanned out in all these states. For example, Sidney Powell comes out and said yesterday there were 450,000 ballots found with only Biden's name on it. That bothers the president, I'm sure. So Simon Parks is going to tell us about mainstream media being the problem, but he said that there were 450,000 ballots in question. So he got his number from mainstream media as well. Mainstream media, where did Fox News get their information? Not a problem. On Friday during the appearance on Fox Business's Lou Dobbs Tonight, Powell remarked, I think there are any number of things we need to investigate, including the likelihood that 3% of the vote total was changed in the pre-election voting ballots that were collected digitally by using the Hammer program.
Tag the 2018
Scorecard. That
global
would have
hack.
knocked into the vote that would have gone across the country and explains a lot of what we're seeing. She claimed. The Daily Beast reported on Sunday that the
Channer,
Scorecard conspiracy
you should really give up.
ex-intelligence contractor Dennis
Ferguson's closed down.
According to the Daily Beast, Montgomery claims to have created the Hammer Super
If you believe that,
Scorecard software. Some Trump
they got a really special surprise for you. I'm tired of people shooting off guns by my house. Just to play with me? And you're their legal advice, slut.
History, turning out allegedly fictitious data that once prompted the Bush administration to consider shooting down airplanes. Montgomery, who has been described as a con man and a fraudster.
No, what that means is considering breaking the airspace sanctity laws and setting off depleted uranium nukes through cell phones and microwave ovens within that airspace, which you guys did to me. Thank God they had Star Wars to protect me, you idiot. They don't have it in New Jersey.
Oh, you gotta see this guy.
Channer, everything I say is accurate. Otherwise, I wouldn't say it. It's my life on the line, not your fat ass. You ignorant.
Lawyer Michael J. Flynn called him a con artist and
Ignorant.
a liar engaged in fraud. That was his attorney.
You're not even human. You're just
partnership.
a video game hobnob in a motherboard.
Software hoax. Nevada governor bribery scandal. Confidential.
You're stupider than Thor News.
Wiretapping allegations. Yada yada yada. So all these love and light idiots, David Wilcock and Simon Parks. You know what? They had a good old scam going, and it was kind of love and light.
Tag kinda.
Space brotherhoods.
Because
right?
The love and light thing is where he says new age. And I'm not new age.
Beautiful messages for humanity about being less service to self and more service to others.
That's me.
Talk of disclosure and ascension. But unfortunately, that scam started to run dry. And it was superseded and taken over in America and in Britain by a racist contingent of right-wing.
This is about you guys creating Project Camelot and Project Avalon, which are on a server in California that looks like it's coming out of Europe. And you put my data there. And this Mark Richards crap? Well, now you're in the Elvis story. Going back to my job.
Whether they did so intentionally or they just were following.
You set it up to hide me.
Where the people went. Had to go. Where the Facebook likes were going. Where the YouTube views were going. And then joined in this cavalcade of nonsense called QAnon. Was it a good ride? Look where it got Alex Jones. Look where it got Jordan Saver. Look where it's going to get y'all. So that's my presentation of information and facts regarding the debunking of all the bullshit that Simon Parks said. I went right to the end of the let me do this. Ooh, look at that. Oh, John Teeter at 75th says Simon's military support stems from his touring a satellite base. Yeah, and they showed him the video. They made a joke about showing an image of the USS Enterprise, and of course he took that as an obvious communication to him that they knew that he had been in space. An alien Catwoman called Cat Queen. I can't blame the Simon Parks. We're only human. Listen, I gotta tell you something. Back in the day, Eartha Kitt, man, tell me everything you know about what Batman is. I'm not saying anything about Batman. Oh yeah, let's see how long you can resist. Probably not long, but let's find out, right? Julie Newmar, yeah, you know what I mean? But none of them ever touched yo dick. Sorry. So there you go. Look, if anyone gave a super chat that I missed because I was bullshitting with y'all, I apologize. I am now looking at the live chat now. We have been here for an hour and 18 minutes, so I can be here for a little bit longer before the video goes totally tits up and too long. Vanessa Thor says Sather is now attacking the Dalai Lama. Lol. He's all mad. Dalai Lama said congrats to Biden and Harris. Meanwhile, I've got plenty, as Phil Blair, I've got plenty of stuff to say about yada yada sis boom blah, the Dalai Lama. I'm not a fan. You know what I mean? But yeah, so there you go. Boom. Oh God. Brilliant. Don't want to get distracted by Twitter. So I'm looking at the live chat now. Ramsey says Jordan Sather went to Gab with his dreamy eyes. We know that Laura Eisenhower is going over to Parlor, which I guess is supposed to be. So for all of the mainstream social media organizations, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, all that stuff, they want to have an alt-right or a non-PC, equivalent. So that's why they have things like Gab AI and Parler and stuff and BitChute, but none of the technology ever works because none of those people, you can't just make another Twitter. Twitter happened as a result of different things. Same thing with Facebook, same thing with YouTube. The success is predicated upon the technology that can actually deliver, as well as a community that actually organically came there and wanted to go there. You can't just make these things happen. You can say whatever you want. Same thing like Carrie Cassidy's going to have trouble with her new, I'm going to be on my website and just use the YouTube channel to promote my website. No one goes off of YouTube to go check out the website. They just don't do it, sister. If you had Google AdSense that you lost because of the adpocalypse, that's not going to be made up on your website. You're just fucked. You're just fucked. You don't go get a job. It means, it's going to be fine, but it's what you have to do. Let's see this.
I'm introducing you to royalty. This is the King of Australia, the thunder from down.
Richard Daniel, the cherry on top of the fruitcake was the voting machines were owned by the Clinton Foundation. Voting machines weren't used in this U.S. election, my friend. People who went in person used provisional ballots. People who didn't use provisional ballots didn't have to use provisional ballots because they voted in person. Only handicapped people got to use machines in this election. So, and by the way, this is very simple. Were the voting machines owned by the Clinton Foundation? Let me see. If you're right, you're right. Voting machine company Dominion connected to Clinton Foundation. How so?
Now, he gets a little funny. This one's a little shy.
This is a question over here.
He's a little shy. Don't look him in the eye because he gets nervous. But this is my Latin brother from another mother. On bass guitar and vocals. Oh, and by the way, his initials are Eminem. And I say, Van Halen got the brown Eminem's wrong.
Okay, here's Snubs, which I actually trust. You can't trust Snubs. They say things like Pizzagate and Pedalgate aren't true. Rumor alert, Dominion Systems fraud claims. Here we go. Not a problem. Not a problem. You like Snubs? Goes to show you what you know. You probably believe everything the mainstream media tells you. Isolated instances that were quickly rectified were used to imply widespread voter fraud was occurring in 2020. Various rumors alleging voter fraud focused on electronic voting company Dominion Voting Systems. On November 7th, 2020, the Associated Press, the New York Times, Fox News, and several other major news outlets called the 2020 presidential election and projected that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris had defeated U.S. President Donald Trump and Vice President Mike Pence. As news of President-elect Biden's victory spread on social media, so did unsupported claims alleging voter fraud. Many of these claims were centered around Dominion Voting Systems, a company that sells voting machines and software in the United States and Canada. We will examine a few of these claims below. Did a software glitch make thousands of Republican votes to be marked for Democrats in Michigan? A human error resulted in temporary miscalculation in Antrim County, Michigan, but this issue was quickly remedied. One of the most prevalent voter fraud claims to emerge in the days following the election was the accusation that a computer glitch in a software program from Dominion Voting Systems had mistakenly counted thousands of votes for President Trump for President Biden. This claim was based on a half-truth. The tabulation error did occur in Antrim County, but the problem was a result of a human error and the mistake was quickly caught and corrected. Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson disputed claims of deliberate election fraud in a statement. Does the Clinton Foundation partner with Dominion Voting System? The evidence provided does not support this claim. Some social media users allege that Dominion voting systems had somehow rigged the election and claimed as proof of the conspiracy the fact that the company was owned in part by the Clinton Foundation. For example, We Are the News, a website dedicated to the QAnon conspiracy theory, posted the following image under the caption, Clinton Foundation is tied to the Dominion program. I saw this myself. Okay. This image is a genuine screenshot from the Clinton Foundation website. However, it does not document that the Clinton Foundation owns a stake in Dominion Voting or has any control of how the company operates. So, thank you for participating, Richard Daniel. Honestly, no, thank you. You know what I mean? Was Parler the alternative of? I think it's supposed to be the alternative to, like, Periscope, maybe. I don't know. It's like you can do videos there, I think. Vanessa Thor says Sather apparently has a private Discord DM stream with 150 of his top fans. Believe it. There you go. And a happy birthday to Robin Eaglesong. There you go. F1 for you says Dominion was Diebold, same software. And the Diebold was back in the day of Bush v. Gore. We talked about Diebold Company and their connections to the Clintons. No, their connections to the Republican right-wing party. You know, folks, it is what it is. It is what it is. Mark Toronto says, what was the deal with the software glitches? It's just a question, so don't hang me. I think we went over it. It sounds like there was a human, there's going to be human error. There was a human error problem that resulted in a miscalculation of votes, and the situation was remedied and rectified. And all of this will be documented, right? No, I hear you. I know. Mark, I tend to jump down your throat sometimes. It's because you pose your questions like an asshole. Okay, I love it. Up, and we got Cliff High. Strap yourselves in, folks. Here we go. Cliff High, there's only one party in America trying to keep observers out of the courtroom, out of the count room. You don't take these positions because you want an honest election. You don't take these positions because you want an honest election. Of course I want an honest election. And no one was keeping the Republicans out of the count rooms. We had Lewandowski, right? Went and they wanted to have people in the room, and they were allowed to observe. They wanted to be closer. They said, no, you got to be 20 feet back because of COVID-19. No one is keeping anyone out of the count rooms. That's just not true, Cliff. God bless you and I love you, but it's just not true that there's any sort of left-wing progressive fix in here. They ran the election. They're counting the numbers. They're counting the votes. And guess what? I'm confident that Joe Biden legitimately won the popular vote, legitimately won the Electoral College, and I don't anticipate there being shenanigans, though I'm scared that there could be, and that we'll get to the finish line, and then Joe Biden will be president for the next 4 years, if not 8.
Chandler, remember, this all was so I would not make it to the finish line. That's why you guys all set out to do this. And I've been at the finish line waiting for you morons to catch up and stop, drop, and roll. I'm waiting on the dudes, for real.
I watched the very dull counting on live streams. People were just sitting, opening envelopes. It was streamed 24 hours a day.
It was part of the movie that got the evidence. It is a factual account.
Dick Alligator.
Yeah, he's on Hee Haw. He sings, where, oh, where are you tonight? Why did you leave me here all alone? I searched the world over. I'm almost hoarse from having to talk so much. And I thought I found true love. You met another
No,
and
they don't stand for disinformation or misinformation. Or
and then you
lies.
sodomize me. Your ass. You don't even have a dick.
So I saw that clip.
At least Dick's got a dick.
Gallagher and was tempted to cover, but I don't want to start, bullshit. Even though maybe I should, clip. Maybe I
Oh,
should
Dick's
cover
got game.
your conversation with Dick Gallagher. I should give you the full CW treatment.
I know all these dudes. They know me.
5-hour streams of Douchebag Incorporated.
We got so many hours of entertainment to help you retarded people. You traumatized individuals that can't fucking man up or be a real woman. So now you're all transvestites and beta bitches. No.
A fluffer in a Guatemalan
They did this
show porno video shoot.
so mankind would repopulate without the worms.
Computer expert. But that's exactly what he would say. He's trying to throw us off the trail.
Look, I don't even talk to Dick. I just watch Hee Haw and make fun of him. Scott hides behind Roy Evans.
So maybe it's in the house.
You have no idea about all your incarnations because you were never alive. You can't answer the 60 questions. You're just a clone.
They start projecting again. So relax.
You're just a bug. Hey, it's tough. People are going to need help with this.
In all key states is not even close. We're talking tens of thousands voting Trump out. It's not like with Gore in less than 600 margin.
It's
Biden
about the
is
truth
strong.
of my data. It has nothing to do with Trump or Biden or Camilla, Prince Charles' wife. And then you kill Diana. See? The queen's not the queen, dummy. The president's not the president, dummy.
Reason that we're here. And we're at the hour and a half mark. We might just wrap it up.
Right, just get off the phone.
So it's crazy.
Punk ass bitch. Nobody wants you on YouTube. You're giving out AIDS.
Maybe I mixed like good and interesting questions, but sort of thing. I'm looking at the live chat now. So if anyone had any questions or comments while I was,
Do you believe in pH? You don't believe in blood type. What about some pH tape?
Feel free to put.
How about a castor oil pack?
I'm going to be here for a little bit, and then I'm going to.
How about raise your immune system instead of killing everybody else's with your lies and your plague?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Spooky, no. Okay. Stephen Roman, CW, do you think it's strange that since the Dems have won, a 90% effective vaccine has come out for COVID? No. They were working on a vaccine prior to the election. I don't think any of this stuff is related.
No.
I don't think any of it's related.
Listen.
I don't.
Anybody that listens to this filth, here's what it is. They have a vaccine. Years ago, they released on Religious Fundamentalist. When the American troops were dying in the Middle East with these fucks that strap bombs on and go into a kid's school or something, So anyhow, it's a Religious Fundamentalist vaccine. Chandler's a religious fundamentalist, dummies. He's a cult leader and a lawyer. You got problems, especially when they're obese and stupid with an agenda. Fucking weirdo.
We're going to have their suspicions.
It's not a suspicion. It's a motherfucking fact.
Have you ever heard of Paul Stamets? Yes. I know Paul Stamets from where many people know Paul Stamets from, and that's his appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast. Though I did not watch his entire episode from stem to stern, from start to finish. But when I watch Joe Rogan podcast, I watch the clips. I always tell people that I watch the clips. I'm not a 2-hour, 3-hour listening to two dudes talk, no matter how fascinating it is. You know why? I don't smoke weed. If I smoked weed, I would listen to a 2-hour Joe Rogan podcast. Because I don't smoke weed anymore, I cherry pick the clips of them saying the most interesting things that there are
I
JRE
think
clips,
drugs.
and I listen to those. So when I watched,
You're
you
a
know, Paul
fucking
Stamets, I thought he was an expert on
You never
mushrooms.
stop doing
And then someone told me, he says, no, he's not. He was on there because he's talking about beans. I was like, all the things I said wasn't talking about mushrooms. That was just the clips. Whatever. I think he's interesting. I think he's fascinating. But, you know, some of the stuff, it's like, you know, if you take psychedelic drugs, you're going to have psychedelic drug
You
experiences.
watch TV.
Did you travel through time? I
And
don't know. You don't know. I have my own thoughts and beliefs about time travel. But it's been a while since I heard his name. He appeared on them lately.
these
A
people
while
are
ago.
killing their
Mark
parents off to
Toronto
get
said,
their
did you
life
see Gillian de
insurance.
Mendoza? I saw parts of it, you know what I mean? And I feel like, I think we're at the end of the road with certain people because I think, you know, you have to be relatively intelligent to keep a
I'm 100 times
storyline
smarter than you.
right?
I am a
Think
higher
of it,
intelligence than you are.
assuming that these stories aren't real. If it's
Richard
fiction
Daniel.
and it's narrative, then you're gonna have to be a good storyteller.
The cherry on the top of the fruitcake was the voting machines were owned
And
by
you're gonna have to
Clinton.
be a good writer. You're gonna have to be able to draw from some stories that are actually, you know, quality.
The whole
narratives worth
technology
listening to. And, you know,
is
Clinton
corrupt.
knows no
It has
offense, he
nothing
doesn't have the intelligence.
to
He
do
was a made entity.
with one
The
family,
information
you
the artificial
moron.
connection done by certain people, he would be another guy.
And that's why he doesn't have the balls to use a capital
That would have
C
been it,
for Clinton
you know.
or a capital F
But
for foundation.
thanks to my erstwhile
It's
codependent
probably Channer
friend,
loading the
Steve
comment.
Friggin, Jimmy Church and David Wilcox the shit out of this guy and prompted him.
Tech
holding him
Church
up,
Street
feeding him
was
lines,
burnt
saying, "Let's
down
go get
and
him."
I was
don't think we have to deal with it
illegally
much
evicted
longer
from.
because he can't come up with a good story.
You act like
Sure,
mine are
because the
stories, but they're
expression-
facts.
expression goes like this.
I've got all the evidence, but nobody
you know,
knows me
somewhat smart
because
with
you
it.
said I'm irrelevant and you are a genius.
Everybody's got one,
Tell me another story.
right? That's a relative-
You're just talking to your own self,
little
you
piece of
mentally
American
incompetent,
that, you know,
fucking
that
psycho
people use.
lockdown, blob
Everyone
of
does
bullshit
it. It's what he
plugged
says.
into a pod.
My grandfather used to tell me that, like, everybody has an opinion, and just like rear ends, they all stink. Like, literally,
No.
like, you know, I don't
Everybody's
watch
got an
the-
opinion and you
need
talk
to.
like you got a paper
I need to.
asshole. That's my
You
dad's
know?
phrase. You better tag
Fuck
it to
it.
the
I
wall.
don't think we're gonna deal with it much longer. But in case you're curious, because I debunked that guy, like I debunked Simon Parks, that jackass sued me, and it's got legal fees that cost me so far $15,000. Now, what do I think? I think if there's a reversal of fortune, if things work out the way I think they will. I think they will because I'm not the one telling people on the internet that I talk to blue angelic bird people or about the sphere being aligned, so that I've been into inner earth or honeycombed earth. I'm not the guy that filed a lawsuit against multiple partners, including my former business partners who know all of my deeds, as well as my former employer that's a multi-million-dollar corporation. You think when this guy's gonna win? I don't think he's gonna win. I think it's a frivolous lawsuit and will be found out to be so. John T. was saying, for instance, CW can do a show on Carrie, please. I've done a lot of shows on Carrie. I threatened to talk more about her. You know, on this one, basically, it's the same sad story. You know, she thinks that people are going to go from YouTube to her website. And it's like, no offense, the number of views that you generated when you started off is because Project Camelot was one of the first, if not, you know, the first people to bring that element of conspiracy theory and interviews with guys like Dan Burish and you know, Graham Hancock and the like, and put that onto YouTube. So they got a huge base. But you're not gonna get if you got one or two videos that have over multi-million views on YouTube, good for you. If you think that multi-million people are gonna go over to watch them on your proprietary website, I'm telling you, the bigger people than you have tried and have come back. Who tried to do it? Oh, friggin' Casey Neistat tried to do a YouTube alternative. He thought he was one of the biggest YouTubers, so he said, no problem, I've outgrown the platform, I'm going to go over to my own website and people can see my content over there. And he came back because no one went with him. Who did it too? Friggin' You Beautiful Bastards. Who was the guy? Joe Dispenza. No, what the fuck is the guy's name? what's the name, guy? Hey, one of my beautiful bastards. He's the little guy. Philip DeFranco. Philip DeFranco decided to do the same thing. He's going to go onto his own proprietary website, and he came back. Classic game reviews. Went away, came back. I haven't returned anybody's donations. Look at this bullshit. F1 for you does not speak for me. It says the CW will return all your donations with a handwritten blessing. I haven't returned shit. Anything you give me is mine. Lionel Nation. Not even. Remember, Lionel Nation. Don't forget that Lionel Nation believed in the theory that Hillary Clinton was losing her mind. I'm not saying that I know it's true. I'm just saying there's some legitimacy to this. We should ask this question. I've got an award. I graduated from law school and was a practicing lawyer, so you know what I'm saying is true. Did she eat human babies? It would certainly explain her having a brain disease. Lionel Nation. Another guy that now that Donald Trump is gone, whoops, is going to be like praying to Jesus for another shot. Doesn't mean that. How far you stay sober, staying connected to a network, keeping my priorities straight, being willing to giving it multiple shots before it's stuck. You know, finding a program that worked with me and sticking with the program. You can do it. It's doable. You know what I mean? I'm never going to look down on anyone who's not doing it. And you know what? There go for the grace of God. How do I stay sober? This so far. You know what I mean? Will I stay sober forever? God willing, the creek don't rise. And if I fall down, what will I do? I hope to Jesus that I have the integrity to get back on the wagon. But, you know, I can't, I'm not qualified to tell you. You know what I mean? Number one, it's personal. It's really personal. I've made a vow to try and not talk about my personal life on this channel because it doesn't matter. But I'll tell you this. If an individual in my audience has questions about their life and how they're living it, the solution is not to ask the douchebag on YouTube how they do it. The solution is to get an online phone book, start reaching out to some professional organizations and some professional people on how to get your shit together. That's all I can tell you. How did I stay sober? One day at a time? Not because of anything that I saw on YouTube, but because of connections to real people in the real world. People with expertise and knowledge in the realm of recovery. It's the only advice I can give. No problem. No. Don't worry. Peasant Media says, how do you feel about lack of secular recovery programs? I don't feel anything about lack of secular recovery programs because there is no lack of secular recovery programs. If you don't like a particular program, you don't have to. And guess what? You can look up atheistic and agnostic responses to 12-step program language, and you'll get alternative versions of the 12 steps. Oh, and FYI, in case you're curious, the classic organizations that people do not consider secular, there are plenty of atheists. There are. I'm an atheist. But I'm not here to talk about that. No problem. Spooky. I miss James Harrison. So do I. Hold on. I can't remember this number on it. Hold on, sorry. So here's the thing. Here's what I'm gonna say. I'm not saying that nobody's got legitimate responses, information, and answers in the live chat, but this is not the time nor the place, dude. If you need help and you want help, I don't care where you are in the United States of America. I don't care where you are in the socioeconomic food chain. If you want to get started in clean and sober living, if you want to get started in recovery, you can. And you know you can. And FYI, and in case you're curious, if we're talking about something that you might detox off of, you need medical supervision, right? You can die going cold turkey off alcohol. You can die going cold turkey off a lot of things. So if you need medical help, get medical help. And if you want to stop drinking, one of the best solutions is don't drink. It doesn't pour itself into your mouth. You pour it. Anyway, I'm still eating and drinking crumb gravies over here. Anyway, I love you. 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 If no one told you they loved you today, somebody just did that. Somebody CW chant. Think of that what you will. I love Simon Parks. I love Mendoza. I love David Wilcock. And I love Kerry Cassidy. But I'm not going to let you sit in line. Not going to let you sit in line. Call you on your bullshit. But enjoy your 11,000, 12,000 views standard on the video. Simon Parks. See how many years it lasts. It's the entertainment business. It's music. It's movies. It's media. It's actors and actresses and #1 hit rappers. Here today, gone tomorrow. Enjoy it while it lasts. Where's Billy Meyer? Enjoy it while it lasts. Where's Alex Collier? Enjoy it while it lasts. Where's Whitley Strieber? Enjoy it while it lasts. Yeah, at this point, kiddo, where's Richard Dolan? Love you. On the next one.
How are you? Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. And hello, Janesville, and hello, Wisconsin. We love this. Look at this crowd. This is massive. But you know, we're having massive crowds all over the place, and I'll tell you what, you know, and I look at a poll, we're even in Wisconsin. I don't think so. With what I've done for you, USMCA, we got rid of those horrible, you know, you were being charged 287% tariff to do business with Canada. I heard about that. I didn't like that. Your specialty milk, got this, you believe it? It was all about specialty milk. That was like the straw that broke the camel's back. I said, what do you mean? Yes, sir, they're charging us 287%. And I said, no, they're not any longer. And we knocked the hell out of it. And we got the brand new USMCA. And Sleepy Joe can't do that. It's not in his vocabulary. He has no idea what we just said. He's sitting in his basement right now watching us. He has no idea. And I hate to do this to you. I was having a great hair day, and then I heard you had 40-mile-an-hour winds. And I said, all right, give me the cap. I don't do it often. And now I'm looking at that beautiful sight. Is that beautiful? As beautiful as that is, OSHA, as beautiful as that is, I don't know that I'd want to be those people right in that little corner. Look at them. You know, I think it's magnificent, but I'd get out of there. But they have no fear, do you? You have confidence in Trump. Yeah, we get rid of Trump. It's great to be back in Wisconsin with thousands of loyal, hardworking American patriots. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. A great honor. And we're doing great. We're doing really well. I wish you'd have a Republican governor because, frankly, you got to open your state up. You got to open it up. You got to open it up. Get back to school. I'll tell you what. We had a little problem in Florida. We had a surge. It went away. They opened it, but we had a problem, big problem in Texas. We had a surge. They opened it up. It's all opened up. Arizona, they had a surge. It's all opened up. And our country is opening. And I'll tell you what, when you look at our numbers compared to what's going on in Europe and other places, if we're doing well, we're going to have one of the best economic years we've ever had next year. One of the best we've ever had. 17 days from now, we're going to win the state of Wisconsin, and we are going to win 4 more years in the White House. And by the way, early voting begins on Tuesday, so get out and vote, okay? We've had great success in your state, and I've been very good to you likewise with the ships. You build good ships, you know that, right? A lot of other states wanted that contract. I probably lost some states because of it. We gave you the big contract. And honestly, I went to the yards. It's incredible what you do. This is the most important election in the history of our country. And 6 months ago, I was saying, well, how do you compare with the last one? I don't know. That was important. The fact is, this is the single most important election in the history of our country. And Sleepy Joe Biden's made a corrupt bargain, and he says, you saw the bargain he made in exchange for his party's nomination, which he should have gotten because the Pocahontas got out one day early and be running against Crazy Bernie, which would have been unfair. I would have had a small but energized base. Now we have a little bit larger base to run against, but there's zero energy. They're reporting on it. We've got the most energy in the history of politics, and he's got the least. Most of the history. And Biden handed control of his party over to hardcore militant left. The Democrat Party you once knew no longer exists. It's now a party of socialists and Marxists and left-wing extremists. If Joe Biden and the Democrat socialists are elected, and I've always said, our country will never be a socialist country. They would kill your jobs, dismantle your police departments, and you have a lot of great law enforcement people here today. I think we have every single law enforcement group in the country's endorsed this. Even New York City's finest, they endorse this. First time they've ever endorsed a presidential candidate. Chicago, Florida, Ohio. Everybody's endorsed us. I said during the debate, I said, Joe, name one group, law enforcement, that's endorsed you. Name one. And he was starting to go, he couldn't breathe. And then Chris Wallace bailed him out. And I said, Joe, say the words law and order. Say them, Joe. And he wouldn't do it. I said, say the words law and order. Then Chris Wallace bailed him out. But he can't, because if he says law and order, that means he loses the radical left. You know what you think he's losing anyway. But they want to dissolve your borders, raise your taxes, destroy your suburbs. Oh, have I saved your suburbs? The women, they keep telling me about suburban women. I think suburban women like it. I've only saved your house. And frankly, I've saved your way of life. I've saved the American dream. But they keep saying, Trump has a problem. Well, last time they said the same thing. It was even worse. They said I had a problem with women, period. And then the night, that beautiful night 4 years ago, was that the greatest of all time? Probably the greatest night in the history of television, right? That was, we had so much fun, the tears that were flowing out of, remember the tears? From the totally non-biased anchors. We have another one of them coming up next week, Kristen Welker. She deleted her entire account. I wonder why. I can't imagine. I've known her for a long time. She's extraordinarily unfair, but that's all right. We did very well the other night with a person I knew was even more unfair, Savannah. In fact, nobody's seen Savannah for 2 days. What happened to Savannah? What happened to Savannah? They said, we'd like to give Savannah Guthrie. I said, that's all right. What difference does it make? They ask you a question, you give them an answer, right? It doesn't matter. But she was sort of jumping out of her seat. She was like flying for it. She was like, I told you. I said, I don't care what you told me. What does that mean? No, but we actually got 8+ marks on that, but it was very unfair. And then you watch Sleepy Joe get interviewed by George Stephanopoulos, nice guy, but he's a tough guy. And he's tough. I interviewed with him 2 weeks ago. He's tough. He's given like these lobs, like in slow motion, lobs. No, it's unfair, but you know what? It's so unfair, and we're president, and they're not, right? That's how unfair. We're. But they want to fund extreme late-term abortion. They want to pack. Well, you got to get out and vote. You got to get out and vote. Got to get out and vote. They want to pack the Supreme Court. You know what that is? They could end up with 16, 19, 20. They want to put far left judges on the court. They're going to pick people so far left, and you'll end up with far left justices like we've never had ever before. And our Supreme Court, instead of being what it is now, revered, will end up being nothing. And they want to protect criminals and disarm law-abiding Americans. They want to take away your Second Amendment. If Biden wins, the lawless demonstrators in our streets, and you see them all the time, they're Democratic run. You know, I always say Democrat. You know why? Because it sounds worse. They should actually change their name to the Democratic. Democrat sounds lousy, but you know what? That's actually their name. The Democrat Party, right? The Democrat Party. So I always say Democrat. They say Democratic. I said, why don't you try changing your name officially? But the lawless demonstrators, and they're all Democrat-run cities and states. Almost every single one of them. And they don't want to really take care of it. They don't want to take care of law enforcement. They want to cut. You see what's going on in Seattle? First of all, the police, who we love, they're all quitting. They're all leaving. And they'd still be occupying Seattle, except they found out that we were going in the morning that they all raised their hands. The reason they raised their hands is we were going in that morning. We're going to take over. Can you believe it? We're going to take over the large section of Seattle that these anarchists had. They're anarchists. That's all they are. But, you know, in theory, law and order is right. In theory, we have to be asked. We have to be asked. The federal government has to be asked. But we went into Minneapolis, and you know what happened? How long did that take? About 30 minutes? Remember, they formed a line. They formed another line. They were not socially distanced, which is very bad. In fact, they were very close. They had the world's most expensive uniforms on. They had helmets that cost a fortune. There was more computer stuff going on in those helmets. But, you know, under the helmets, great brains and tough. And they formed those lines. And then they said, okay, let's go. This is after 2 weeks of destruction in Minneapolis. That's why we're going to win Minnesota for the first time since 1972, Republican Party. We're going to win. Now, it doesn't hurt that in Minnesota they have Ilhan Omar, who hates our country, who's broken the law, but she's broken the law. Let's see what happens, but she's broken the law. But she hates our country. No, we're going to win. We're going to win because of what we did with Minneapolis. We saved Minneapolis, and we saved Seattle. I mean, Seattle was going real bad. And do we want to? Do you want to know the truth? We're sort of saving the whole country, if you really think about it. And that's why we have spirit, the likes of which I don't think any campaign has ever had. That's what's happened. That's what's happened. You know something? I just left Michigan. You know that. Look forward to coming over here, but I just left. And the early voting is going, you know, big. It should go like, it's supposed to go like 70, 80% to the Democrats. And then we come in with the big red wave. It's going to be a wave like nobody's ever seen. Because our people want to get out and vote. So they'll start big heavy when it gets, you know, the early voting, but especially on that November 3rd day, we're going to be swapping it. But here's what happened. And this is early, but, you know, still hundreds of thousands of votes. Here's what happened. So we're supposed to be down, you know, big. And then we catch it like a racehorse. A racehorse secretary would start off on the ball. Well, that was what was supposed to sort of happen. And then you see what happens in the end. And I think we win, right? But something strange has happened in Michigan. You know, we brought back many car plants, many. They hadn't brought back a plant. I think it's 42 years. And we brought back many, an expansion of the car plant. So in Michigan, a strange thing has happened. We're leading substantially in the early voting. What's that all about? What is that all about? Because something's happening out there. Look at, I mean, take a look at this crowd. You can't see it. As far as the eye can see, you have people. As far as the eye can see. This election day, the people of Wisconsin, and you know what? We win Wisconsin. We win the whole ball game. It's a, I mean, what the hell do you think I'm doing here on a freezing night with 45-degree wind? What do you think? Think I'm doing this for my health? I'm not doing this for my health. I'm doing it for that. And I'm doing it for that. Oh, beautiful. Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. But this election day, the people of Wisconsin must stop these anti-American radicals by issuing Sleepy Joe Biden. He has no clue anyway. Look, let's not kid ourselves. He's shot. Okay, I don't care. Think of it. Because this puts pressure on you. I am running against, perhaps in the history of presidential politics, the worst candidate. Obama wouldn't even endorse him. They ran together, they went together. And then even after he won, I didn't think Obama. It took so long, right? And now I heard today, they said, sir, what? Well, we have a little problem. What? Obama's going to campaign for him. I said, well, that's good news. He campaigned harder than Hillary Clinton did for Hillary. And it just made us stronger. I want him to campaign so much. I want him to campaign, you know, because we're going to do even better. But it is true. By issuing Joe Biden a tremendous defeat at the ballot box, but it's not Joe Biden. Remember this. It's a radical left sick ideology. Okay. An amazing poll just came out. 56% of the American people, Gallup poll, right, say that they're better off today than they were 4 years ago under the Obama-Biden administration. That's a record. That's a record. And think of what we're saying. And by the way, that's a record. 56% of the people. And that's during, and we're rounding the corner. We got the vaccines rolled out, but even without it, we're rounding the corner. You'll see it. We're rounding the corner. And we have unbelievable. The vaccines are unbelievable. And frankly, except for a little politics, but we have unbelievable vaccines that are coming out real soon. And the therapeutics are unbelievable. And the cures, excuse me, I'm here. I didn't feel so good, I'll be honest with you. I hadn't been sick in a long time. I don't have any time to get sick. It's good. You know, if you're busy, you don't get sick because you have no time. You don't think about it. But I wasn't feeling so good. I wasn't feeling like your president has to feel. I wasn't feeling like Superman. And all of a sudden, the doctor, we have great doctors. One thing with being president, you got more doctors than any human being. I'm lying down in a bed. I got 12 doctors from Johns Hopkins Hospital, University, great people. All great. I mean, talented, great people. And they love their president. They love their country. But I have doctors, they wanted to touch every single part of my body. I said, but I didn't, you know what? I didn't feel great. And there's a drug, it's Regeneron, it's a transfusion. And all I know is the next morning I felt stronger than I wanted to get out there, and I wanted to make new trade deals for your jobs, and I wanted to do it. We've done a great job, a lot of jobs. It's just a great job. But the most menacing aspect of the Biden-Harris agenda is their attack of law and order. And I was a big part. You know, I came in and I had your sheriff, and what a great guy, Beth. I had your sheriff's endorsement and a lot of other endorsements in Kenosha. You ever hear of a place called Kenosha? Because if I didn't get involved, there would be no Kenosha right now. There would be no. And I wish they called earlier. I wish we could have gotten in a little bit earlier, but that's okay. And say what you want. I'll tell you what, I give you Governor credit. Unlike Oregon, because we could solve Portland in about, I'd say, 22 minutes. Okay. They're anarchists. They're wise guys. They live in the basement with their parents. Not with Joe, but with them. Different basement. A different basement. They go home with their parents. Like wise guys, right? Antifa, radical left. You know, nobody likes to say it. They're Antifa, they're radical left. But they're wise guys. We could solve that in 2 minutes, but they don't want to do it. At least your governor said, let's go in and let's solve the problem. And we solved it. It was late, but better late than ever. But we solved and we saved Kenosha. And I want to thank the sheriff, and I want to thank the chief. I want to thank all of the law enforcement. I was there. I want to thank the people that were helping rebuild their stores and their businesses. Kenosha. I never thought of Kenosha, that it would be an important part of my life, but it did become, because it was a terrible scene. And it wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault. But I'll tell you what, your law enforcement did a great job. We did a great job. And I want to thank everybody involved. Our law enforcement in this country, if you let them do fairly what they do better than anybody in the world, they wouldn't have any problem. They wouldn't have any problem. You look at what's going on in New York under Democrats. You look at what's going on in Chicago under Democrats, Portland, Oakland under Democrats, Baltimore under Democrats. We have a great young congresswoman, hopefully running in Baltimore. She's going to be fantastic. I hope she gets a shot. Republican. I hope she gets a shot. Today, I want to explain to you the threat that their far left plans pose to the safety of your family, your community, and your country. If you give the power to Democrats, the radical left will defund, disband, disarm, and dismantle police departments all across America. Asked if he supports slashing police funding. You saw this last week. He said, yes, yes, absolutely, yes. He said, honestly, look, he didn't even understand the question, but that's what he said. It's just like fracking, right? He said, there'll be no fracking for a year. There'll be no fracking. Then he gets lucky. Elizabeth Warren refuses to get out so Bernie can have the nomination. So Joe lucks into it on a Super Tuesday. And now he's standing in Pennsylvania, and they want to frack because they have 1 million fracking jobs and because we're energy independent and things. So he goes from saying for a year and a half, there will be no fracking. I wanted to put it on the screen, but it was so windy, we would have needed like 15 cranes to hold up the screen. Would have been a giant sail, but we haven't. He says no fracking like 18 times. He then becomes the nominee, goes to Pennsylvania, which we're going to win too. He goes to, because in Pennsylvania, I know it while I went to school there, in Pennsylvania, they believe in law and order, and they believe in energy, and they believe in intelligence, okay? They believe in intelligence. But so he now goes to Pennsylvania, he gets hit hard, and he all of a sudden says, I never said that, there will be fracking. First of all, always follow with these politicians, because, you know, I've only been doing this for a short while. How the hell did I become president, you know? No, I've only been doing it for a short while. But one thing I've learned, but I've known politics, I've been dealing on the other side of politics. One thing, it's the first thing they say that always matters. And he said it for a long time, along with everybody else in his party. And there's no way he could not do what he didn't agree to in the first place. So he gets up and he says, in Pennsylvania, no, we will frack. We will frack. And the whole place, and not once he all the, you know, the fake news media back there, nobody said to him, but for a year and a half, you said there'd be no fracking, and now you said there'll be fracking. And nobody asked him that question. It's an incredible thing. You know why? Because they're fake news. Only in Wisconsin can this happen. I know you will. As long as I'm president, we will never defund the police. We will strongly defend our police. And I will always stand with the heroes of law enforcement. Now, I think I'm endorsed by every law enforcement group all over the country, beyond the country. I get world endorsements. It's the craziest thing. They said, I never knew I was that militant. And I'm not militant. You know what? I want common sense. I want people to be safe. Right? I want people to be safe. The Biden plan calls for abolishing cash bail. Oh, that's wonderful. You have a murderer. They want to abolish, so there are people all over. Look at what happened in New York. They abolished cash bail. Your crime went up like 200%. It's terrible. And it's common sense. It's not like you have to be tough or not tough. It's common sense. They're going to release 400,000 criminals onto your streets and into your neighborhoods. If Crazy Joe becomes president, it's not even conceivable. No, running against him, it's put such pressure because I'm running against the worst in the history of presidential. And now if I lose, can you imagine? If I lose, I will have lost to the worst candidate in the history of presidential politics. If I lose, what do? I'd rather run against somebody who's extraordinarily talented. At least this way I can go and lead my life. But we're not going to lose. We're going to win. We're going to win at numbers. We're going to win in numbers. Right? Now, that's why I can't lose. That might be the second most important. You know what the first most important is? Because we're going to make America greater than ever before. That's what the first. Their plan also includes disarming law-abiding citizens, namely taking away your Second Amendment. Think of it. While turning the entire country into one giant sanctuary for criminals, illegal aliens, including those charged with rape, assault, murder, killing. For the wall is almost built. I am very proud of that because any guy, being a developer, you just learn how to do it. But we had an entire very powerful party. That's all they have. They have two things. They have a very powerful Democrat Party that always sticks together. They don't have any of these rebels that we have in the Republican Party. I call them stupid people. I call them stupid people because they play right into the hands. But the Democrats really don't have that. They have two things. They stick together like you've never seen. They are smart and they're vicious. Like, let's impeach him even though he did nothing wrong. They're vicious. They're vicious. Now, what we have is we have much better policies. Like, how about we want a strong border? They don't want to have a border. They want to have open borders, right? We don't want sanctuary cities. We don't want to protect criminals. We want jobs. We want low taxes. We have a lot of good things. But I tell the Republicans all the time, a lot of people say I have a lot of influence over the party. I say, you got to get tougher. You got to get, only fairer, but you got to get meaner, but you got to get tougher because they play a tougher game. But we have these rebels and all of, they think the hot stuff. By the way, they usually end up outside of politics in a very short time. We make sure of that. For the entire summer, Biden was silent as radicals, anarchists, arsonists, and vandals rampaged through Democrat-run cities in Minneapolis, Chicago, New York, Seattle, Portland, and other places. Biden called them peaceful protesters. Remember the guy on CNN? He's standing there and he said, this is a peaceful, his hand is shaking. This is a peaceful. I have no idea. It's Ali Velcher. Have a really good Ali Velcher shaved head, right? Shaved his head. I'm thinking about doing that. That way I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry. He shaved. No, he shaved it all off. He doesn't have to worry about. Whoa. How does it look, darling? How does it look, First Lady? How does it, darling? You're the most handsome president. I said, First Lady, am I the most handsome president ever? Yes, absolutely. I said, who could top me? Well, she said, well, JFK was good looking, but nothing like you. Nothing like you, darling. Thank you. Now you go home and you see this crazy CNN. Fortunately, their ratings are terrible, which is bad. But you'll see them say, Donald Trump said he's better looking than JFK. You'll see it. They're sick people. They got a lot of problems, but fortunately, they're not doing so well. Earlier this month, rioters laid waste to suburban residential neighborhoods just outside of Milwaukee. Biden will appease the rioters and the looters and the anarchists, and I'm having them arrested. You know what we're doing. We're having them arrested. And you know, when they knock down statues, you notice that's very much stopped, certainly with federal statues. A little thing happens. It's amazing how quickly it stopped. They go to jail for a period of 10 years, you know? It's amazing. They were getting all set to take down the incredible statue of Andrew Jackson right by the White House, right? And I said, we can't let that happen. And I'll tell you what, the police went out and they charged. It was an incredible thing, you know, because today everyone wants to be so damn politically correct. The police are afraid if they touch somebody or speak to somebody rudely, they'll be destroyed. Their pension will be gone. Their family will be gone. No, we got to protect our police. We got to take care. They're going to be fair. And you're going to have problems and you're going to have mistakes. And people will choke. You know, they'll choke and have a decision to make. They have a quarter of a second sometimes to make. And you'll have some bad cops. And we got to do something about those bad cops. And that happens. But 99.9, I mean, they're the most incredible people. And they keep us safe. Right? They keep us safe. They keep us safe. So we have to take care of them. This year, more than 1,000 law enforcement officers have been viciously attacked. Nobody talks about that. You know, nobody talks about that. Several police officers have been very, very brutally murdered. You saw it a month ago with the two sitting in a car. And it's, I mean, that's just a horrible thing. The anti-police rhetoric of Joe Biden and the Democrat Party is really what causes a lot of this, too. But it puts police officers in harm's way. It really puts them in harm's way. We can't let that happen. Biden referred to police as the enemy. He just referred the enemy, quote, quote, the enemy, and vilified them as an oppressive, racist force. I mean, this guy's gotten just beaten up. He doesn't believe that. I really don't believe. I shouldn't say that, but I don't believe he believes it. Joe's running mate. Oh, how do you like her? Did Mike Pence do a great job? Did our great vice president do a great job? Never let you down. It was just too easy. I said, Mike, that was just too easy. That's not. Oh, she was just terrible. She was terrible. I mean, I couldn't believe he picked her. I've said it a lot. She treated him worse than any of that. 27 candidates, right? 27 for this job. I could tell him it's not that easy. Well, don't forget, we have done more than any administration in the first 3.5 years in the history of our country. We've rebuilt our military. We've cut more regulation than any other administration by a factor of a lot. And we all did this. We have more federal judges by the end of the first term than any other administration. In fact, percentage-wise, the only one that has more, there's only one president that has more percentage-wise, not the number, because we'll have 300, maybe even more than that by the end of the first term. But there's only one president that has a higher percentage than I have. Do you know who that is? George Washington. Give him a hat. Give him a Make America Great Again hat. We'll say Make America Great Again hat. Again. We made it great again, and now we're going to make it great again because we're going to close it up, save 2 million lives, and now we're opening it up, and we're doing record numbers, and you'll hear. Joe's running mate and America's most liberal senator, Kamala Harris, recently urged their supporters to donate to a fund that bailed out the rioters who did so much harm and even physical damage to people, but damage in Minneapolis. And they wanted to bail him out of jail. And she was heading up a group to get him out of jail, and including a really bad attempted cop killer. He attempted killing a policeman. 13 members of Biden's staff donated to the same fund. You know, by the way, they talk about fundraising, right? I'm good at fundraising. I could be the greatest fundraiser in history. I'm the president of the United States. I'm like a really smart guy like you are. But I'll tell you what, think of this. If I wanted to pick up a phone and call Wall Street say the big firms say, yeah, I got to raise X dollars. They'll do it everywhere. I mean, it's so easy. It's so easy. I could have more money. The problem is, if you do that, what happens is when they call you in 2 months, 3 months, 4 months because they need something, you got to take their call and you got to do it. So Biden is raising a lot of money because they're promising all these things to all these people. Now, I have a much better platform because I am the president, right? I could raise money, and then the fake news goes out and says, you know what, we're doing great. We're doing great on the small donors. The small donors like $61 a piece and stuff. But I could raise more money than anybody in the history of politics. But I don't want to call these people and say, do me a favor, the head of Goldman Sachs. I don't want to say, do me a favor, all these people. Nobody could ever raise money like me. I just don't want to do it because it puts us all, meaning us. I did this for us, not for me. Believe me, I didn't do it for me. I lost a fortune. This job has cost me billions of dollars. Billions. They don't like to say that. Billions of dollars. And yet if a man from Kuwait comes up and stays at one of my hotels for $259.13, takes a room. Next day, Trump takes Arab as a guest in one of the hotels. I mean, you know, billions I lost. And that's okay because I'm doing something that's the most important thing I've ever done. I don't care. There are a lot of rich people around. What the hell difference is that? But I've lost billions. You know, I never talk about it. They never talk about it. So I get paid, I guess, $450,000, and I give up my salary. I don't get it. You don't read that. You don't read it because you know what? It's not good for them to say that. And I don't talk about it. But tonight I'll talk about it. So I get the highest salary because you're the president, and I give it up. I don't take it. So that's nice. But I would say it cost me $2, $3, maybe more $billion. And all the work, I have good kids. They don't do jobs. I don't say you can you imagine if they want to go to the Middle East and do jobs all over the place? I'd have hotels being built in every city, in every country in the world. And I have great kids and they're ambitious kids that like to do it. I say you can't do it. And by the way, there's no legal reason you can't do it, but there is a big reason psychologically. You cannot go to Saudi Arabia and all these different places that we protect and we do all these things and that buy a lot of our planes and a lot of our everything. You can't allow them. You can't allow them. So that's the way it is. But I would be the greatest fundraiser in the history of politics. But if you don't mind, we don't need the money, you know? And we won't do it that way. But they're raising a lot of money. And every time I see them raising a lot of money, I say, because I know exactly what's going on. Deals are being made. Especially when you look at Joe Biden. I mean, look at what's going on with that family. The Democrat Party's war on cops is driving police officers to leave their jobs in record numbers. No one is hurt more by the left-wing crusade against law enforcement than African Americans. They're hurt the most, and you look at it and you know it. Last year, and by the way, large percentages of our policemen and women are African Americans. It's a black community. Last year, in just 4 Democrat-run cities, over 1,000 African Americans were murdered as a result of violent crime. This year, murders in Democrat cities have increased by more than 30%. And we help them. We help them. We want to help them. We say call. I say call. They don't want to call. More than half of the victims are African Americans. Joe Biden and the left ignore these American victims. I never will. We're never going to ignore them. We have done more for the black community than any president, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln. It's true. It's true. Criminal justice reform. Obama couldn't do it. I don't even think he tried to do it, frankly, but he could have never done it. Bush couldn't do it. None of them could do it. And it was desperately needed. Criminal justice reform, I did it. Prison reform, we did it. We did things nobody. How about opportunity zones, right? So great for Hispanic, so great for the black community, the jobs. We worked on that with a great senator from South Carolina, Tim Scott. Great senator. Historically black colleges and universities. You went to one. Oh, which one did you go to? I love that. Very good. That's a good one. I don't know if I could have gotten in. That's too good. That's too tough. That's a good one, right? It's good. Well, anyway, they have to be happy with me. But listen, so after 3 years, every year, a group of like 44 people, 44, 45, they'd come up, the head people at all of these colleges. And they'd come up and I'd see them. And the first year I saw them, I thought it was routine, and they're up because they needed money for the colleges. I said, oh, that's interesting. Second year, I said, what are you doing back here? Why are you back? So we have to come every year. For years and years, decades, they've been coming up every year. And then I see him the third year, and I say, wait a minute, let's get this straight. You mean you come up here every 3 years to beg for money? He said, we beg for money, and we feel like beggars. He's the one gentleman who's great. He told me exactly those words. He said, they make us come back every year. Obama never did it. Obama never did it. And I said, so wait, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get you long-term funding. And here's what I did. I got them more money than they were asking for. And now for a 10-year period, and I said, the only bad news is I may never see you again. I may never see you again. But we did that for the black community, and we did a lot of other things. And I say that nobody's done more for the black community. But with all of that, the biggest thing of all is criminal justice reform. You know about Alice Johnson, and we have so many people like Alice. She's an incredible person. Ask yourself this question. Do you want to vote for the candidate supported by anti-American rioters, or do you want to vote for the candidate supported by so many of our great people and the heroes of law enforcement? And that's what you know, Biden made a speech, I think it was today. I mean, he makes so few of them. I think, he stays in his place in Delaware. And I like Delaware, but does he ever leave Delaware, right? But he made a speech. There was nobody in the audience. And they never say this. They never say it. We come here, take those cameras and show the police. Please, okay? You know, we come here. No, I'm telling you, today, I think the camera slipped. Because in his case, they shouldn't show the audience. In our case, they should. And the camera must have slipped. And then there was like nobody there. He's speaking, and there's nobody there. And I'm saying, nobody reports that. And he never leaves this little area. And I'll tell you what, as president of the United States, I met with Gold Star families the other week. I meet with a lot of people. I have an obligation. I can't lock myself into a basement in the White House. I can't lock myself into a beautiful bedroom at the top of the White House. I can't, where you'd be, there's no risk, no nothing. I'm the president of the United States. And I would often say, I meet people, and these are incredible, like the Gold Star families. They lost sons and daughters, husbands in Iraq, Afghanistan, and other places. And I can't say, I want to cancel the meeting. And I met about 48 families. And, when they come up to you and they're close to you, and they were tested and all, but, there's questions all about everything, right? It's a very difficult situation. And when they come up to you and they want to say, my son was so brave, and they want to tell you the story, it's amazing. I mean, their son died 3 or 4 years ago. This is all in almost all cases. I say, so tell me what happened. Sir, my daughter was a helicopter pilot, and she was so good. She was so good, sir. And she was shot down, sir, in Iraq. And then they tell me what happened and how brave and how great. And I can't say, do me a favor, stand. You just can't do that. And I say, every time I meet with groups of people, it's not all like that. It's also other people, and you meet with genders. But I can't cancel, like cancel culture. They want to cancel everything, right? I can't cancel these people. I have to take care of our people. And every time I do it, I say, it's risky. And sure as hell, I caught it. And now I guess they say I'm immune. So I'm immune. And I got better fast. I can now jump into the audience and give you all a big kiss, the women and the men. I'll even kiss the men. I'll kiss those big, powerful men down there. I won't love it, but I'll kiss them. Anyway, so no, it's it's an incredible thing. But I have an obligation. I can't say. Somebody said, "Why did you do this? Why did you do that?" I said, "Because these meetings are so important to people, and you're the president. and I can't do that. And what happened, and I always said, I said, boy, that's risky, probably, I guess. But, whatever it is. And really, I got really well taken care of. And I really believe that this therapeutic or this cure, it was incredible. And, we're going to make what I had available to everybody free. Free. It's incredible. The antibody. I think the antibody is the best thing. We're going to make it free. So, it's been incredible what we've been able to do. If you support our police, if you stand with the heroes of law enforcement, then you must defeat the Democrats on November 3rd. You have to do it. You have to do it. And by the way, I hate to say it. I got a little briefing. I've been here before, as you know, but I got a little briefing on the area. This is a Democrat area, but it's a Democrat area that really likes Trump a lot. And a lot of us are really great workers. And the workers like me. You know who doesn't like me? The heads of the union, they never like me. You know who does like me? The people in the union, they like me. But I'll tell you, this is largely, a lot of Democrats. And many people in this audience are Democrats, but they're Democrats are going to vote for Trump. And we do great here. We do great here. And I appreciate it. And I take care of our workers, and I take care of jobs. And China will not get away with what they got away with. They're not going to get away with it. Not going to get away with it. We just finished an incredible trade deal. In fact, 2 weeks ago, the largest order of corn in the history of our country, the largest order of soybeans in the history, the largest beef order, cattle, the beef order. And there's all of that's good, but you know what? Not the same. Does that make sense to you? It doesn't mean what it would have meant had they not put us through, because they stopped it from going into China, but they didn't stop it from going to the rest of the world, including our country, Europe, the rest of the world. So you Democrats, some of them, by the way, just seriously, without a big deal, I'm just curious. Raise your hand if you're a Democrat. Seriously, it's just interesting. I'm going to do a poll. It costs nothing, right? I like these polls that cost nothing. They do a poll. It costs $1 million. They interview like 12 people, right? Then they wonder why their polls are off, We've interviewed 253 people. They oversample Democrats by 28%. Trump is down 5. I said, yeah, but you're interviewing mostly Democrats. Did you ever see that? I guess there must be a legal reason why they have to put it. But they oversampled by 18, 20, 21%. How about last election? So I was down in all 9 places that I had to win. That wasn't a good feeling, wake up. How are we doing? Well, you're down in all 9 places. By the end of the evening, I won all 9 places. So think of that. Other than that, they did a great job of polling. They even had me believing it for a while. But what I didn't believe, because we had a lot of spirit 4 years ago. And by the way, nothing like we have now. This is far better. This is still 17 days out. And, it sounds like very little, but that's a lot. That's a lot. Normally, a crowd like this would be like for the night before for a candidate, one-time shot. We have this all over. You had to see what we had in Pennsylvania, in Florida. We were in Florida. We had, I think, 41,000 people. All of them. We were in Atlanta. We were in. We just got back from Georgia. I mean, it's like this. But the spirit. We have much more spirit now than we ever had 4 years ago, and we had a record. A record. But you know what? The media is more corrupt, and they're worse. The media. It's not really Biden, because you can't have. She was tougher. She was smarter. Look, Hillary was a lot smarter than Sleepy Joe. Let's not get us. She was a better candidate. Well, I don't know. Look, we'll see how it all turns out, right? What's a better candidate? It's a better, but she was much sharper. She was much smarter. But it's not that. The media has become crazed, and the big tech companies have become crazed. They won't let the fact that we caught him in a total corrupt deal. They won't let the news get out. They won't let. And in all fairness to Fox, I have my own problems with Fox, but at least Fox is letting it out. And I'll tell you who's incredible. A newspaper called the New York Post, the oldest paper in America. It's the 5th largest paper in America, and they are all into finding out about all of this. Joe Biden, forget about the family. Joe Biden. Yeah, I mean, it really is, right? It's really corruption, but it's Joe Biden corruption. So we're thrilled to be here with some incredible people, and you're going to be joined by a man, and I mean this too. You know, I say, oh, everybody's wonderful, and then half the time you can't stand up, but you got to say. But this guy is wonderful. He's one of the smartest people in the Senate. A lot of people don't know that. See, I know that because I do a lot of very complex things. And there aren't a lot of people that understand, but he understands. And nobody understands finance better. But now what he's doing he's the chairman of Homeland Security. What he's doing on corruption is unbelievable. And I am very proud of your state for a lot of reasons. But one of the reasons is that you have a senator named Ron Johnson. Where's Ron? Where is? Come here. Come here. Come here, Ron. Would you get him up, please? Get him up. Come on, Ron. I gotta get him up. He deserves it. He deserves it. Come on, Ron. Come on. Secret Service is worried about it. Don't worry about it. He is one of the greatest people. He's one of the greatest senators. And I guess, you know, whenever the hell you're running, I'll be here for you. I will tell you that. Please say a couple of words.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As I was saying in the pre-program, what I admire about President Trump is his tenacity. You know, the unfair treatment in the press by the Democrats, by the deep state, it doesn't deter him. He gets up every morning. He wants to make America great. And he talked about the First Step Act. I was a witness. That criminal justice reform was dead. It was going nowhere until President Trump stepped up to the plate and made sure he got it done, and he did. Another piece of legislation that's very dear to my heart was something, again, it was dead. It was going nowhere. It's called Right to Try. And Mr. President, I will never forget in that State of the Union address, you started talking about this bill that I'd been championing. You hadn't said the name yet. I'm going, I think he's talking about Right to Try. And all of a sudden he goes, we have to pass Right to Try. And I don't know if you saw me spring up like a jack in the box. But again, that is President Trump's leadership. He doesn't get credit for it. But he wakes up every day like the rest of you, loving this country and doing everything he can to make it a greater country. God bless you. God bless President Trump. Thank you.
He's a great guy. Don't lose him. Ron, when are you up next year? Next time, 2 years, right? Don't lose him. I'll be here, Ron. I'll be fighting for you. No, he's really a great guy, and I'm glad you came up, and I'm glad to have you here, Ron. And really, we're very proud of you. We have some warriors with us and people that have been with us through the fake impeachment hoax. That was one of the great hoaxes. And don't forget, we have done, and Ron understands that better than maybe anybody, we've done more in 3.5 years than any administration, first 3.5 years, than any administration in the history. He mentions Right to Try. That's where a person is terminally ill and they can't get a medicine that looks real good, but it hasn't been approved because it has to go through this long process, which we've cut in half, by the way. But they can't get. So now they sign a document. And, you know, it was very complicated, but not for me. It wasn't complicated. I said, you take the liability away. But we had problems with the insurance companies because they didn't want. We had problems with everybody, including the country. They didn't want to get sued. So people would go all over the world if they had some money. If they didn't have money, they go home and they just die. And now if we have something that may work, but it's 2 years away, 3 years away, they signed just a quick waiver. And we've had Right to Try. And Ron, I don't know if you know the success rate. It's been unbelievable, the number of people. This isn't just trying. We have kept people alive and healthy and well and fully recovered. You know, it's a very great thing. And I could never understand it because for years I said, why wouldn't they give somebody who's terminally ill a drug? And because they say, we don't want to get sued because they'll get sued. You know, the family will sue or something happens. I mean, I understand it all, but we got it done. They signed a waiver. We got it done. And the effects, and you know what else happened? Side effect that nobody thought too much about? these companies that are trying to prove that their drug works, I'll tell you, if it works there, it works everywhere. It's incredible. And they're able to speed it up, where they speed them up, because we've had some unbelievable stories. One in particular that I know, a young lady who spoke at the National Convention, Republican National Convention. But the success rate has been incredible. So I want to thank you for that. You're right. You're one of the real authors of it. We want to also thank Glenn Grothman. Glenn has been incredible. He's been from the beginning by me, and I want to thank you, Glenn, for what you've done. A young, beautiful gentleman, Brian Style. Hi, Brian. What a job he's doing. What a job. This is your deal over here, right? This is good. This is it. Keep him happy. I'll tell you, it's a big future. Thank you very much for being here. And everybody knows Darren LaHood. Darren, thank you. Great job. Warriors. Warriors. You really are. You're all great. Wisconsin. You're producing good in Wisconsin. What can I tell you? The Wisconsin GOP chairman, Andrew Hitt. Where is Andrew? Thank you, Andrew. How are we doing, Andrew? Gonna win this state? Got to win it. We got to win it. By the way, I wanted to ask before Ron Johnson interrupted me. So who is a Republican here? Just raise your hand. Okay, that's a lot. Seriously, don't worry about your hand. We all love you. Who is a Democrat here? Republicans, you better get out there and win, huh? No, and we really do. No, we appreciate it. We have a lot of them over there, too. We have a lot of Democrats, but we really do appreciate it. You know, because ultimately we're looking for the same thing. We're looking for unity. We're looking for one country. And the question was asked a week ago, and they said, what about bringing the country together? Because I want that. And I said, we were there. Before the China virus hit us, we were there. And we were getting calls because the success was bringing us together as a country. We had the greatest employment numbers. We had the greatest African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, women, people with a diploma, people without a diploma, people that graduated first in their class at MIT, everybody. We had 160 million people working. We never had anything like it. And I'm telling you, I bet it was true with you guys. We were getting calls from people that you would least suspect. And the country was coming together. Then we got hit by the China virus, and it was back to the drawing boards. But the country was coming together, and it's going to come together. It's going to be success. And next year, we're going to have the most successful year economically, I think. I also want to introduce the Republican candidate for Senate from the state of Illinois, Mark Curran. Mark? Great. I heard you were here. Good. 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 Dude, I like it. That's great. Good luck. I hear you're doing well, Mark. Good luck. Great to have you. Thank you very much. Tell you what, Illinois could use a new governor. That guy doesn't know what's happening. We got to open up that state. They got to open up that state. Kids have to get back to school. You know, Barron had it, right? They said Barron Trump, my boy, a very tall young boy. He's very tall. But Barron Trump had it, and they said, sorry, tested positive. And like about 9 seconds later, how's Barron doing? Oh, he's no better. No, young people, you know, they have, we hate to admit it, they have the stronger, they're very strong immune system, incredibly strong. We have to get back to school. You watch what happens. On November 4th, they'll all say, all right, now everybody, they're only doing this for politics. I really believe that. Because they want the numbers to look as bad as possible. So whether it's your state or whether it's an Illinois or whether it's New York or whether it's Michigan. Hey, we won the case in Michigan. The courts have now forced her. They said it was unconstitutional. Watch here, the only person in the whole state that was allowed to have fun and go bony and play tennis and do whatever he wanted was the governor's husband, right? Her husband was free to do whatever he wanted, but other than that, it was like a prison she was operating. This election is a choice between a Trump super recovery and a Biden depression. And, you know, they're going to raise your taxes substantially, like quadruple. There's the only candidate, you know, all my life I've been involved in politics, never from this side. But, you know, a few years ago I said, let's give it a shot. But I've always been about. This is the only time in my life, you know, I always heard it was good to cut taxes. I said, how do you say we're giving a massive tax increase to everybody? And it's everybody. Because, you know, you're getting thousands of dollars a year from my tax cut. We gave the biggest tax cut in history. And he wants to end the Trump tax cut. Now we say, well, I won't do that. Same thing like fracking, you know, frack. Okay, he's just changed his mind. But he wants to end it. And don't forget child tax credit. That's $1,000 for every child. So he's going to end all that. So he was going to end. We're going to end. He didn't realize that middle-income people are getting a tremendous tax cut. And if you add energy to it, because they'll drive energy through the roof, you know, they want to end fossil fuel. They're going to end fracking. 100% they're going to end fracking. I mean, this guy goes about, we're going to end fracking for a year and a half. Then he lucks out, gets the nomination because Pocahontas refused to do what she should have done if she believes really in his philosophy of being a socialist, right? And he gets it. And as soon as he gets it, he says, no, we're going to frack. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. But if you add energy to it, right? You add energy. We're talking about $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 a family. That's a tremendous amount. There's never been anything like that. So if you vote for me, you'll have the greatest. If he gets in, he's going to raise your taxes like crazy. If he gets in, and it's not him again, it's just people that tell him what to do. If he gets in, you'll have the greatest depression in the history of this country. Your stocks will go to hell. Everyone thinks stocks, oh, it's rich people. Everybody owns stocks. Your 401ks. Who has a 401k? That's a lot of people. Okay. Are you practically at your all-time high? Right? Your 401ks will be like waste paper basket stuff. They'll be right there on the floor. You'll have a depression the likes of which we've never seen, with the possible exception of 1929. Because I don't think it gets much worse than that. But you can't do that. You can't let this happen, because he'll destroy everything we've done. You know, regulations, we cut more regulations than any administration in history. And regulation may be more important in terms of jobs and everything than even the biggest tax cut. It's the biggest tax cut in history. And I think the regulation cut, which is more than any president's done, no matter they were 8 years or in one case more, it doesn't matter. Our regulation cutting was the biggest. He wants to put them all back. That means all these companies that moved to America, that moved to the United States, that came here because of lower taxes, because of all of the things that we've done. It used to take 18 to 21 years to get a highway built, to get a highway approved. We've got it down to 2 years. And it may, and let me tell you, it may not make it if it doesn't work environmentally or if it's unsafe. But at least you're going to know. We're trying to get it to 1 year, by the way, and we're close to getting it. But it used to take, I mean, we have highways for 20 years they've been trying to get approvals. And then after that gets approved, it's totally different, and it costs hundreds of times more money. If you vote for me, prosperity will surge, normal life will fully resume, and the next year will be the greatest year economically in the history of our country. Joe Biden would terminate our recovery with a draconian, unscientific lockdown. I mean, not that you're already in it. And he'll keep Wisconsin locked up, locked down, and closed for business. Biden will shut down the country, delay the vaccine, and prolong the pandemic. And companies will be afraid to invest in Wisconsin. If you have this happen in our country, but you have a Democrat governor, I don't know him, but he's a nice guy probably. But I will tell you, companies, big companies, very strong companies like, as an example, Foxconn, they don't want to invest with these people. They don't want to invest. They don't have any security. They don't want to invest. I get in. Companies like that will put more money in than they even promised. But they're very concerned. I mean, they have to have the right climate. So we are going to do things with Wisconsin, but we're going to do things with this country like, honestly, has never even been done before. And people will come together because of success. So we're delivering a safe vaccine very soon and a rapid recovery. Biden's plan will crush Wisconsin. My plan will crush the virus and will make Wisconsin greater than ever before. That's what's going to happen. It's going to happen fast. You know, you have a spike, you have a surge, but if you remember 2 months ago, Florida had a big surge. It's now gone. The numbers are very down. It's totally open. Texas had a very big surge, and now it's down. If you look at Arizona, had a big surge. All great governors, and it's down. It's down. All low numbers, really low numbers. And you're going to have the same thing. But you got to open up. You got to open up. You got to get the place going. Joe Biden is the living embodiment of the corrupt political class that enriched itself while draining the economic life and soul from our country. I mean, 47 years. And he says, well, I should have done this or that. I said, Joe, you were here for 47 years. You never. I always hated when he says that I should have done something. I said, you know, and he only left a short time ago. It wasn't like they were, 25 years ago. He's been in a high position for 47 years. I said, Joe, you could have done something. For the last 47 years, Joe Biden, you shipped away your jobs, shut down your factories, and you know it very well. You got hit hard here. Threw open your borders and ravaged our cities while sacrificing American blood and treasure in endless wars that were ridiculous in countries that you'd never even heard of. Joe Biden, they're all coming back. They're all coming back. Got a lot of them, most of them are back. Joe Biden is and always has been a corrupt politician. I hate to say it. And the Biden family is a criminal enterprise. It really is. It's a criminal enterprise. To be honest with you, he makes crooked Hillary Clinton look like an amateur. And China has already bought and paid for Joe Biden. Let me tell you, if Joe Biden became president, China will own this country. China will own. You know, they're paying us billions and billions of dollars a year. I charge them. They never paid us 10 cents. I gave $28 billion to the farmers, many of them right here. 28, 12 and 16, 2 years. I said to Sonny Perdue, Secretary of Agriculture, great guy, how much have we been targeted for our farmers by China? He said, sir, 2 years ago, $12 billion. And last year, 28 billion. I said, that's good. We're going to target them. We took $28 billion. We had tens of billions left over. They went to the treasury, our treasury, by the way, our treasury, right into our treasury, not into China's treasury, our treasury. But we had 28 billion that went to the farmers, and a lot of you farmers got it. I also cut the tariffs between Canada, what they were doing to you, with 287% tariffs. So I'm not just running against Biden, I'm running against the left-wing media, the big tech companies. But if you think about it, the Democrats and the media are one and the same. When you look at MSDNC and you look at fake news CNN, then you look at the fake New York Times, the failing New York Times. And the good news is, look, well, I don't even call it good news, but when someday I leave, whether it's in 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, 16 years, now the story tomorrow will be with the fake news. He is a fascist. He wants to take over. No. But when at some point I leave, they're all out of business. They're going to go out of business. They're going to go out of business. They know it too. That's why I expect someday they're going to all get together and say, let's endorse him. I mean, because he's done a really good job, and they know that. This political class has nothing but disdain for you and for your values. They flood your communities with criminal aliens, drugs, and crime while living behind gated compounds and communities. They oppose school choice, so important is school choice, while sending their families to the best private schools. They attack the Second Amendment while employing armed guards for themselves. They want to get rid of your Second Amendment. It's not going to happen with me, I promise. I don't think they'll get Ron Johnson on their side. Ron, could I have your pledge, please? I will protect. Okay, we got Ron Johnson. Fellas, we have your votes. In 2016, Wisconsin voted to fire this corrupt and decrepit political establishment, and you elected an outsider as president to finally put
America first. To defend our workers and our national security, I took the toughest ever action to confront China's rampant theft of American jobs. When China targeted us, we targeted them, and it was very simple. And now we're providing all sorts of everything, what we're doing for you. We have $13 billion coming to help our farmers, in addition to all of the money that China paid our farmers, including Wisconsin's incredible dairy farmers. How's the dairy business? Right? Anybody here do specialty milk? People don't realize that. Specialty milk are very important. Is there anybody? It's a very small part, but it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Because I met with these guys, and what they were doing, ripping you off on the big stuff, specialty milk. And anybody do specialty milk? I don't know. It doesn't, you know what? It's so small, but when I heard it, it was like 287%. Well, those days are over. When the Wisconsin timber industry was threatened, I imposed tariffs on dumped foreign goods and subsidized products, saving your timber jobs. And we have a long way to go. We can save a lot more. We got plenty of timber. I always say, why the hell are we taking in timber from other countries? We have it all over the place, huh? And if they ever managed their forests in California and other places, you wouldn't have these forest fires. And part of that is cutting wedges. You know, you have to cut wedges and all that stuff is solved. We have so much timber, and I don't know, you know, I guess we're just nice people doing it from other lands, right? But we're doing good with our timber. We saved our timber jobs. If Joe Biden gets in, the radical left will shut down Wisconsin timber production forever. You know, they don't want to let you touch a tree. If you happen to touch a tree, they want to put you in jail for the rest of your life. I also issued brand new regulations to ensure American workers are first in line for jobs. We want American workers to be first in line. Biden will allow his donors to bring in a flood of cheap foreign workers and wipe out your middle class. We don't want that happening. Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history. Our southern border is so secure. That wall, we're doing 10 miles a week, and we'll be hitting over 400 miles within a period of a couple of weeks. And it'll be finished very soon. And by the way, Mexico is paying for the wall. You do know, you know, they keep saying, so finally they said, well, all right, he's built the wall. Let's not talk about the wall anymore. So now whenever they go, but Mexico's not paying. No, Mexico is paying. We're putting a charge at the border, and Mexico's paying us for the wall. But Mexico's been great to us because they have 27,000 soldiers all along our southern border. And I want to thank the president of Mexico, who happens to be a great guy. And they do have a big COVID problem. This is a good time to have a wall because, you know, we have that wall and it is not penetrable. It is just not. Remember they used to talk about, we don't need a wall, that's obsolete, right? They wanted drones, little drones flying all over. You know what the drones would be good at? With cameras on them, so that we could watch all the people pouring into our country. Right? They wanted drones. Remember crying Chuck Schumer? You know Schumer? He cries anytime. I've known him all his life. I've never seen him cry. But when he wants to get on camera, he cries so much. Crying Chuck, I call him. You know, because he feels so sad. He feels so sorry for people. Don't worry about it. He doesn't. But crying Chuck, you understand what I mean. Crying Chuck, what a beauty. Ron looks like good because not a good guy. But crying Chuck was talking about walls are obsolete. I said, walls are obsolete. And he said, no, we need technology, drones. I said, drones aren't going to help you. I mean, they're nice. You know, we have all sorts of attachments to the wall. This wall is technologically very advanced. And drones are fine. But you got to have a wall. And then I said to a group of people, and they thought it was sort of cool. You know, you do a computer today, you do a chip, you do anything today, it's obsolete in about 19 minutes, right? We've just developed a new computer. It's the greatest thing ever. 3 weeks later, somebody does a better one, right? It's a horrible business. That's why I like real estate. The guy big piece of land, I like it better. Simpler, right? But you know what? Everything's obsolete like in 15 minutes, except for two things. And you know what that is. I've been telling you, right? A wheel and a wall. In 1,000 years, you'll come back. And the only two things that you'll have that are very modern will be a wheel and a wall. Look at the wall they built over there. They took trucks and they put them together. because they don't want any criminals coming in here. So that's a wall. If they had a drone circling up there, or our great Secret Service, I think our Secret Service would be, who are the bad guys and who are the good guys? So look at that, they built a wall. That wall took them about 12 minutes. But the two things are a wheel and a wall. Everything else is going to be obsolete. In the last 3 years, we've arrested over 500,000 criminal aliens, including those charged with murder, assault,
You're
sex
jealous of
offenses.
them all.
We have over
You gotta
6,000
be
murderers that ICE has apprehended in our great border patrol, and we owe
Kill
them
Herbert.
a debt of gratitude. Think of that. Think of that. 6,000 murderers we took off the streets. In some cases, they're so bad we didn't even want to give. We have to take. I don't want to pay for them for the next long period of time. Frankly, it was up to me.
I'm gonna blow dry your hair to make sure it's right.
So
Okay.
controversial.
All right,
So we'll end up keeping them for 50 years. We'll end up feeding them.
Yeah, you're not. Say I
But-
need
but
to
look,
do
look,
something.
Let me just tell you, we
Give
have
me a hug.
we have
Oh, your
what the
haircut's
job
not
that ICE
right.
does
It needs
in Border
something.
Patrol.
I'll just-
And you know, like these guys are tough
Just don't
guys.
blow dry
You know, you
That's
know,
how I check it.
there's a couple of guys could probably, maybe he'd be good at it. He looks pretty tough. You got to be tough. You know, these guys, the ICE guys, you'll see these killers from the MS-13. They're total killers. Sit down, folks. Just relax. They're so exciting. They won't sit down. Just sit down. But you know, you get these killers. What, they'll be standing up in about 2 seconds. Well, that's a compliment, right? It should be a compliment, right? It's very nice, and I appreciate it. But relax.
I know what you're
Relax.
doing.
What the hell else do we have to do tonight? The fact is, does anybody have a better time than at a Trump rally, right? But we don't call it a rally. We
You owe
call
me
it a friendly
money.
protest because legally, if I call it a friendly protest, you're allowed to be here.
I'm
If
fucking
you call it a
flat
rally,
broke from
you're
these
entitled to hit
cons.
people or something.
Come on.
So we said, let's call it a protest. So everybody raise your hand. This is a protest, right?
I tried to explain to
That's actually
them.
good. Under the Biden administration,
I didn't talk shit
these
on you.
criminals would be set free. Under the Trump administration, these criminals are put in jail or they're sent home. We can't do this. And by the way, the MS-13 gang members are the worst anywhere in the world. They don't even want, right? They don't even, I hope you didn't come into contact with one. No, you know too much about them. I don't know. I'm worried about you. Stand up. I'm worried about you. What the hell do you know so much about MS-13? Look at that guy. You're not, is he with you? You know, can I be honest with you? If he's with you, you have no problem. You have no problem. Thank you. Thank you both very much. That's great. Great. But the MS-13, they're killers. They're horrible people. And these people go in and they call them a nest where they'll be standing. They'll just run in and start swinging and fighting. And then they always come out on top. And you know what? There aren't a lot of people that would be good at that job. And we have to respect those people that protect us like this. Immigration security is national security. Remember that. And we have to have borders. A nation without borders is not a nation. We don't have a nation. So on behalf of the United States, I'd like to extend my really sincere condolences to a friend of mine, President Macron of France, where they had just yesterday a vicious Islamic terrorist attack, beheading an innocent teacher near Paris. Beheading. A horrible thing. They apprehended 9 people, who knows. But we've been very, very strong on radical Islamic terrorism. And we do have a ban. People said, oh, that's such a terrible thing. Remember, I put the ban on. And then we got sued and we lost, and then we won in the United States. We've also invested.
Here's the
French
dime.
is having a hard time, and Macron's a great guy, and I just want to say whatever we can do. We've also invested $2.5 trillion with a T, $1 trillion in the U.S. military, which was totally depleted when we including major contracts to build new warships that save the historic shipyard right here in Marinette Marine in Wisconsin. We gave you billions. A lot of states wanted that contract. I gave it to you, and I came to Marinette about 3 months ago, and they do a great job. But a lot of people wanted it. A lot of states wanted it. And it's okay. I'm going to lose those states, but that's all right. Just remember that, Wisconsin. When you gave it, it's a lot of jobs. It's actually a very big contract against people, but they do fantastic work.
This is the American one.
That's a big problem. We sold it. We launched the first new branch of the U.S. Armed Forces in nearly 70 years.
They got one in every flavor
Space
for you.
Force. And I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous $150 billion for nothing, plus $1.8 billion in cash, Iran nuclear deal.
This is a Don show.
And if we win, the first call I'm going to get is from the head of Iran. And he's going to say, let's make a deal. You know, Ron, their economy, their GDP went down 27%. They're dying to make a deal. I said, look, you want to really see the election because you're not going to be in a position. You got to see the election. The first call I get will be them. And then I'll tell you the other calls, but I better not because I'm going to just make the deal harder if I do. But plenty of other nations are going to be calling because they're going to want to make the deal. I recognize the true capital of Israel and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And I also recognize this. By the way, every president, for many, many presidents, right? Every single president said they were going to do that. And you went back, how many presidents? Many, many, many decades. And they all said they were going to do it, and they never did it. Because I'll tell you what, it wasn't easy. Once I got to office, the pressure put on your president not to do it was incredible. And I told the story. I didn't take calls. I got calls from kings, presidents, and prime ministers not to do it. Don't do it, sir. Don't do it. We don't want you to do it. You know. And it's going to be horrible if you do it, sir. It'll cause problems. And finally, I said, I'll tell you what. Who's calling? The king. Who's calling? And a mayor. Who else is calling? Prime minister's president. In one case, a queen.
Pero con Pancho Guerrero, director de la compañía,
and I said, no. What are they calling about? They want to talk you out of moving the capital.
El compañero o la compañera más querida de todos los cantores
It's very important. Okay, tell them that I'm going to call them back on Thursday. I had the press conference on a Tuesday. So I said, tell them I'll call them back on Thursday. I look forward to talking to them. I then announced that we were doing it, and we had Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. And then I called back the heads of all these countries. Yes, King, what can I do for you, President? Well, I wanted to talk to you about Israel, but it's already been announced. Oh, gee, I wish I got you a little bit sooner. No, it's much easier than, like. So I got back to them, they were all very disappointed. And you know what, we opened?
Fueron pasando los años que iba aprendiendo a poner los dedos en el piano y muchas veces para componer viene mucho mejor el piano.
Bye, apprentice.
No puedo dejar de lado nunca la guitarra porque fue el primer instrumento, digamos, que cayó a mis manos, el primer instrumento armónico, ¿no? Fue muy lindo porque la guitarra, sobre todo así de este tipo española, me trae a la memoria aquellas noches en un café en Valentina Encina, que lamentablemente ya no existe porque pienso que fue un reducto realmente importante de grandes figuras que pasaban por allí todas las noches. Es decir, en los altos de ese café vivía Alberto Morán, paraba el negro Luis Medina Castro. Vuelta a vuelta teníamos los andarigos, pero muy amigos del dueño. Pedrito Cladera, el Chacho Santa Cruz, con el cual yo tenía la dicha de haber pasado algunas noches con él tocando la guitarra, tomando unos vinos como le gustaba. Realmente lo era muy lindo.
El Chacho Santa Cruz, un hombre tan querido, ¿no? De San Rafael, ¿eh?
Gran tipo.
Y de aquellas noches me imagino que habrá quedado alguna canción.
Claro, se hace difícil a través del tiempo recordar todo, pero hay cosas que son inolvidables. Es el hecho de poder estar guitarreando la primera vez ese lugar lo que tendría, mi llamaría era paraguaya. Entonces, claro, nosotros le damos al rock and roll y el bolero de moda y nada. Entonces, para calmarla, cuando se empezaba tarde, nosotros ya nos quería echar y bajar la cortina. Entonces, que entonces le cantábamos algo paraguayo, y las lágrimas, sigan, chicos, no me animo a cantar por ahora. Claro, así me comencé cantando.
¿Y hay alguna canción que te acuerdes de ese tiempo?
A ver si puedo recordar. Tiré tu pañuelo al río para se mueren los despacito como tu amor, pero el río un día a la playa al fin me lo olvidará, pero yo sé que nunca jamás podré ser feliz sin tus alegrías. Te recordaré en mi soledad, no me acuerdo más. Pero las cosas que de repente no le embargan la emoción aunque uno quiera, ¿no? Lo mismo cantarlo en casa y cantarlo así en el público, porque sobre todo contando la historia, como que estamos en una regresión muy especial y que la persona medio se emociona, ¿no? Parece mentira. Y vamos a hacer una pausa entonces, para que se renueve el aplauso de la gente y volvemos para seguir recordando y evocando otros tiempos con los años.
I have the royal chair. I have the royal chair, see?
La noche de Sandro era argentísima. Noche
Long live Sandro. Roberto Sanchez, the Don.
momentos de su juventud, de su niñez, tiempos del barrio, ¿no? Ah, bueno, con la niebla del riachuelo, acá que... Y hace un rato nombraste a uno de los cantores más populares, tal vez el más popular que tuvo en su historia la orquesta de Osvaldo Pugliese, al flaco Alberto Morán. Claro, por supuesto. Creo que fue el primer ídolo femenino, es decir, ídolo con injerencia sobre el público femenino, ¿no? Ajá. Pero cuando íbamos a bailar, era chico todavía, tendría 12, 13 años, y ahí íbamos a bailar donde estaba la orquesta de Pugliese, sobre todo porque iban todas las chicas a verlo a Alberto, entonces iban a un baile, no había mujeres, ¿dónde están? ¿Dónde están Pugliese?
Yeah, cops are supposed to be involved. And plots to kill cops' kids, are they?
¿Y te acordás de alguno de los tangos morales?
Right, you better have some morality.
Como lo hacía el flaco. A ver si sale. A ver. La pena verte, un barrio de flores, un rincón de mis sueños y vendarín. Novelas de amores, es un romance de dicho sin fin. Así me quedó crecí en su vereda. Un día se vuelve siguiendo de un padre. Pero no sé si queda. Me vuelto cansado de tanto llorar, de su fortuna no pueden esquivar, si no les den sucio, pero aunque no ¿Y qué otros tangos han quedado en tu memoria? Bueno, como que ahora han quedado muchos, pero creo que yo de repente no recuerdo bien las letras de muchos de ellos, por el hecho de no hacer ese género, ¿no? Ajá. Pero a mí de repente me gustaba mucho Ángel Vargas. Angelito Vargas. A ver si acuerdan Ruiseñor de las calles porteñas, ¿no? A ver, ¿verdad? Yo soy del barrio, de tres esquinas, riesgo a y florecen como piscinas, las lindas pibas que levantan, donde en la noche sigue y serena.
This guy.
Gracias, chicos. Para el primer audio. Fuerte un aplauso para el nuevo, un aplauso que me
E.T. This dude right here.
Con mi respeto, por supuesto. Y yo pienso que mucha gente esta noche está descubriendo a otro santo, ¿no? Porque es puta de imitador. Pero además de admirador de cantores tan queridos por el público argentino, como Alberto Morán, como Ángel Vargas, como tantos otros, Julio Sosa, por ejemplo. Con Julio tuve la suerte. Sí, un fuerte aplauso para el Silvio. Fíjate vos qué cosa increíble. El día que yo realicé mi primera grabación en los estudios de la CBS, tenía un miedo, alucinante, por supuesto. Me acompañaba una orquesta, porque yo el primer disco lo grabé con un mundo de su conjunto, que era el maestro José Carlos. O sea, yo no comencé a grabar con los gestoros, después sí la compañía me permitió hacerlo con ellos. Me acuerdo que tras el susto que yo tenía de repente cuando estaba la cabina de grabación arriba, cuando mira ahí estaba parado don Julio escuchando la grabación. Entonces, este pibe puede ser que a mí. Y después me tocó compartir muchísimas veces con él en los bailes, porque claro, el público de Julio, público prácticamente netamente masculino, decidía la barra brava. ¿Y quién salía después de Julio? Después de las cosas que decía, aparte Julio Regañano, que eran terribles, los dejaba a esta altura. Y claro, entonces nos mandaban a mí a los de fuego, porque la gente nos aplaudía de miedo a nosotros. Sí, pensaban que íbamos a tomar rehenes después de tocar. Y realmente hemos trabajado mucho y era increíble verlo en escena, ¿no?
Ajá. ¿Y qué tangos le llegaban más a la gente en la voz de Julio Sosa?
Bueno, pero guarda, ahí ya no hay que meterse, ¿no? Porque de repente tratar de hacer algo de Julio Sosa es así como muy difícil para mí.
Los tangos entonces tienen que ver con una etapa de la vida de Sandro, ¿no?
Sí, por supuesto. Digamos, yo, como te decía, yo viví en un barrio netamente tanguero. Valentino Encina, no chiste, guarda. Ahí los muchachos, sobre todo en aquella época, calentaban la pava del mate a los balazos.
Y allá por la década del 60, cuando en el país se produce aquel resurgimiento de las canciones criollas y de la juventud con la guitarra. Me imagino que habrás entonado alguna de aquellas canciones, algunas zambas como Angélica, por ejemplo.
Había caballitos de batalla.
Porque ¿quién no cantó Angélica? ¿Te acordás?
Angélica, cuando te ay Dios, mi memoria.
No olvidaré cuando en mi Córdoba
cuando en tu Córdoba te
y tu clavel.
Bajo los árboles robé, debe decir robé para acá. Robé, vaso.
Los recuerdos de Sandro en Argentinísima. Hacemos una nueva pausa y volvemos entonces.
Noche de vacaciones con Sandro en Argentinísima. Y
yo quisiera preguntarte qué escuchaban o qué cantaban tus padres.
Bueno, papá cantaba bastante, madre, gracias a Dios. Por eso se dedicaba a tocar armónica. Tenía un oído sensacional para la armónica, pero con las canciones nunca. La mamá sí cantaba bien. Canta bien, una voz muy chiquitita, ¿no? Pero muy afinadita y eso. Ellos eran muy hinchas ellos de
Retinotti, me decías hace un rato.
Sí, de Corsini,
Ah, de Ignacio Corsini.
Ignacio Corsini, Magaldi, decía todo lo que fueran voces agudas por allá.
Ajá.
Entonces, de repente. En la sombra de la noche, en la barriada se entristece. Bailan las esa flechita bailando por la chata, el sol de cielo serenata provocó esta evocación. Mariposa de las negras volando en el callejón, al evocar en la noche voces que el viento llevó. Me estoy mirando los dedos porque se me están desangrando. Como decía, hace mucho tiempo no tocaba una guitarra. Te recuerdo, comencé a tocar una guitarra, me prestaron. Estaba rota, el lado partido. Y todavía pegada por algo que todavía no sabía, yo creo que era Dios el que la sostenía. Entonces, para aprender a tocar me tenía que apoyar en la mesa de la cocina, hacer fuerza, y darle permanentemente, o sea, para poder, porque se había arqueado todo el diapasón, se arqueaba, ¿no? Que si está suelta, se levanta, y las cuerdas quedan a 2,5 metros de altura más o menos. Me recuerdo que mamá entonces, fíjate la comprensión que tenía y bien la devoción que yo tenía con las cosas de la música. Me ponía el agua caliente con sal al lado para que yo metiera los dedos y siguiera tocando, ¿no? Así aprendí. Un día me pude llegar a comprar una. No, la primera que tuve tampoco me la compré, me la regaló un vecino que tenía una guitarra que estaba, no sabés lo que era, estaba para asado directamente, pero no para tocar, sino para el juego. Era muy duro toda aquella época porque era una familia muy humilde. Y eso a veces es lo que yo veo cuando realmente una vocación, ¿no? No le importa absolutamente nada. Le das para adelante. Yo conseguí varios trabajos hasta que me pude llegar a comprar la primera guitarra, una guitarra eléctrica, por su. Porque en ese pueblo podía ser de otra manera. No sé hoy en día dónde la. No me estaba acordando de ese detalle, ¿no? Aparte de la gran comprensión de mis viejos, que me alentaron a seguir. Gracias. Viejo, gracias, viejo. Gracias.
Y en este momento, ¿por qué año comienza a definirse de manera ya más total y más cabal la personalidad del que luego sería el Sandro de América?
Bueno, no por el 65 aproximadamente, digamos, yo abandono rock, porque como digo, muchas veces ya me sentía que lo estaba haciendo artificialmente. Entonces de alguna forma me sentía que estaba estafando a la gente. Soy alguien que cuando sube a un escenario se entrega absolutamente y no puedo hacer nada en falso, por más profesional que sea, porque aunque la gente quizá no se dé cuenta, no lo note, yo después me digo de todo en el camarín. Porque, no sé, para mí eso es una entrega absoluta. Entonces, allá por el... Allá por el 67, 65, digamos, abandono el rock y me paso a las huestes de los baladistas. Y comencé a grabar las primeras baladas, las primeras cosas, y por el 67, digamos, aparece el primer Festival de Buenos Aires de la Canción, tengo la suerte de ganar, pero ya venía colocando algunos discos, o sea, ya había empezado a tener un pequeño nombrecito dentro del panorama nacional. Y tuve la suerte de ganar el Festival de Buenos Aires de la Canción por un voto. Se lo gané a Daniel Toro. Daniel todavía me debe estar odiando, papá, yo lo siento mucho. Pero fue por un voto y ese festival se hacía toda la misma noche y se elegían las canciones en la misma noche y eran 3 rondas y vámonos. Y bueno, y ese festival, digamos, fue el que me abrió las puertas de la canción internacionalmente, ¿no? Porque de ahí me llamaban ya de Chile para presentar en el Festival de Viñas y de Viñas ya pasé a, digamos, el primer país que internacionalmente me dio su apoyo fue Chile, lo digo siempre, con muchísimo cariño. De ahí pasé a Venezuela, bueno, después de Venezuela ya empezamos.
Pero esa etapa de consolidación comienza con ese título que no dijiste, el del primer.
Claro, vamos a decir, digamos, que es ahí donde realmente uno ya empieza a trabajar firme, fuerte, donde el hecho de estar en la tabla, porque siempre digo a los chicos cuando recién empiezan, que ya se creen que se lo saben todas, les digo, hay que tener mucha tabla y mucha tierra de caminos encima para aprender realmente lo que es un escenario. Yo tuve esa suerte, esa oportunidad, y bueno, entonces más o menos creo que hoy uno comenzó a darse cuenta realmente qué podía hacer.
¿El título de la canción?
Quiero llevarme de ti. Quiero escribir una canción a tus cabellos, luego tu cara en la arena dibujar. Oír tu nombre cantado por el viento, pero tu sonrisa jugando en el mar. Y aquella noche
De la final del festival de la canción, cuando el momento de la consagración, ¿qué sentiste?
No me di cuenta. Honestamente es una cosa muy extraña que me sucedió porque nosotros fuimos invitados a participar porque no era lógico que una ciudad, una metrópoli tan importante como Buenos Aires no tuviera un festival como tenía San Remo, como tenía bueno, varias ciudades importantes del mundo. Chile tenía su festival, Buenos Aires no lo tenía, entonces nos invitaron a todos para ir a participar. No, entonces yo no fui con ningún ánimo competitivo, yo fui sencillamente a colaborar porque nos hacía falta. Cuando terminó la primera ronda yo me fui del teatro. Y me agarró el portero del teatro y dice, oiga, usted se llama Sandro. Sí, porque no sé qué ha ganado ahí que lo andan buscando. ¿Y qué gané? Y se lo corrió y digo, no, deja. No, venimos a ver, bueno, habíamos ganado la primera ronda y llegamos a las finales y ganamos por un voto. Yo parece que me tomó totalmente desprevenido. Es como que cuando uno está absolutamente fuera de tiempo, ¿no? Como que yo pensaba que no me estaba pasando nada. Está claro. Recién a la noche, cuando entré en el dormitorio de mis padres, que estaban muy enfermos, papá, que estaba bastante mal, estaban los dos en la cama, cada uno con sus achaques, y estaban durmiendo. La casa tenía piso de madera, esas casas antiguas con piso alto, entonces entré pateando fuerte, se pegaron un susto de yo casi los mato. Y me paré con el obelisco de plata en la mano, y como creo que ahí fue el momento donde tomé conciencia de lo que había hecho, y dije, perdón, no lo hago más.
Aquí estamos, reviviendo, repasando la vida de este cantor popular argentino que ha recorrido gran parte del mundo, que se llama Sandro, y con el que seguiremos en unos minutos más. Una pausa y volvemos con la noche de Sandro en Argentina. Con los recuerdos, por supuesto, por el barrio en el que nació Sandro, por el pueblo en el que vivió, por su infancia, tiempo, según dicen los escritores.
No digas pueblo los del cine, que se ofenden, che, es ciudad ahora.
Pero uno le dice cariñosamente,
Sí, por supuesto,
sí, pueblo, Cabo Chico, ¿no?
Exactamente.
Y dicen los poetas que uno de los tiempos más hermosos del hombre es el de la infancia. Anduvimos también por la infancia de Santos,
Then tell
por
me
su
that it's
juventud,
bullshit.
de bailarín de tangos,
And
¿no?
that it's all
El
made up.
cantor de
It's
tango que
some war
recordó
game. To fuck up the little redhead
grandes
retarded
cantores
girl.
como
Do
Julio
something.
Sosa, Ángel Vargas, el flaco Alberto Morán.
We're
Después
either familiar
llegó
or
la
we're
noche
not.
memorable,
I say
el
we
primer
are.
Festival Buenos Aires de la Canción,
And you are too,
título
Sam, political
consagratorio.
assholes.
Quiero llenarme de ti. Y luego vendrían ya otros tiempos, ¿no? Más exitosos.
Sí, vertiginosos, por supuesto.
Tell them about
Trabajaba
their
tanto que
stupid
recuerdo
phone.
que estaba tan acondicionado los reflectores ya que me acuerdo que por ir en casa de noche prendía la heladera y se prendía bien y empezaba rojo.
Yo creo que toda la gente que se encuentra hoy colmando este estudio mayor de la televisión argentina y los que están viendo esta reunión estarán esperando también.
Mr. President,
No me salgo nunca de
Es la canción elegida por todos los imitadores de sangre, ¿no?
Sí, aparte de que puede hacer un tembleque y toda esa cosa. Esa la tiene bien.
Hay un amigo de Argentinísima que en todos los escenarios en los que actúa, y muchas veces en Argentinísima también, te imita, te recuerda, con un gran afecto, con amor de hombre, ¿no? Y cariño de niño. Eso lo Johnny. Tal vez no se acuerda de algo. Pero te imitan en esa ropa, ¿no?
Ese chico, yo lo conocí. Era flaquito, cuando recién vino con Jorge Cafrune, otro idolazo, a quien yo realmente respetaba muchísimo. Llegaba, ¿cómo te vas, Sandro? ¿Qué? Sí. Y atrás con esta laucha, porque una laucha cuando llegó, había tan gracioso. Digamos, creo que ahí fue cuando recién descubrió el auténtico humor que podía llegar a pedir. Gracias a su carrera, ¿no?
Y a propósito de Cafrune, hace un rato, antes de comenzar, ¿te acordabas de una samba que fue el gran éxito de Cafrune, la samba de mi esperanza? Y me decías que habías escuchado una versión, ¿no? En Brasil, creo, de la samba de mi esperanza, ¿no? Muy particular.
A ver si lo recuerdo. Precisamente de memoria.
C-SPAN, seriously, C-SPAN. It's an entire channel shot with the backup camera on a Ford Explorer. Congratulations to C-SPAN.
No, lo hubiera dejado como es, que es muy linda la nuestra.
Y llegarían los viajes también, ¿no? Comenzarías a recorrer Latinoamérica.
Llegó un momento que creo que tuve más horas de vuelo que un comandante. Realmente viví en avionetas. Permanentemente, por eso digo, fue una época realmente de un alto costo, ¿eh? Gané mucho dinero, ¿cierto? Pero el costo en lo espiritual, el costo en lo personal fue muy alto. Porque había momentos en que estaba filmando una película, hacía televisión y hacía giras en el interior, toda la vez. Creo que realmente no sé, había momentos en que no sabía dónde estaba. Te tenía que decir el texto del libro, de la película que me tocaba, decir un momento, señor, voy a cantar.
Also, to
Esto es
any
bastante
U.S.
duro
senators here
porque
tonight,
es
if
un
you'd like
trabajo
to
muy
switch either your
desgarrador.
dessert or your position on
A veces
gay
la figura
marriage,
de éxito de los
please
hijos
signal a waiter.
está más allá del límite de lo
By the
humano.
way, speaking of
No
dinner,
solamente
tonight's
lo físico,
entrees
sino
were
en lo,
halibut and filet
en lo
mignon.
interior.
Or as CNN's
Hoy
John
en
King
día no,
reported it, lasagna and
conociendo el precio, no
couscous.
sé si haría lo mismo. Es decir, estaría en la música, por supuesto, estaría haciendo esto porque es mi pasión, es mi vocación, es mi forma de vida, pero no creo que entraría en ese juego que entrasen. Claro, que yo desconocía, por supuesto, ¿no?
Everything you ate this evening was
Y andando
personally
por otros
shot by
países,
Wayne
¿qué
Lapierre.
público es el que te llevó
During
más?
a home
¿En qué
invasion,
escenario? ¿En qué teatro? ¿En qué lugar?
the
Bueno,
fish came
mucho
into the
público. Tuve
window.
la suerte muy grande, que fui muy bien
It
aceptado,
wasn't
sobre todo en
peppercorn,
toda
it was
Latinoamérica.
buckshot, ladies and gentlemen.
Entonces, no sé, no
Incidentally, you may
podría
not know this,
decirte
but Wayne
con
Lapierre is
exactitud
merely
cuál es el
the
público.
executive vice
Porque
president
primero, cada
of
país
the
tiene sus
NRA.
costumbres, tiene su
Which begs the
idiosincrasia,
question,
tiene sus
how
culturas.
freaking crazy do you
Cada
have to
país se
be
mueve
to be the actual president
con
of the NRA?
elementos diferentes. Es una cosa, de repente, es estar trabajando en Puerto Rico, un país que yo adoro. Uno se levanta a la mañana, y cuando yo estuve filmando una telenovela, y por eso estuve viviendo 6 meses, estuve conviviendo con la gente. Uno se levanta a la mañana, y antes de encender el radio, uno le empieza ese ritmo, a ver si de repente va a enganchar justo un tema de salsa con el ritmo ese. Por ahí es un poquito más rápido, un poquito más lento, o sea que todo el día que vamos. Entonces la gente, claro, tiene un espíritu muy diferente al nuestro. Porque en la mañana nos levantamos y eso le da una, psicológicamente, una manera diferente de ver la vida. Entonces, claro, yo no puedo pretender que un puertorriqueño o un mexicano o cualquiera de los otros países piense como yo. Yo tuve la suerte quizá de eso entreverlo o olfatearlo. Cuando comencé a trabajar, entonces que siempre he respetado muchísimo a los pueblos. He tratado de comer su comida, de sentarme en su mesa, de estar con ellos y aprender cosas, y que por cada uno tiene algo para contar. Esto creo que me dio muchísimo cuidado. Después de que yo recibí en todos los países, ¿no? Yo llego a México y a los 2 minutos yo estoy hablando con un mexicano, se me pega, ¿qué hombre? ¿Qué hubo? Ahora, pues qué bonito que le queda esa chaqueta, esa chamarra que se traje. Eso pienso que me da mucha fuerza para trabajar con la gente, es decir, la comprensión, comprender cómo son. A la vez, cuando uno comprende un poco los pueblos, valora las cosas musicales que hacen. Las canciones tienen otra dimensión absolutamente diferente cuando uno las escucha acá. Es decir, para ellos también es muy difícil de repente comprender lo que puede ser un taco como San José de Flores para nosotros, que somos lo que decías, ¿no? El arrabal, eso que dicen el rumbo, a veces ya ni siquiera la palabra barrio existe. Cómo nos apegamos, ese tipo de cosas. Para nosotros de repente no es muy lógico llegar a comprender una de las cosas más bellas que yo escuché de José Alfredo Jiménez, uno de los autores que yo más admiro y envidio por la simpleza con que dice cosas importantísimas. Voy a hacer una canción, si te dicen que me han visto muy borracho, orgullosamente digas que es por ti, porque yo tendré valor que no negarlo, y sabrán que por tu amor yo me perdí. Así es una cosa. Pero cuando se está en México y se comprende la forma, vamos a decir, las estructuras o los códigos en el amor entre el mexicano y la mexicana. Pero eso que parece una cosa así que son tan importantes, para allá es tremendo, es una concesión absoluta de amor. Porque ya porque aquello de que yo, pues que somos machos, está claro que se te dice que yo voy a aceptar todo lo que te digan porque esto es cierto, eso ya tiene otro valor, conociendo el pueblo mexicano. Está claro. Pero ya no escuchas la misma frase. No, ya hay ves un complejo impresionante, ¿no?
Communication is
Aquí
brilliant.
estamos, con los recuerdos de Sandro en Argentina. Una pausa y volvemos para la última parte de esta noche argentinísima en el estudio mayor de la televisión de nuestro país con Sandro de América.
Maybe I am Sandro's apprentice. Maybe there's a legacy involved.
A la última parte, y la gente que sigue con el mismo entusiasmo, con el mismo fervor, con las mismas ganas que al comienzo. Para esto, y esto ocurre también en todos los
Don't be acting like all Ricky Ricardo. See, there's the macho.
las actuaciones en Buenos Aires, en el interior, en el exterior.
Y son que la fidelidad del público es sensacional. Eso es una totalmente. Porque no es chiste, son 25 años de carrera, no es un día.
I wish somebody tell me I'm
Rápidamente
wrong.
hemos hecho un pequeño recuento. Pero a veces me preguntan, ¿cuál fue el premio más importante que recibiste?
No, irrelevant.
De todos los que he recibido, creo que el más importante es este. Hecho de estar 25 años, no pasa. Es un reto que vivo. Porque hay premios que son de alguna manera sencillamente premiar a veces alguna proeza o alguna casualidad. De repente vender 1 millón de discos es interesante, puede haber sido una casualidad. Hacer un buen trabajo de repente es una proeza. Pero es sencillamente cariño. Esto no lo puedes poner en una vitrina. Está suelto, sobre todo. Por eso te digo lo que quiero es decir, esto es amor. Claro, es una relación de amor entre la gente y sangre, ¿no? Porque no es fácil tampoco que un baladista, que un cantor romántico llegue a cumplir tantos años de vigencia, ¿no? Sí, por eso te digo que es increíble, ¿no? Y en esto te parece que ha incidido también, además del artista, del cantor, por el hombre. Creo que sí, o sea, tuve una formación de respeto. Bueno, así cuando entré a la habitación de mis padres, porque cuando vivíamos todos en una casa de inclinato, Valentina vecina, llamada, como diría Juan Carlos Altavista, el Yotibenco, ¿no? Su personaje era el mío. Me enseñaron a voltear la puerta. Me enseñaron que el respeto es fundamental, por sobre todas las cosas, hacia todos. Yo respeto muchísimo a esa persona que va a su gran sacrificio, paga una platea. Porque en algunos momentos cuando me toca yo creo que todo pasa por el respeto. Creo que todos los mandamientos que existen en las religiones, en todos lados, yo conozco uno que para mí es el mejor, el más perfecto, que resume la moral del hombre en la tierra. Que es no le hagas al otro lo que no quieres que te haga. Mira qué fácil. Comenzamos hablando del pibe, de Robertito, ¿no? El de Parque Patricios, el de Valentina Alcina. Y llegamos al final de esta reunión. Estos son los minutos finales. Y en tu espectáculo teatral, yo vi con emoción un momento en el que un hombre de edad, un anciano, personificado por Sandro, entonaba una canción. Era un poco como ver el tiempo final de la vida de Sandro, ¿no? No, no en lo que hace físicamente, sino en lo que hace a la ternura con que interpretaste ese momento. Eso tenía y tiene una ternura y una emoción muy particular. Claro, yo te pediría que para estos minutos finales si podés recordar un fragmento de esa canción. Como yo no la toco jamás, digamos, porque yo tengo un condicionamiento muy extraño. Las canciones mías se me hacen muy difíciles cantarlas yo. Es decir, una vez que las canto y las hago, prácticamente las desalojo de la memoria.
Sencillamente vuelven a la memoria el momento que ataca la introducción de la orquesta. Está claro. Y vamos a ver si me puedo acordar en este momento. Para
He's gonna tell me
nosotros
the truth.
todo es muy normal. En nuestro amor, muy pocas cosas hay que hablar. Un poco que decir, tanto por recordar. Un poco que
Nobody's gonna tell him he can't hang out.
solo hay que esperar. Las tardes son vecinas, caramelos y pastel. Ver los aviones en el parque despegan. A ella le gusta que le compre un letrero. Que cuando en cuando ve comienza con el sol, pues somos dos viejos amantes que seguimos adelante. Dándole gracias a Dios por el día.
In the election with the support of celebrities like Ted Nugent and Meatloaf. I guess they overestimated the number of voters who still drive carpeted vans.
Corazón, corazón. Gracias. Esta fue la noche de Santo de la Argentina. Por favor, deje que la gente se acerque. Señor, por favor, deje que la gente se acerque. Deje que la gente se acerque. Por favor, con cuidado todos. Despacito. Con cuidado. Este es el final de una reunión argentinísima en la que la gente, bueno, muestra su afecto, su cariño, su amor por el cantor popular que se llama Sandro. Nada más, gracias. Julio Marvin les da las buenas noches.
I'm going to show you guys how to make my famous holiday rolls. Because season, first up, you're going to want to knead the dough. Yeah, good. Give it some life.
Steve is real. That's really smart. And his name is Israel. And there's pandering, and then there's pandering. That's like having a congressman from South Carolina named Jesus H. Dunn. Jesus H.
Not him. You.
There later. That poor bastard. He's gonna lose an arm.
Wait, you're saying he's a poor bastard? He's gonna lose an arm.
Supreme Court seeks to divide the same-sex marriage.
The
liberal justice favor it,
Escuela
while
Brava.
the conservatives oppose any lifelong sacred union between two men, unless, of course, it's Antonin Scalia and Clarence Thomas.
The hell was that? It's no surprise that Speaker John Boehner isn't here tonight. Speaker Boehner and President Obama are still struggling to get along. President Obama and John Boehner are kind of like a blind date between Anderson Cooper and Rachel Maddow. In theory, they understand each other's positions, but deep down, you know nothing's ever going to happen. Speaking of nothing happening, we're all hoping, of course, that nothing happens with North Korea. And that got me wondering, what is with Kim Jong-un? Now, in the past, we've had really scary enemies like Saddam Hussein and Hitler. Now, suddenly, our nemesis is a pouty teenage boy who dresses like Rosie O'Donnell at the Emmys. Kim Jong-un doesn't understand that we aren't afraid of him. What that guy doesn't get is that we already have an unstable peninsula that will ultimately bring down America. It's called Florida. Yes, it is. Yes, President Obama has a lot on his plate right now. He's now at that very nice stage where there are no more secrets left to come outside. We all know that he's a child who lived in Indonesia. He studied at a Muslim seminary and occasionally ate dog. So clearly from the beginning, he was a kid who had his eyes set on the U.S. presidency. Check, check, and check. Here I come. Now, I know the relationship between the president and the press can seem a bit strained at times. Some in this room have even accused the president of being distant and aloof. When I asked the president about it earlier, he said, "Oh," and then walked away. Of course, it's only natural, but Mr. President, your re-election was a little less exciting than the first time around in 2008. On election night in 2008, you celebrated with hundreds of thousands of people in Chicago's Grant Park. It was fascinating. This time around, you split a char dog with David Axelrod in the Wiener Circle. It just didn't have the same buzz. And by the way, I have a question. And I think some of you also have this question. It's been several months since you were re-elected, sir. So I'm curious, why are you still sending everyone 5 emails a day asking for more money? You what? You have a gambling problem we don't know about? Did you put it all on Gonzaga? You did, didn't you? He did! President Obama has already made a lot of changes in his second term. Sir, you recently appointed John Kerry and Chuck Hagel. Very smart move. You appointed the only 2 people in the United States who look even more tired than you. It's a great strategy. Mr. President, you're going to leave office as a very young man, and yet the presidency has taken its toll. I don't want to alarm you, sir, but you're starting to look like a judge on Law and Order. Just say you're on thin ice, counselor. You can have that card right away. Seriously, Mr. President, your hair is so white, it could be a member of your cabinet. He can handle it. Speaking of the cabinet, the president recently picked his new Treasury Secretary, Jack Lew. Gives me great joy to know that if the president ever has to let him go, he'll get to say, "It's not Lou, it's me." But the quote I hear the most about the president is that he's always the coolest guy in the room. That's what everyone says. He's the coolest guy in the room. All right, but here's my question. Who else is in that room? It's not hard to be the cool one when the other guys in the room are Biden, Hagel, and Kerry. I'd be cool too if I was stuck in a room where Tom Vilsack is showing Stephen Chu how to do the Harlem Shake. Now, I've made some jokes about the president this evening, and I'm looking forward to my audit. It's coming. I know, sir. It's coming. But I would like to take a moment here and change gears and say something to the president regarding the events of the past few weeks. Some of you may not know this. I grew up in Boston. My parents still live there. And my brother Luke raised his family in Watertown.
Entonces, para probar cómo
And I'd like to
trabajan,
take
nos llevan
this
a
opportunity to
sitios
thank
haciendo
you,
barrios,
Mr. President,
pero nos llevamos a los
for
otros barrios,
visiting
nunca nos llevamos
that
a
great
los
city
sitios
and helping its
para
people
vivir.
begin to feel like inspiring.
Sí, sí, sí.
Of course, it made a
A mí
huge
la guitarra
difference.
en el café, en el bar. Porque ya desde muy chico, por necesidades, tenemos ya así.
It's been said recently that you don't mess with Boston. Someone who grew up there, I'd like to echo that sentiment. It's really pretty simple. If you're going to pick on a city, don't choose one where 9 out of 10 people are related to a cop.
No, era la época.
Don't do it. It's stupid.
Claro, sí, 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 sí.
That includes myself.
Pero quizás, digamos,
I have one more thing to mention before I go. Everyone's obsessed with
claro, no,
Washington
quizás será
these days.
por
You all saw how you went crazy for House of Cards, Homeland, and of course this
cuando
event
yo tenía
tonight.
10
Hollywood
cuando llega
can't get
rock and roll,
enough
la gran explosión
of
del
your
rock.
world. Well, tonight I'm excited to announce that Turner
Digamos,
Broadcasting
y bueno, como
is going to make a major television miniseries about the big power players here in Washington. They just finished the casting, and I would like to announce who is going to play who. This is big. Vice President Joe Biden is going to be played by Bob Barker.
61. Es un conjunto que encontramos o lo inventamos. Yo lo invento, yo le pongo el nombre y me salgo.
Former White House advisor David Axelrod will be played by Higgins from Magnum PI. This was also produced by Steven Spielberg, by the way. Representative Paul Ryan will be played by Mr. Bean.
¿Qué hace? Creo que menos mal que va a la guitarra. ¿Qué hacen ahora?
Senator Chuck Schumer will be played by Grandpa Munster. Senator Harry Reid will be played by the old man from the American Gothic painting. Fox News CEO Roger Ailes will be played by Boss Hogg. We signed the deal. Speaker of the House John Boehner will be played by Tan Mom.
Al nacer los fuegos no se piensa pensando.
Secretary of Homeland Security Janet Napolitano will be played by Paul Giamatti. Former White House Chief of Staff and Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel will be played by Stewie from Family Guy. Secretary of State John Kerry will be played by an Easter Island head. I cannot tell those two apart. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts will be played by Buzz Lightyear. Senator Mitch McConnell will be played by Dame Edna. CNN anchor Blitzer will be played by a Furby. NRA Executive Vice President Wayne LaPierre will be played by the face melt guy from Raiders of the Lost Ark. And finally, White House Press Secretary Jay Carney will be played by Ralphie from A Christmas Story. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a huge honor. Thank you very much.
I want to begin my presentation tonight. I put something special together. This is something we do on my show every week. We pitch in to help the FCC keep our public airwaves squeaky clean by bleeping and blurring things, whether they need it or not. And with that said, please enjoy a special White House Correspondents Association dinner version of This Week in Unnecessary Censorship.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming to the White House.
I've told leaders of both parties that they must come up with a fair compromise in the next few days that can pass both houses of Congress and a that I can.
President Obama says it's asking time of the Gulf Coast, trying to find bipartisan health care reform on Capitol Hill. It's sort of like children trying to unicorns.
I have with homosexuals since 1968. I'm a regular guy with a
I like being able to people who provide services to me.
Terry Reid just wants to put his finger in his. It's insane. Are you not getting enough? You and the administration.
These are gigantic packages. I understand what pork barrel politics is all about. Mine.
That was a great interview. Thank you very much.
I enjoyed being here. Thanks, guys.
Even though you touched this. She's not the only person that I have a lot of people. The only thing about this particular one is, yes, she happened to be female.
I promise you, the president has a big
The Irish Prime Minister, he was crazy. He was introducing the president. They had a wonderful time.
Hey, we campaigned the whole day. Whenever I saw my son, I said, "Are you f***ed up?"
I said,
I'm
pero
boss,
tenés
you ready
18
to go?
años.
I said, I'm ready to
Estás
go.
con los muchachos, y tenés una vitalidad, yo siempre recuerdo, y eras como una especie de relámpago. ¿Cierto? Sí, eras capaz de caer, de saltar. No, y esto todavía lo sigo haciendo, ¿no? De repente lo digo.
And now, I'd like to introduce a comedian who I think will be a particular hit with the journalists in this room. Jimmy Kimmel is known in the world of comedy, not only for his sense of humor, but for his work ethic and his tenacity. And for those of us familiar with the ups and downs of the media business, what's not to like about a guy who's been fired for a radio station? Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce Jimmy Kimmel, host of ABC's Jimmy Kimmel Live.
Well, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Mr. President, salam. It's wonderful to be here. They told me this would be a very high-profile event with some of the most powerful people in the world. They did not tell me I'd be looking directly into Sofia Vergara's cleavage. I saw you texting. Sophia is from Colombia. This is what women look like in Colombia. What do you expect the Secret Service to do? Mr. President, you won't be able to laugh at any of my jokes about the Secret Service, so cover your ears if that's physically possible.
Let me explain to you like this. You're just a small piece in the macrocosm of this great guy, okay? So you're just not coming out around me. And you're not taking over. And you're not running the damn show because you can't answer the 60 questions. You should have listened to Sandro more.
This happened on President Clinton's watch. You can damn well bet those Secret Service agents would have been disciplined with a very serious high five. Comms would be beat red. Quick announcement, if anyone has tickets to the GSA after party, the plane is leaving for the Four Seasons in Dubai at midnight on the dot. Don't be late if you miss out on your complimentary white tiger cup.
I think that's code.
I want to thank the Washington Hilton for hosting us tonight. You know, President Obama wanted to move the dinner to the Kennedy Center this year, but the Republicans wanted to keep it here at the Hilton, so they compromised, and here we are at the Hilton. I'm staying at the hotel, and I'll be honest, it is great. I had to change rooms last night because there was a huge leak in the room above me. I guess Peter Orszag left his mouth on. And he told me you guys would like going. He told me a lot of stuff. But it's an honor to be here. You know, he told me when I was a kid that I would be sitting on the dais with President Barack Obama.
¿Y qué pasa en tu vida? Yo no te quisiera preguntar porque parece que... No, es que parece que te quisiera robar.
Justifiquemos el por qué estamos
No, yo parecía que te quiero robar. Pero a mí me hubiera gustado poder darle un ejemplo de la diferencia que hay entre musicalmente, rítmicamente, aquel Sandro y el que va a aparecer en el 67. Si hay diferencia, ¿no? Mira, todo. Digamos ahí, ¿ves? Yo realmente empiezo a explorar el
Probably not 2 terms,
¿Qué?
but there is.
Si escuchamos con detenimiento las primeras canciones
Even
que
some of
sea
your fellow Democrats think you're a pushover, Mr. President. They would like to see you stick to your guns. And if you don't have any guns, they would like to see you ask Eric Holder to get some for you. Jake Tapper wrote that.
Vale decir que a lo mejor
It's kind of hard to be funny with the President of the United States sitting right next to you, looking at you, and yet somehow at the end of the day, Joe Biden's men just give it away.
imagínate los 20 minutos de recuerdo permanentemente. Tengo que decir, por eso computar,
I wish he was here. I wish he was here so he could sit behind me and fake clap
igual,
like he
que la
does
misma
during the State
cosa,
of the Union
sin
address.
darme cuenta. Lo ruines esa canción.
Are you enjoying this? Is this fun for
¿Quieres
you?
hablar de ti?
This is the first meeting he's had in months.
Sí, se grabó también un
They
tango.
say diplomacy is a matter of carrots and sticks, and
Por
since
eso te
Mrs.
digo,
Obama got to the White House, so is dinner.
sin querer te empiezan a cuadrar todas esas ideas.
You're very skinny.
Donde
She
sale
doesn't
la
really eat. I
adoquín,
felt weird about
donde
eating
sale
dessert.
el
I've never
terraplén,
done
donde
touch. I've
sale
never
la
done that
inundación,
before.
el
You know,
paredón
the
de los
real reason
papini, y toda esa
you thought
cantidad
you
de
were
cosas
forgetting
que
had
de
nothing to
repente
do
lo
with
que
your
uno
birth
sin
certificate.
querer, te das cuenta del
It's
paisaje
because you lost so
que
much
tenés
weight. You
adherido.
thought you were the
No
guy
te
who
das
won the
cuenta.
Boston Marathon.
No rechazases, al
This
Pero
is
al
how you know this
contrario,
country's in bad
al
shape.
contrario,
Our
qué
president
suerte,
is starving.
qué suerte que pudo aflorar.
North Korea is
Que
sending
suerte de
him
alguna
food
manera,
aid.
como te decía, el hecho de cambiar de género
I
es
had the
porque
opportunity to sit next to the First Lady tonight.
yo
She's
tengo
very, very
digamos,
nice.
por la
And
vorágine de
no
la
matter what side of
me
the fence
divertía
you're on, you have to
muchísimo.
admit,
picaba la
she's done
piel.
a lot of good work. She
Pero a
just
medida que
wants
vas
us to be
creciendo,
healthy,
te
really.
empieza a
Mrs.
aflorar
Obama,
como quien dice el interior,
I thank you for
¿verdad?
that.
La cosa auténtica que tenés metido que nunca te diste cuenta.
Look,
Eso,
Chris
eso,
Christie,
eso
get him.
forma parte tuya.
¿Y cuándo aparece en tu camino este compañero tuyo que es un gran hombre? Tiene que ver en esa
You
transformación
know, they
tuya.
say that
Sí.
inside every
Sí, sí.
American governor
Tiene
is
que
a
ver.
president
Es decir,
struggling to get out.
tiene que ver desde
In
el
Chris
punto de
Christie's
vista
case,
sectorial, ¿no? Ya
it's the only
estábamos
one where you can still hear him
trabajando juntos
screaming.
ya de la época del juego.
Governor
Y,
Christie, he might be
claro, de alguna
misunderstanding
manera
New
yo
Jersey's
presentarle
slogan. It's not
mis
the Olive
canciones y
Garden
mis
state.
cosas con una fe muy grande en que podría ser eso. Y me dedica muchísimo para que me dice
The
para
truth
cambiar
is, the First
de
Lady
ramo.
is right.
Y
Americans
sé que es muy
are in
difícil
terrible
bastante.
shape. You
Ese
can
me
tell
llegó.
how out of shape they are by the way they
Sí, sí,
protest.
sí, sí.
But we
Y
used to
él
march.
me dijo
Now
un
we
día que es muy
occupy.
amigo y era muy amigo, me dijo, mira,
Claro.
tengo esto.
Once
Es un
they
pibe
quit,
nuevo que puede
congratulations to the
No,
Occupy
no era un pibe
protesters.
nuevo,
It took months
No,
and
no,
months
pero te
of
quiero decir es que
but
es
truly
un
oil
pibe
and
nuevo desde el
heavy
punto de
sack.
vista
But
que
finally,
salió con
Wall
esto
Street
nuevo.
is agreeing
Pinchado de otra
to
manera,
Smoking y toda la
le
cosa.
pusimos luces en el suelo.
White House Press
¿eh?
Secretary Jay Carney is
No,
with
no
us
muy
along
Es
gracioso.
decir, desde el punto de vista de lo que yo
Jay
tenía
is, as you know,
que
not
como
only
quien dice,
press
volver a
secretary,
presentar.
but also known as the white guy from every Lens Crafters commercial.
Impresionante, era el 67,
Otra campaña.
era el 99
One of
y
Jay's
al
jobs is
tercer o
to keep
cuarto
track
mes
of
de
all the
trabajo
Hillary Rosens.
ganaste el Festival Buenos Aires.
For those of you who aren't familiar
Ya,
with this story,
Efectivamente,
Kim, Lindsay, etc.,
fue el primero, tenía una organización bastante
Hillary
organizada.
Rosen is the woman who said
Pero
Aunt
tenía
Romney
una
never
frescura
worked
y
a day in her
espontaneidad
life.
Sala,
Even
Ciro,
though Mrs.
Fabré.
Romney
Sí,
raised 5 kids, of
exactamente.
course, the
Yo
administration
ensayé
tried to distance
momentos,
itself from
prácticamente
those
estaba entrando
comments.
la
They
gente
said
al
she's
teatro
not an advisor to the
porque
Obama campaign,
había
even though, as we
tenido un
later found
problema
out, her
con
name
el
appeared on the
sindicato
White
de
House
músicos,
visitor
sí, yo
log
creo.
35 times.
Y entonces,
So
si
when
yo no
reporters
llegaba, no
asked Jay
cantaba.
why her name showed up
Aparte, yo no iba
35
a ganar,
times,
yo iba a
this is where it
colaborar
gets
porque era el
hilarious.
primer festival de Buenos
He
Aires de la
said
canción.
he wasn't sure if it
La
was the
ciudad no
same
tenía
Hillary
festival de la
Rosen.
canción.
He said, I personally know 3 Hillary Rosens.
Y a raíz de
You
ese problema
personally
yo
know
no podía
3
sacar,
Hillary
si yo no
Rosens.
llegaba, obviamente me iba a cantar, pero después
Where did all these Hillary Rosens come from? Did you pick them in the Hillary Rosen garden?
Entonces ensayé y
I
salgo
pay
y
you
hacemos la primera
$10,000
ronda.
you don't know 3
Y nos
Hillary
fuimos.
Rosens, but
Me
I'm
toqué,
not
ya
running for
cumplí.
president still.
Y entonces el flaco, Jorge López,
3 Hillarys. That sounds like President Clinton's worst
el
nightmare.
hermoso placer de volver a trabajar después de
Hey,
20
is
años.
that slut Rush
Trabajando
Limbaugh
juntos
here?
en Miami, dirigiendo la orquesta nuevamente. Fue
People
muy
are
lindo,
still
me
upset
imagino
with
volver a
Rush for
vivir.
comments he made about Sandra Fluke, but you know what? There's a reason the
Vamos a
school
hacer aquí,
lost
vamos a
up what he
esperar la
said,
primera ronda.
and that reason is
Porque la primera,
Percocet.
segunda ronda y final y se acababa, todo mal.
And by the way, just to clear
No,
things hands up for the extreme right wingers.
Eso me toca
Here's the
hacer.
difference between
Yo me
Bill Maher
corto,
and
me
Rush
interesa.
Limbaugh.
A mí no me
The
interesa.
people who watch Bill
Lo puse,
Maher
yo
know
vine a
he's an
presentar una
asshole.
canción, a colaborar porque hace falta que tengamos fe. Eso es listo. Yo tomo un café y entro un portero.
This is
Oiga, usted es santo.
my first time here.
Sí. ¿Por qué no se ha ganado la idea?
We have numerous members of the print media in attendance, which reminds me of a riddle. What's black and white and red all over?
Y gano el festival por un voto contra Daniel Toro. Qué bárbaro, qué bárbaro. Increíble. Qué lindo. Yo no recordaba que era Daniel. Era nuestro. Claro, era nuestro programa. Era la alegría de todos. Fue como un
Amazing
increíble. Por eso digo, fue tan hermoso. Porque
And yet,
la
with
cosa
all
también
their technology, they still haven't figured out a way to make James Carville look less like a hairless boiled cat.
¿En qué año trabajaste por primera vez fuera
Chris
de
Matthews of MSNBC wrote a
bueno, Reyes del Festival, creo que fue ese mismo año.
27 pages long. 4 weeks at Tour and was throwing up all night.
Empezaste a tener conciencia de que ya eras.
I actually have my own theory about Lincoln's death. I think John Wilkes was innocent. I don't even think it was an assassination. I believe that Abraham Lincoln had a vision about what the Republican Party would become in 150 years.
Uno es un tipo que labura, que tiene un trabajo realmente muy especial, pero la única misión que tiene es cumplir con un trabajo realmente muy bien. Esa es la consecuencia de éxito, esas cosas para hablar. Pero me vas a tener que hablar de algo muy curioso, que es el secreto de una cosa guardada en un subterráneo, envuelto en acero. Sí, para que alguna vez hubo un resquicio de algo se escapó de eso. La gente como que
Loud, stubborn, a little bit out of touch with
descubrió
reality.
que había sido capaz también de tener.
Oh, Sandro will be glad to school you on the reality of your media.
Que no tiene absolutamente nada
Leaking 2 videos and getting caught right away doesn't make you a fool. It makes you a threat. As a result of all the success Fox News has had, MSNBC MSNBC has a very big star now in Rachel Maddow. Rachel hosts her own show. She's a best-selling author. And yet somehow she still manages to find time to cut her own hair.
De manera tal que de acuerdo a cómo terminó la conversación
The Rachel was a very different hairstyle when Jennifer Aniston had it. Rachel Maddow also wrote a book, Inexperienced, Unchecked Expansion of Executive Powers in Vietnam, has resulted in a country that is perpetually at war, which comes at disastrous cost, not only financially, but to the very ideals on which the United States was founded. Women nag, you know? There are a lot of very big celebrities here with us tonight. Huggy is here. Huggy's the dog from the movie The Artist. Huggy is amazing. He can roll over on command. He's a Democrat. Huggy, I have some advice. If Mitt Romney ever invites you to go for a ride, call shotgun.
Pero siempre de a uno.
And if the president tries to butter him, run. Last week we learned that the president's 2 favorite steaks are ribeye and seeing eye. You know you don't have to reveal everything in an autobiography, right? I mean, when you go to a dog park, is it the same as when we look at a tank full of lobsters?
No.
The president was very candid in an interview with The Atlantic a couple of weeks ago when he called Kanye West a jackass. Which, no offense, sir, but I think you got the wrong West. I think you meant Howard. Do all West look the same to you? George Clooney is here tonight. Tomorrow he set to appear before Alan West in the House Un-American Activities Committee. George is hosting a fundraiser event for the Obama campaign for $3 to enter a raffle, and the winner gets to have dinner with the president at George's house. And I for one have been eating a hot pocket with the president and Batman. And now I can do it for only $3. And if you don't win the raffle, remember you can still win dinner with George himself if you are a 6'1" blonde with a perfect body. Sully Sullenberger. Where's Sully Sullenberger? I met him outside the. Sully, would you do us a favor? Would you mind driving Lindsay Lohan home? Make sure you don't run into a goose, especially a gray goose. George Stephanopoulos is here. Good morning, America. Just beat the Today Show for the first time in 16 years. And George is riding, well, high maybe isn't the word, but let's say he's very pleased. 16 years is a long time. 16 years ago, there was no Facebook, there was no Google, and a tweet was something Barbara Walters gave her dog. This this is really incredible. I mean, what a collection of people. Here in one room, we have members of the media, politicians, corporate executives, advertisers, lobbyists, and celebrities. Everything that is wrong with America is here in this room. Unfortunately, the Speaker of the House, John Boehner, isn't. Apparently, yours aren't the only dinner invitations he declines. Don't take it personally, though. He's probably just afraid someone will ask him to pass the salt. Eric Cantor couldn't be here tonight. He's at the gym working out his gavel arm. This Boehner-Cantor feud fascinates me. As most of you know, it started during the debt ceiling negotiations when they couldn't agree on the wording of the ransom note. And it went downhill from there. Interesting fact about Speaker Boehner, the reason he smokes so many cigarettes is his tears keep putting them out. Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi isn't here tonight either, but her lipstick is on my glass, I think, from last year. Nancy Pelosi believes in lipstick in the same way she believes in government. Too much is never enough. Jake Tapper also wrote that one. I have to say, I've been having a lot of fun.
Yeah, sit there because you guys watched me for your spine here. When I just put on some Burt's Bees lip tint.
I'm standing there in awe.
Fucking Vaseline user.
On this very spot, Forrest Gump reunited with Jenny. The people are interesting too. It's fun to have conversations with people who are so passionate about politics. Who was a huge supporter of Republican candidates, and a guy who says it's a disaster that should be killed immediately. And it was interesting because I'd never met Mitt Romney before. Mitt Romney is
hey, Kimmel, you want anything Pierce?
Has amazing story. Some people say Mitt Romney.
They say this could heal the earth.
Morbid, and I think that's ignorant. This country.
No, it's not ignorant.
We elected
I'm talking about this part. I'm talking about piercing your nose or something with this.
Stevie Wonder said, we elected an African American president. We heard Eric Pratt from Romney's campaign to an Etch-a-Sketch, and I don't know. When I think Mitt Romney, I don't think Etch-a-Sketch. I think Twister. One foot on red, the other on blue, and both hands on green. Mitt has trouble connecting with regular people. You can't have a beer with him because he doesn't drink. You can't have coffee with him because you can't have caffeine.
You can't smoke a joint with him because you're a big nerd.
You're a Republican, there isn't much of a choice. I get Rick Santorum. I guess it just wasn't Rick's year. Rick's year is 1954. You know, it's one thing to enforce gay marriage. It's another altogether to do it in a
worse to do what you did.
In the end, Rick Santorum may not have won the nomination, but he succeeded in getting his message out, not just to Americans, but to people all affected.
Because y'all are crazy.
Ron Paul is still in there. He's still sticking with it. To me, Ron Paul looks like the guy who gets unhooded at the end of the It's great to see the Gingriches here tonight because I guess that means the check cleared. Newt, I have a question. How can you be against gay marriage when you yourself are the son of two gay parents, the Michelin Man and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? I don't understand politicians who are against gay marriage. I don't understand anyone who's against gay marriage. I mean, when you really think about it, marriage is kind of gay. I mean, as a man, when you get married, essentially what you're saying is, I will never touch another woman as long as I live. Now let's put jewelry on each other. Not that it's any of my business, Mr. Gingrich, but why are you waiting until Tuesday to talk about it?
Who says anybody wants you?
Time to admit or get off the pot. The election process is scenario in less than years. As you know, President Biden gave in a brief which initially Vice President Biden was very excited about.
You better talk to the original husband, whoever the hell that is.
And while we're on the subject of super PACs, let's get rid of super committees. Super committees are
Pero se te fue la
committees.
mano,
What super
Roberto,
cuts is the cuts.
en tu extrañamiento de las cosas.
All right, it's time for the fun
I
part.
never seen such a bunch of.
Por ejemplo, de vos
Under each
no
one,
hay
you'll find a copy of Keith Olbermann's
presencia.
resume.
I've researched every bit of it.
Is Keith here tonight?
I only am listening to a very few
The thing
people.
about Keith Olbermann is he's so like Al Gore launched Current TV in 2005.
Where'd my
and it
Sandro
took
go?
off like a North Korean
He's
rocket.
it's his part. No, I thought we were gonna do part 3. Come on.
Even though Current
Why are we
TV was
going
still
backwards
there, but
here?
I don't get channel a million.
Muy cerca de ese cine, otro,
Keith Olbermann
enfrente,
more
pero
bridges
otra
than the
película
arsonist of
de
Madison
este
County.
que íbamos.
He has more
Y
pink slips than Marcus
un
Bachman.
kiosco de revistas, la revista más importante del mundo del espectáculo que
Too soon?
circula en Guatemala,
You're
tenía
not
la
familiar with Marcus
fotografía
Bachman?
de
Chris
este amigo.
Cameron on the show Modern Family.
Esto sucedía en
Stand up and say,
Guatemala,
where are you,
pero
Marcus?
en Nueva
Oh,
York,
there
Not that you know, but this is about true friendship and true love.
admirable.
You're too young and you're too much of a smart ass.
Marijuana crackdown. I mean, seriously, what's the concern? We will deplete the nation's funding supply?
Iba todos
You
los
know,
días a ver
smokers vote too.
prácticamente la
Sometimes
misma
a week after
película
the
de
election, but they vote.
You guys are just
sabía imitarlo muy bien. Y un día
mocking
por
pot
teléfono
to
le decía,
make me irrelevant.
jugar Fisher por el título del mundo.
That's the sick part.
Tenía muchos problemas. Y me
You pissed me off again, Kimmel.
¿ha salido alguna nueva canción
He's on his fourth album,
de
Macaroon.
cantante que
Mr.
me
President, I
gusta
hope you
tanto?
don't
Y
think
le
I'm
dije
out of line
sí.
here, but marijuana
Yeah.
is something that really people
Ignorant.
care about. The fact that you
Ignorant
believe
fools.
Speaker Boehner, when he tells you he still has control of his party, leads me to
Quiere
believe that
decir
you
esto,
must be
que por
smoking some crazy great weed
muchas
yourself.
razones. Nosotros
Woody
tenemos que
Harrelson just woke up.
dialogaremos que tienes por muchas razones.
As we know now, last year at this dinner, President Obama had his
de
team
más
on the way to
resonancia.
kill Osama bin Laden.
Es impresionante el éxito
So who
fuera
will
de
it
las
be this year?
fronteras, similar al que tiene dentro de las fronteras.
If you're looking
El
for the
éxito
biggest threat to
de
America
Roberto
right now,
Sánchez.
she's right there. Her name is Kim Kardashian.
Pepsi is made for football. Watch it.
The Kardashians have one
How
reality.
dare you?
They say life is all about making choices.
This is not a good trend. Right now, Navy,
Well, I didn't
Navy
shoot.
SEAL Team 6 is outside the Kardashian compound in Beverly Hills, disguised as the Denver Nuggets. So
How
they
can you
sneak
be
in on
so
attack.
fucked up to call somebody every other name but their real name and be so fucking disrespectful?
Who are these people who think it would be a good idea to attack Iran? I hear people
I'm not
say,
talking to you no more,
"Bomb them,
Kimmel.
nuke them, just do
I'm
it."
cutting you off.
There are a real bunch of yahoos and net yahoos. There's only one way to have peace between the Israelis and the Arabs. Instead of focusing on their differences, they should focus on what they have in common, which is a mutual love of falafel and terrible dance music. I don't understand all the anger that's directed at the president, even if you disagree with his politics. He's funny, he's athletic, he has a beautiful singing voice, he's devoted to his family. Even with all his responsibilities, he still finds time to go to his kids' soccer games and move the goalposts. And I think that's commendable. President Obama wants everyone in America to have health care, whether we want it or not. I think I figured it out. You're not from Kenya. It's even worse. You're from Canada. This health care makes a lot of people very angry. There seems to be a lot of anger in general. And ladies and gentlemen, if I can get serious for a moment, I believe that we truly want to overcome the problems that we face. We have to do it together. We cannot forget this country is a great country. This is a land of liberty and justice for all. It doesn't matter if you're black like President Obama, or white like President Obama, or red like President Obama's agenda, or orange like Speaker Boehner. America is and will always be, as a great man once put it, a place where a man is judged not by the color of his skin, but rather by the number of his Twitter followers. It has been an honor for me to be here before so many members of the Washington national media. You're here tonight because as journalists, you care about freedom, free speech, free press, and most importantly, free dinner. Some people say journalism is in decline. They say you've become too politicized, too focused on sensationalism. They say you no longer honor your duty to inform America, but instead actively try to divide us so that your corporate overlords can rake in the profits. I don't have a joke for this. I'm just letting you know what some people say. In conclusion, It really has been an honor for me to be here tonight, and I'd like to thank Karen Bohan for inviting me, and Jake Tapper for writing all the jokes you didn't like, and I also want to thank Mr. Mills, my 10th grade high school history teacher, who said I never amount to anything if I kept screwing around in class. Mr. Mills, I'm about to high-five the President of the United States. Edith Mills. Thank you, everybody.
Ahora, Roberto Sánchez, que acaba de publicar creo que 26. Sí, creo que 26.
Feels great to have a woman following President Obama.
26.
Todas las canciones del Love son nuevas.
Todas.
Good evening. I'm Cecily Strong.
You
may know me from
es
Saturday Night
cierto,
Live,
ya no
or as
sabe
the
qué
ethnically
escribir, sino que la
ambiguous
diga
girl from every college brochure. I'm
Ese
sort
era
of
el
a
programa,
mashup of all the people in
y ahora
Hillary
de qué
Clinton's
escribir.
announcement
Pero él
video.
hizo es hacer honor
I'm
a
also
la
the
carrera.
first straight
Los
woman to host this in 20
Autores y
years. So
cantantes europeos
finally
nunca
made it
inician una nueva temporada si no tienen un repertorio totalmente.
Ah,
Trabajan
no,
un año
no,
entero.
por
sexual
supuesto.
is that? Huh?
Digo que la
No,
gente
you're lying.
quiere permanentemente escuchar cosas nuevas. Claro, normalmente
you
aquí
need to
siempre
say
después te
something
está
here.
pidiendo
Just
gran
because
parte del
I'm a
público las
woman
viejas
doesn't
canciones de
mean
la
I'm going to
clase.
go easy on you people.
Y yo
I'm going
siempre
to go
le digo,
easy on you
bueno, pero
people
es difícil
because
que
my
se
brain is smaller.
porque a mí me interesa siempre mostrar permanentemente nuevos repertorios, mostrar si hay una evolución.
I feel very lucky to be here. Last year's host, Joel
Roberto, vamos a hablar un
McHale,
poco de
proves
tu
that
vida.
speaking at this dinner is an amazing opportunity that can take you from starring in a show
Pero
on
una
NBC
carrera
all the way to
muy
starring in that same
consolidada.
show, but on
Y
younger.
debo empezar preguntándote directamente. Si bien
Tag the
conoces
codex of you get what you
I took
get.
Amtrak here. It's
no,
way
no,
more
es-
luxurious than I
¿Qué
thought.
había de la
Did you
historia
know
de
that
que
they have
eras de una
massage
familia
seats available on
Pero
those
ese es mi
trains?
abuelo.
All you need to do is sit in front of Joe
El padre
Biden.
de mi padre. Entonces, aparte de con la cara de irlandés que tengo, te puedes imaginar que... Bárbaro.
We tried to get memory
Claro,
feeds
y
in
alguien
here to
sincero,
cement,
digamos,
but they heard a rumor of
madre
Barney
que
Frank.
tenía y obviamente largó el
Thanks a
eslogan.
lot,
¿Te
Barney.
acuerdas que era aquella época
We
que
could
todo el
have
mundo
had
tenía
that
eslogan?
world famous Indiana
Palito del
pizza.
Rey, Solito dejó, era el chico de los flores,
I can make that joke
cantidad
about
de cosas.
Indiana pizza.
Sí, por eso te digo, no se nota que de Barrio Norte, es una tortilla.
Yo trabajé, antes de conocerte, trabajé alguna vez con Anderte.
Ajá, sí, sí,
Con
por
pinche.
Claro, vos te
Y,
sentís,
¿eh?
vos te sentís de América.
Y Anderle, yo recuerdo que tenía una extraña familiaridad con los gitanos con los que nos encontrábamos.
Since I'm only a comedian,
Yo no sé si es que era,
tell you
o que les conocía el idioma.
Él conocía, sí,
that's not my
gente
job.
de la
That'd be like
gitanería,
you guys telling me what to do with my body.
digamos,
You
sí.
imagine?
Pero no fue casualmente que pasó la cosa. Un manager anterior.
Ahora bien, ¿qué heredaste de la gitanería?
Now,
Quizá el
tonight's
destino
event is being
transhumano.
broadcast on C-SPAN, so to some
Digo
viewers
destino porque
watching
yo
at
de repente
home
no
on
propongo
C-SPAN,
viajar, ¿no?
hello. But to most
Pero sin
viewers
embargo mi
watching at
trabajo
home
es
on
mayormente
C-SPAN, meow.
permanentemente fuera del país. O el hecho sencillamente de comenzar una gira ya te lleva a estar viajando permanentemente aunque sea por tu país.
Now, if you don't know how to find C-SPAN,
Y
you
desde el
just
punto de
press the
vista
guide button on your
espiritual,
remote and then hit page
religioso,
up until your phone
cultural,
cramps.
tenés rastros, los rasgos que vos dirías, bueno,
Hey,
aquí
C-SPAN, I
está
just want to do a
la
camera
parte
check
gitana
real
de
quick.
mi
Okay,
vida y
camera
mi
one.
sangre. Por
Puede ser
ejemplo,
la sangre.
sos hondamente religioso,
Sí,
claro, lo
tremendo,
es.
tremendo. Quizá
What is
haya
great
heredado
to be here at the
genéticamente
Washington Hilton
algún
is something a
extraño
prostitute might
dingo
say to a
doble dingo
congressman.
que me lleva quizá a ocultar permanentemente religiones orientales,
The
todas
Washington
ligadas
Hilton,
a
you
lo que podría
guys.
ser
Man,
las-
these
los
walls
primeros tiempos del cristianismo, ¿no?
they
Andar
probably
averiguando
say
lo que es la magia cristiana, la hermética, la magia cristiana.
You know, it's
Porque no
crazy
sabes
to
que
think
hay
that
cosas
our
mucho más
president
mágicas
is
dentro de la
right
religión,
here in the ballroom of a Washington
Entonces,
Hilton.
un ritual de
And it's
inicio
even
de repente
crazier to think that our
impresionante,
vice
es un
president
hermetismo,
is right now in the ball
Sí,
pit
quizás
of a
todo eso
Washington
es
Chuck E. Cheese.
digamos, ahí está la cosa genética, ¿no? El orientalismo.
But
Dicen que los
seriously,
gitanos vienen del norte de la
the
India.
Washington
gitano
Hilton
es
is great.
egipciano.
And I bet that
Eso
the
es
president
el
walked in and
Egipto,
saw those
pero
bellhops
se ha
filings
rastreado
of
el
decent
origen
security.
gitano hasta seguramente por allá, por
Sí, sí, sí.
I'm
lugares
just
muy
kidding. No,
secretos.
just let's give it up for the Secret
Sí, se
Service.
supone que son los países de la primigenia raza esa área. Pero digamos que
I don't want to be too hard on those guys, because they're the only law enforcement agency
Por
in the
ejemplo,
country that will get in
una
trouble
forma de
if the
saber
president
si uno
gets shot.
tiene restos de aquello es pensar si le gustan mucho las barajas. Yo siempre encuentro en las barajas hondos
May
secretos.
29, 2019.
Secretos, pero
Oh, yeah, they had a hit on my life.
entonces te pregunto
High
si te
speed car
si te
chase,
gusta un tarot.
EMP weapon in St. Anne. Oh, and 2 police reports that they buried.
de ver las cosas muy especiales, creo que uno, a ver qué está llegando las cartas, está transmitiendo
So,
imperceptiblemente, no sabemos de una manera casi invisible lo que uno realmente quiere que se le diga, ¿verdad?
Sandro's
A
here.
veces hay gente que interpreta realmente, pero la mayoría se lo comunico por la sensación que recibe. Yo creo que uno es más un libro que de repente una
MSNBC shows
Acá
so
la
many
vida
prison
se trata.
documentaries. They're making
Pero
Ed
el libro es
Schultz
un
get a
libro.
teardrop tattoo. It's weird.
Me gusta que digas esto porque
Fox News
a veces
is
me
here.
encuentro con
And Fox
amigos
News has
que
been
hablan
losing a lot of
I'm
viewers
seeing.
lately.
tu programa y
No wonder people have to fake their deaths to get away from you weirdos.
That channel is all about blonde ladies and old dudes. You know, every show on Fox News looks like a party scene from Weekend at Bernie's.
exponer a una persona muy importante para que el
You
público
gotta
no la
give it up
escuche,
for
la lea.
CNN. You know, it's just comforting to
Lo
know
que
that
nosotros
whenever a
hacemos es
big story
poner a
breaks,
Sandro
I can
esta
turn to
noche aquí
CNN.
para que el telespectador lo lea. Tiene tantas lecturas como telespectadores existen. Cada uno recibirá eso que vos dijiste. Mensajes muy subliminales. Sí, sí.
Pienso que sí, sí, sí. Yo creo que
And I can't even talk to my
hay
friends.
grandes experiencias,
show you a listicle of 17
llamémosle
reasons why they
parapsicológicas
should
que se
be.
da con la gente, ¿no? Lo tenemos permanentemente, si es una persona por
You guys,
por
don't
esa
forget,
puerta y a vos
USA
te cae bien o
Today
te cae
is
mal.
here.
¿Qué es lo que
Of
está
course,
pasando? Son dos
they're only here
intenciones
because
totalmente
they were
diferentes.
slipped under the
La
hotel
gente que dice,
door.
tirás buenas ondas. No, ondas no hay. Uno tiene
And then at
es un
USA
aparato
Today,
un programa de
unless
transmisión
today is
y a lo
Saturday
mejor
or
entonces yo tengo
Sunday.
sintonizado mi aparato de recepción en una frecuencia totalmente diferente.
Claro.
Entonces, tu onda me entra muy mal, pero
NPR is
quizás
here.
tu aparato está sintonizado con esa onda y decir, esta persona le viene el fondo.
NPR had a lot of success with Sarah Koenig's
Yo no sé,
serial
a mí
podcast, which
hay
finally
gente que
answered
me
the
tira
question, what would it be like if
para
somebody
seguir
gently
con un
whispered an
lenguaje tan
episode of Dateline?
comprensible
And Sarah,
ahora.
I'm
Sí,
so sorry.
No, es muy claro y concreto. Hay gente que me tira buenas ondas y hay gente que me llena y me tira pálidas hasta tapadas.
Serial, but with an ending.
Ron,
Sarah,
inclusive por
next season,
televisión.
someone who
Sí, sí,
definitely
no,
did
que
it.
ocurre
Like a
permanentemente.
man
Pero la
to
culpa es del
mouth.
transmisor o del
Ay,
del
Sandra.
receptor.
No, yo pienso que muchas veces el problema es el receptor, no es tanto de la masa. Yo pienso que hacemos mucho
NBC is
esfuerzo
here.
por coordinar
You
las
know, even
las
us at
sintonías.
SNL got criticized this year
Yo
for
creo que
making fun
siempre
of
estamos
ISIS.
recibiendo
No, I think that's unfair. I mean,
nuestros
if anyone
centros
is guilty
sensitivos
of
que
taking
recibe, pero
ISIS
nuestro
too
centro
lightly,
intelectual no analiza muy bien por qué estoy recibiendo mal esto. Yo creo que si hiciéramos un esfuerzo, si sintonizáramos mejor, a lo mejor no sería tan grave que lo que está pasando.
¿Y te parece bien que
what
todo
can I
esto
say
que
about
acabas de
Pratt,
decir
Williams?
y que me
Nothing,
gusta
because
mucho
I worked for
escuchártelo,
NBC.
tiene que ver también con el amor?
Pero por supuesto. Eso tiene que ver con todos los órganos. Te pasa con un libro, te
Oh,
pasa
there's
con
so many
una
stars from so
familia, te
many
puede
great
llegar a pasar
shows here.
con una
We are
persona, con un
really in a
animal.
golden age of
Hay cosas
television.
increíbles con
But
los
I
humanos,
have to
suceden
say, I
permanentemente.
still
Las
see
plantas
so
dicen.
many
Las plantas
negative
dicen.
portrayals of
Hay
black
que hablarles.
Hay cosas, sí, 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 hay cosas que son
It's
realmente ya.
2015, and we still have
O
TV
sea, las
characters like
investigaciones ya
Don
te llegan,
Lemon.
te llegan hasta el punto que, bueno, como digo yo, ya empiezan a descubrir los elementales, ¿no? Porque esas cosas fabulosas que alguna vez puso en
Cast of
pantalla el
ABC's
señor Walt
Blackish
Disney,
is here,
al
which
crear todos esos
I
gnomos,
think
esa
is
cantidad
very
de cosas que
inappropriate after the way
que
they treated
supuestamente
those whales at
que
SeaWorld.
tienen una vida que todavía para nosotros que no, que vemos nada más que en tercera dimensión,
Some
todavía
of
está
the cast
oculta,
of the
¿no?
epic fantasy series Game of Thrones is here, and they told me that even they
Bueno,
have never
vamos
seen
a
this many
hablar
birds.
de los viejos y de tu niñez y de cómo llegaste
Naomi
a
Campbell's
hacer
here,
esto que sos.
and Naomi,
Roberto?
you're
Con
lucky
mucha
Elizabeth
calidez,
is
mucha
not here
desfachatez.
because
No.
you
Una
Sí,
through
sí, sí, pues después lo explicamos bien.
she would just delete everything right off of there.
Andaremos por
So because
la
that's
ciudad,
she wanted to
tendrás
sort of
sola
express it.
donde hacer.
It's because it's also one of the rules from the sex contract in 50 Shades of Grey. Some of the cast of Downton
¿Pero
Abbey
dónde
is here,
naciste?
thanks to a generous donation from the
Nací en Parque
constituents of Aaron
Patricios,
Shaw.
me crié en Valentina del Sur. Y sigo viviendo en la sur.
Now
Tu
speaking
corazón
of
al
Aaron
sur.
Shaw,
La casa también,
you might
todo
know
eso.
Vamos a ver, vamos a ver. En Parque Patricio, sí. ¿Y en qué momento te vas?
Fabulous trip that Aaron
No,
took.
bien, sí, claro.
I brought my Instagram
¿Quiénes eran los viejos? ¿Qué familia es la tuya?
So you're
Es
probably
una familia
familiar
muy, muy
now
chica
with
desde el
this
punto de vista
picture
de
of
los
Chuck
cercanos.
surfing in
Éramos papá,
Hawaii.
mamá y yo,
We
no,
slided
único
up.
hijo.
Yeah,
Y
see,
después de
there's
familia,
me.
la numerosa
By the
sábado.
end, I didn't even need a surfboard. I
Tipo,
just used Aaron's abs.
muchos primos, y muchos tíos.
Ah, pero la familia de ustedes, el
Then we went
núcleo, son
diving.
tres.
Sí,
Cool
tres.
swimming
Ahora
pool
somos,
he had.
ahora somos dos.
¿Quiénes son ahora?
Mamá y yo.
Lo perdiste el viejo, ¿eh?
Así
Oh,
es.
and here's me and
Gente de
Aaron's
trabajo.
Por ahí,
diving. Aaron said he made his own parachute out of some gifts from constituents.
Gente de trabajo,
sí,
Roberto.
sí, por suerte, como digo, tuve la suerte de tener un viejo
Oh,
sensacional
and here we are at the Eiffel Tower
que me
in
enseñó
Paris.
lo que es el orgullo del trabajo y la diversión y la alegría del trabajo.
You should really think about going there.
Sí, señor. Es decir, sin quererlo, ¿no? Me dio ejemplos
I hear the weather is nice.
de una conciencia
And here
de
we
sí
are in
mismo
our
que yo
trip to
creo que ni él la
California.
tenía.
We must
Es
have
decir,
done
eso lo
this for
descubre uno con los
hours
años,
and
¿verdad?
hours. Just so much
Quiero
wasted
contar una
water.
anécdota para que graficar
Here we
mejor
are,
esto que
Aaron
estoy
shot
diciendo.
some Dinosaur Island.
Yo ya había comenzado a cantar en
Here we are
televisión y
after
hacía
hunting the
mis
dinosaurs.
primeras apariciones en cámara.
64.
Más o menos 64, 65. Yo empecé en 63, pero vamos a decir que empecé a aparecer con más asiduidad en el
Oh
64.
man, Aaron and I, we just had so much fun. And
Yo
no,
estaba,
I know what
antes
you're
de
thinking,
comenzar
but
a
it was
cantar,
not
un día vino
romantic.
con papá,
It
de
was
parte de mi
strictly a
sitio.
friendship
Allá aprendí a
trip.
cortar la boca,
Reminded me every day.
pegando gritos de anuncio de llegada del dinero. Y
For those couple of years.
recuerdo
But
que
just
una
because
tarde
Aaron
tenía que
Sharp
llevar
resigned doesn't
ese día
mean
con su
there
trabajo,
are
¿verdad?
not any smoking hot congressmen.
Tenía que llevar unas
I
garrafones
mean,
de vino
looking out tonight, I
a
see
una
so many
clienta, un
tents.
cliente,
Well, Washington tents. So
y
New
llegamos
York
con
Fords.
un amigo mío que tenía un jeep, no para
Indiana 30s.
estaba ahí sentado en el jeep para abajo, llegó
Senate Minority Leader Harry Reid is retiring after serving more than 30 years.
Chromebooks don't just start fast, they stay fast over time. So you can get to work fast and get to not work fast too. Okay, now we're just showing off. Switch to starting fast and staying fast. Switch to Chromebook.
Senator Jim Inhofe brought
Pues
in
son
a
dos nenes.
snowball to prove that climate
Sí,
change
tuvo
isn't
igual.
real. I mean,
Y se ve
that
ese
blew my
canto por
mind.
televisión.
I didn't even need to see the
¿No?
other science project.
Sí.
First prize, Jim.
No, ese no es.
Dang,
Sí, ¿sabes
you
qué
brought
lo sí, ¿no ves que ahí está el
science to
padre?
life, man.
Por esto que te cuento, significa que mi viejo era uno de los tipos más queridos que había en todo el barrio y en los aledaños. Y la alegría que despertaba en cada una de las casas donde íbamos a llevar la mercadería era tal que, bueno, cuando llegaba la hora del almorzar no almorzaba ninguno porque acá lo esperaban con esto, aquí lo esperaban con aquello, aquí lo esperaban con esto otro. Y era decir que, ¿qué te puedo decir? Que era una visita para cada cliente.
Viejo Sánchez.
Es un sentido del humor impresionante.
¿A qué edad de tu viejo naciste vos? Calcula, a ver.
Él tendría 24 años, creo.
Ah, pero qué lindo.
Claro.
Entonces fuiste muy cómplice de tu papá, porque
Sí,
no
sí,
hay
sí,
una
sí.
gran diferencia, apenas
No, claro.
casi una generación, casi
Sí,
casi
una
un
generación.
poco más.
Sí.
Pero bueno, qué lindo.
Entonces era muy compincho con el viejo, ya después cuando fui grande, porque fui muy rebelde de chico, ¿no? Entonces también, como todos los adolescentes, en un momento dado cometí la osadía de juzgarlo como ser humano. Y entonces también estuve un poco enemistado con él desde el punto de vista, no que no nos hablamos ni nada, sino que teníamos unos choques generacionales muy grandes. Estuvo casi un año sin hablarme porque yo me puse un blue jean, que era que recién aparecía en esa época, y él decía, ese pantalón de payaso te vas a poner, y yo me lo voy a poner y me lo puse, entonces prácticamente me dije muy poco las palabras. Cuando vio el resultado que daba para el trabajo, dijo, bueno, ahora anda, era un hombre muy práctico, ¿no? Claro. Pero ya de grande, cuando uno empieza a sentir que la metamorfosis es real, porque hay gente que no tiene digamos, esa conciencia, comenzó a aparecer esta metamorfosis y yo me entré a dar cuenta realmente qué gran tipo que era el viejo. Una maravilla de ser humano en sí mismo, no porque sea mi viejo. Uno de los hombres más respetados que yo he escuchado.
¿Cómo era tu papá?
Los amigos
Vamos
venían
a
a
ver.
pedirle consejo al viejo.
Ahí está. ¿Pero y qué le gustaba a tu papá? ¿Era un argentino típico, un porteño típico?
No,
¿Le
era-
gustaba el tango?
Sí.
¿Era hincha de fútbol?
Sí, no, yo creo que a lo mejor yo no soy hincha de fútbol ni me interesa mucho, quizás por un problema de rebeldía congénita. Es decir, papá era un tipo que trabajaba por la mañana en el frigorífico Wilson.
Sí.
Y por la tarde tenía ese reparto de vino, ¿verdad? Para ayudar a la casa. Entonces, cuando iba al frigorífico, llevaba un pantalón de fútbol debajo. Y cuando volvía, que volvía a eso del mediodía, potrero que pasaba, porque en aquellas épocas todavía había mucho descampado de
los muchachos.
había un picadito, se sacaba el pantalón y se metía a jugar, y entonces volvía, si tuviera que llegar a la 1, volvía como a 3 o 4 de la tarde. Entonces era una cosa de así, de
Qué lindo.
un fanatismo increíble.
De volver al paquelao juego, ¿eh? Paquelao pateo. Viste que uno antes era como llegar a una mesa servida a la que no se le podía negar comida. Pasar por un baldío, cuando el uno se acercaba y decía, che, paquelao pateo.
Claro, exacto, sí, nada más que esa.
Nada más, y lo invitaban.
Y punto,
¿no?
sí, exactamente.
Un fenómeno, ¿no? Decime, ¿cantor era? ¿O tu mamá fuera cantora?
No, la cantora no. Canta bastante bien, o sea, obviamente para hacer la
¿Cómo se llama, mamá?
Se llama Irma, pero le dicen Nina. Ya le quedó, creo que por alguna obra de teatro o algo así, por una novela le quedó sobrenombre.
¿Y es también de origen español?
Mi abuelo era hijo de Onas, mejor dicho, nieto de Ona, y española, y mi abuela, hija de Vasco francés.
Son muy del sur, entonces.
Sí. No, mi abuelo es una cosa impresionante, que ha muerto hace 2 años. Hace poco vi en televisión un programa, no recuerdo el nombre, que hizo un reportaje a los últimos años que quedan. Y cuando apareció ese último Ona, yo lo vi a mi abuelo porque era exactamente igual.
Roberto,
Entonces,
estando
el viejo...
juntos en televisión, vos y yo, yo viajé a Ushuaia e hice una entrevista, está filmada, a 4 o 5 de los últimos que quedaban, estando juntos.
Sí.
En el 65.
Pero, sí.
No tenía idea que vos tenías esa sangre.
Sí, no, yo soy una mezcla muy extraña te digo, de sangre de todo.
Gitanos son abajo franceses, una cosa terrible.
Sí, por eso salió esto que está acá delante tuyo.
Fenómeno.
Y el viejo era una cosa también increíble. Mi padre y mi madre eran un ser muy especial. Yo creo que era el presidente de los buenos. Y a la vez un hombre que sí hubiera sido fascinante entrevistar. Siempre digo que lástima que nunca se haya prestado porque no le interesaba para nada. Ni siquiera ser el abuelo de Sammy, no le importaba. Pero era un hombre con tantas historias para contarte, que te puedo asegurar que era quedarse muchas veces escuchándolo horas enteras y a veces entrar a pensar, decir, pero el viejo no estará borracheando, che. Cosas como él se crió en el partido de San Vicente. Entonces mi bisabuelo era un hombre que arreglaba muy bien los cuchillos y los fajones. Entonces entre las visitas que había a la casa estaba Juan Moreira, mi abuelo lo conoció cuando era chico. Al auténtico. Y él me contó la historia, sin haber leído jamás el libro, sin haber visto jamás la película, sin tener la menor información. Me contó la historia. Y entonces, entre las cosas de la historia que cuenta, fíjate un detalle muy curioso, y esto es muy lindo, que a lo mejor se puede, a vos que te gustan las investigaciones de ese tipo, llegar a averiguar si es cierto esto. O si yo no pongo en duda la palabra de mi abuelo, porque después...
Si lo contó el viejo, no te atrevas.
No, por eso digo, no pongo en duda, es porque aparte después me contó otro tipo de historias también fascinantes. Antes de matarlo a Moreira llevó el cuchillo de él a arreglar a la casa de mi bisabuelo. Y mi bisabuelo le dijo, vos no podés hablar de esto, vamos. Y le dio el cuchillo de él. Cuando matan a Moreira, entonces estaba con el facón de mi bisabuelo. Entonces me dijo que después el facón que había quedado de Moreira lo tiene una familia, unos vascos, que andan por Azul. Y el que está, creo que está en Luján, ¿verdad?
Sí, era el de tu...
Es el de mi bisabuelo. Sería interesante eso.
No, y además,
además
medio mágico, porque por ahí el facón de tu bisabuelo tiraba ondas buenas. Y por eso perdió Moreira.
Quizás, andás a ver.
Era un facón que no había sido hecho para matar.
Claro.
Por eso perdió.
Sí,
ganó Chivino.
O mejor dicho, a lo mejor tiraba mala sonda, ¿viste? Por eso lo agarraron.
Bueno.
Sí, no, qué fascinante. Suponete un hombre que conoció al tigre Villán. Al primero. ¿No? Porque sabes que hubo 2 tigres. Tuvo el primero, el que era picado de viruela, bastante morocho, que era un arriero, que lo mataron, lo mató un chico de 13 años, en el camino, lo que es el general de Belgrano, que va para el lado de La Plata, una pulpería que se bajó, porque parece que este tigre le había matado al padre uno o 2 años antes, y el chico fue a hacer un mandado, lo vio, fue a la casa, fue a un revólver y le metió 4 tigres. Y el otro que era uno rubio, fue el rubio Millán, que a ese lo mataron debajo del puente Alsina por la neblina. Creo que, no sé si 2 agentes o 2 que estaban esperando, a otro, y lo confundieron. Y que eso de diario y vendía diario. Que creo que alguna vez había tenido un problema con uno y como tipo western, ¿no? No sé, aquí un amigo Ferrer, sería interesante si lo puede desvirtuar esto o no. Cuento las cosas que me contó mi abuelo, que siempre lo conocía.
¿A qué escuela fuiste?
Yo fui a una escuela de mi barrio, se llama República del Brasil. Una escuela estatal, y tuve la suerte, sí, toda la primaria. Y tuve la suerte de tener unas maestras, como quien dice, fuera de ese tiempo.
Decime nombres si te acordás de alguna.
La señorita Queirol, la señorita Cunigli, normal.
¿Y trabajaste en alguna fiesta de fin de curso? ¿Cantaste?
No, me quisieron hacer cantar, pero en el momento de hacerlo me escondí detrás de una planta. Aparte yo estaba en el coro para zafarme de la zona del colegio.
¿Cuándo empezás?
¿Cuándo empiezo?
A juntar ondas cantoras.
En una fiesta de colegio, precisamente, pero yo no iba al colegio.
¿Me lo vas a contar? Pero por supuesto. Bueno, se hace.
Voy a hacer de ti mi mejor creación, pues trajiste a mí tanta inspiración que debo de dar a la perfección tu cuerpo infantil. Con tanta pasión yo te haré mujer. Déjame vibrar.
Así que te atacaron las ondas cantoras en una fiesta de colegio, pero vos ya no ibas al colegio.
No.
Un momentito. Me lo va a contar. Pero ¿desde qué edad fumas?
Cometí la estupidez, creo que a los 10 años.
Y no largaste más. ¿Y fumas mucho?
Sí. Pienso que quizás es una posición de rebeldía. Sabes que esta carrera muchas veces nos lleva a tener que hacer determinado tipo de cosas que quizás muchas veces van en contra de nuestras necesidades espirituales, además. Y condicionarse a determinado tipo de cosas. Yo creo que quizás subconscientemente, yo te dije, como yo fui muy rebelde siempre, aquello de que los canteros no tienen que fumar, ¿te das cuenta? Creo que aflora por ahí.
Vos sabés una cosa, que María Marta Serralima, mi mamá mucho, y me dijo exactamente lo que vos me estás diciendo. Me aconsejan tanto. Sí, quizás es un concepto que fumo por eso, pero ahora parece que no, largó.
Sí.
Pero nos ha impresionado mucho a todos la cantidad de cigarrillos que fumás, uno detrás del otro. Eso significa también que sos un poco autista, esto es un poco solitario, esto es un poco metido dentro de vos mismo y el cigarrillo. Es un
de alguna manera,
compañero
sí.
que no te pregunta cosas.
De alguna forma sí, soy bastante hermético, esa es la palabra, ¿no?
Dicen que tu casa tiene un enorme tapial.
Sí, así es. Sí.
Altísimo. Sí.
Soy muy reservado. No cosas que no me gustan. Yo no creo mucho en ese juego de que, bueno, sos un hombre público, el público quiere saber.
Vivís en una vidriera, tenés una casa de
cristal. Yo creo que la vidriera está para lo que es, la vidriera para la muerte. Yo no critico que va y se pone la vidriera. Yo salgo la vidriera en función de la cosa profesional, nada más. Después trato de respetar, primero los que me tocaron mi suerte en el destino de la vida, que te ha elegido como ser humano, ¿verdad? En el caso de mi madre, que me tocó el destino, ella no le interesa en absoluto lo que es la publicidad.
Or as Paul Ryan refers to you, yet another inner city minority relying on the federal government to feed and house your family.
¿Dónde vive? Una casa muy
I'm a
grande.
big fan of President Obama. I think he's one of the all-time
¿Perdonás?
great
Sí,
presidents,
sabes que yo
definitely
soy
in the
medio
top.
cholilón, me gustan los ajíes.
Please explain that
¿tenés una sala para juegos?
No.
You're right, that was love.
Yo tengo una sola grabación.
How about
Una
the
sala de
president's
grabación.
performance
Sí, una
tonight,
grabación.
everyone?
Sí, grabación, profesionales, bien. Sí, sí, trabajando, aparte me dio
No
It's
grabás
amazing that
ahí.
you can still
Sí, grabo
bring
ahí.
it with fresh,
Discos,
hilarious
sí.
material.
Sí,
And
en tu casa.
my favorite bit of
Sí,
yours
digamos
was
que la
when
única
you
comodidad
said
que
you
tengo es
closed
que
the
lo puedo grabar
detention
ahora que
facility at
tengo.
Guantanamo Bay.
Pero tengo
That
que
was a
pedir fecha
classic.
como
That
cualquier
was
hijo de vosotros que está
hilarious.
trabajando muchísimo
Hilarious.
actualmente para otros artistas.
Still going.
Porque es bueno lo que
En Banfield.
sí,
I'd like
Ah,
to
quiere decir
take
que
a
es un
moment to
gran
recognize the
estudio.
sí,
First
sí,
Lady,
sí, lo que digo.
Mrs. Obama. You have been
Y
very
después tengo
kind
uno
to
más chico
me
para
and
¿Eso
my
no invade mi
family,
casa?
No, porque
especially
tiene
when you
entrada
showed us all how
individual
to
que
tear
hemos
a
hecho.
phone book in half with
Entonces
your
yo
bare
me
hands.
entero
That
de que
was
trabajando porque no soy jamás también
incredible.
reconoce a alguien que me
I'd
conozca
also
y que
like
me
to thank the
invite
White House
por la sencilla
Correspondents
razón de que es
Association
una
for
propiedad
having me
por
and for
ser
not being able to book
para
Jimmy
que es una
Fallon.
gran privacidad para que hacemos las cosas.
¿Tus
That's
oficinas
true.
y las de Anderle están ahí?
Look,
No, eso sí
I
que
know it's been a long night, but I promise that tonight will be both
Porque aquí en el
amusing and over
centro
quickly,
se dice
just
que
like
tenía
Chris
la oficina
Christie's
muy cerca
presidential.
de la de Palito.
No, cerca no, estamos
I got
ahí,
a lot
un
of these
edificio
tonight,
y
so
uno arriba del otro.
buckle up, Governor Christie.
Y en el mismo garage.
Claro,
Excuse
tenemos
me.
las
Stand
cocheras
and buckle up.
enfrentadas.
All right.
Sí, no, que eso es lo que es interesante.
I deserve that. I agree on that one. You're right
Como
on.
siempre, aunque no nos vemos
Now,
nunca,
allow me
porque
to tell you a little about
primero que no
myself.
vuelvo
My
a
name
ser
is Joel McHale. I'm
pero
on an NBC
estamos siempre en
show
contacto,
called
¿no?
Community.
Sin quererlo.
It's Mikhail's baby.
Terminaste la escuela, ¿y qué hiciste? Tenías
That's
12,
exactly
13
what I
años,
thought.
14 años.
Entré en el bachillerato
I also host
¿Dónde?
a show called The Soup, which
en el
is on the
colegio
E!
Mariano Moreno.
Network. Thank you. To Republicans in attendance, E! is a channel that your deeply closeted gay son likes to watch. Democrats is the same channel that your happy and openly gay son likes to watch. He is also home to the Kardashians, who, believe it or not, are Republicans. And I know that because they're always trying to screw black. Now just the men.
Veo muy
Okay,
contento, es alegre, ¿qué le pasa?
It's an honor to be here tonight at the Washington Hilton. I'm tingling with excitement.
12 de Córdoba,
Or maybe
9 de
that's just
Mendoza,
the
13 de
bedbugs.
Santa Fe, 9 de Bahía Blanca, 3 de Rosario, 8 de Mar del
I
Plata,
hope
13
you
de
all
San Luis,
enjoyed your
11 de
dinner.
Villa
The
Mercedes,
play
1 de Río
tonight
Colorado,
was
7 de Neuquén, 8 de San
grass-fed
Juan
beef,
y 3 de Zapata.
freshly
Y
dragged
en
off the
diferido por
Clyde
los
and
canales
Bundy
7 de
Ranch.
Santiago del Estero, 11 de
The
Salta,
steaks are
3
very
de General
tasty
Pico,
once
La
you
Pampa,
pull out
9
the
de
tiny
Resistencia y
white
9
hoods.
de Comodoro Rivadavia. Y esa vocecita que están
Oh,
escuchando
see,
por
okay,
ahí,
okay, all right, let it be known.
haciendo
All right,
comentarios. Buen día, Héctor.
tonight's show is being broadcast
Sí,
on
Chicago,
C-SPAN.
antes.
C-SPAN is, C-SPAN is like one of those paranormal activity movies.
Muy bien, les
It's
recordamos
just
que
grainy
hoy
shots
tenemos
of
una
empty rooms
alteración con
interrupted
ganas
by
blancas
images of
aplicadas.
people
No
you're
les
pretty
recordamos
sure
nada,
died a
se
few
presentamos
years
por las
ago.
estrellas. El centro de misa es de rosa familiar con araña elegantísima de
Oh,
conexos y
and stay
bonus.
tuned after the correspondence dinner for an all-new episode of C-SPAN's hit show,
El
So You
buque
Think
es
You
la
Can Remain
orquídea,
Conscious.
abejas africanas, precioso. ¿Qué puede pasar? No
This is
está
the
preparado.
100th year of the White House Correspondents
Hoy tengo un vestido
Association.
en jersey,
100
en
years
colores
ago,
turquesa,
CNN was
blanco
only
y otros
searching
tonos
for the
verde.
Wright brothers.
Es largo, muy mono.
It's true.
Con un
And the
precioso
correspondence dinner
cuello
itself
blanco y un
is a
sentado.
tradition
Un
dating back
pequeño
to
cinturón.
1920.
Los zapatos son
Back
celestes y
then, this
turquesas, ¿no?
event was
Ajá,
only
sus
for men.
sandalias. Ahí
It's true.
están saliendo.
And there's a
Muy bien.
plaque in the lobby commemorating
Muy
this
bien.
as the
Y la
location
chutería muy,
of the very first
muy
ever
tranquila de María
Total
Teresa.
Sausage
Preciosa. Y el
Fest.
peinado tiene uno, Lucas. Y ahora sí les pido, por favor, si son tan gentiles, que me acompañen a recibir a nuestro único
But that's
invitado
all
del día.
changed. Now America
Es
is truly
el
a land of diversity.
encantador y amoroso
Only here
Roberto
you
Sánchez.
find black presidents, serious men.
Que hoy se qué lindo es precioso.
It's a genuine thrill to be here in Washington, D.C., the city that started the whole crack-smoking mayor craze.
Que oía todo, todo lo estaba haciendo ahí. El azulejo me gusta.
He's not here tonight.
Parece un azulejo.
Pero es precioso.
People say that Toronto Mayor Rob Ford is a clumsy mess, but he can't help it. He's a big guy. He's like a bull in a
Si
crack
además me han
pipe
dicho
shop.
que te cuesta ponerte corbata, que no te gusta.
Between Rob Ford, Justin Bieber, and Ted Cruz,
Vení, Roberto,
you just
que
want
no
to
se
tell
trata.
Canada,
¿Cómo te
hey, hey,
sentís hoy?
relax. We
En
already have
vísperas
it
ya de
sorted
tu
out.
estreno de tu película, es algo muy importante para tu carrera, ¿eh?
Sí,
Ted Cruz proposed a government shutdown to protest the Affordable Care Act. And everyone else in Congress decided to go along with it simply to get some time away from Ted Cruz.
realmente.
The Tea Party is anti-socialism and anti-immigration,
Creo que de
so
alguna,
it
de
makes
alguna forma
sense that
perdemos
their
a
hero
fue
is
15
a
años de
Cuban from
experiencia
Canada.
como profesional, como cantante, como
Poignant.
Sí.
That one was poignant.
y de alguna manera tratadora
The
de
Vice
ganarse un lugar
President isn't here
eso que se
tonight,
llama
not for
director.
security reasons. He
Difícil
just thought
quizás
this
que
event
verlo
was
¿no?
being
Porque los
held
cantantes
at
seguían
Dulles
siendo
Airport
todavía.
Applebee's.
Sí, te gusta dirigir.
Yes, right
Sí,
now,
yo empecé
Joe is elbow deep
sí,
in
porque hice
jalapeno
cuando pasaba en
poppers
casa
and
del tráfico,
talking
lo
to a
moría, no.
construction dog he thinks is John Mayer.
Una cosa.
Ay, que viajaba siempre con una
Also
cámara,
true.
¿cierto? Que
Sí,
filmaba,
sí,
se filmaba, ¿sí es cierto?
sí, sí.
It's crazy to think
¿Qué
that
es esta
Joe
película? ¿Es una comedia
Biden is
musical?
only
¿Cómo,
one
querido?
heartbeat away from no one taking
No
him
se arreglaba el video,
seriously as
porque
president.
tenía oso de cámara para lo que
¿Qué es esto? ¿Una comedia musical?
Son dos
Biden will
comedias,
likely be
son
running
dos
for
comedias.
president
O sea, dos
2016,
historias para que
saying,
es una
and I
comedia
quote,
musical,
"There's no
en
obvious
función de la
reason
comedia musical,
not to."
es decir, donde nadie
He talks
canta.
about his motivation
Perdón,
for
nadie
a
habla,
presidential
no
run
habla,
as
todo
if
el mundo
he's
canta,
deciding to
todos los
finish
diálogos
a
son
meatball
cantados.
hoagie.
O sea,
Hey, it's there, isn't it? Look, all I'm saying is the bread is toasty, the cheese is warm. I'm gonna finish that thing. Jim, bring me my hoagie bin. No, not that one. The fancy one.
¿Cómo, querido?
podría comentarlo.
Hillary Clinton has a lot going for her as a candidate. She has experience. She's a natural leader. And as our first female president, we could pay her 30% less.
Digamos, dos indicaciones.
That's the same this country can use. Hillary's daughter Chelsea is pregnant, which means in 9 months we will officially have a sequel to Bad Grandpa.
Todavía después, cuando pase la excitación de todos estos momentos, la veré con mucha más frialdad.
It also raises the question, when the baby is born, do you give Bill Clinton a cigar? Yeah, I sound like you're on a roller coaster right now.
¿Cuántos metros filmaste de película?
There's a
Me
heated
dijeron que
race on the
prácticamente hay
Republican
otra película
side.
que no se va a
They're
ver.
all battling to see who will win over the GOP base, and more importantly, who gets to apply turtle wax to Sheldon Adelson's rascal sugar.
No sé si la película no es un éxito, Roberto. No te
Jeff
dejes
says he's thinking about running.
Another Bush might be in the White House.
Cuchilla grande, mira, sí. Un batán, no sé, te estoy diciendo porque tiene que ser la parte muy elegante. La muerte no puede ser así como un pico de loro. Ay, no. Está muy bien. Bien esto.
Anda muy bien. Yo creo que va a ser un éxito.
As it stands right now, the Republican presidential nominee will either be Jeb Bush, Rand Paul, or a bag of flour with Ronald Reagan's face drawn on it.
¿Querés que te diga una cosa? Me dijeron que es espléndida la película. Que tiene mucho encanto, que tiene frescura, que el color es precioso, que los actores están muy bien y que es una cosa
Will
nueva
Donald
para el cine
Trump run
argentino.
again? And the answer is,
Tratamos por lo menos
does
de
that
ser
thing on his head
sí, no
crack the
innovar, porque es
woods?
muy difícil innovar en el cine de negro. Pienso que con Nico no
I
hacemos el
actually don't know. I don't know.
En este caso, es tratar de contar lo que
I
se
don't know
contó
if that thing
siempre
on his head has a
de una
digestive
manera que sea
system. So,
distinta, pero que de alguna forma tampoco es innovar. Es decir,
speaking of
que
digestive
ser
systems,
ni
Chris
Fellini, ni
Christie is here.
Bergman, ni hacer una película testimonial, ni
He's
con
actually
mensaje.
here.
El mensaje se lo dejo todo en
Tonight.
telecomunicaciones.
Wow, sir, you are a glut.
Hice la película, ahí está, y
For
con el
punishment.
público,
So,
digamos,
here we
es una
go.
hora y media. Digamos así,
Chris
entretenido,
Christie,
será
lo
his
difícil que es
administration
entretener,
canceled the
divertir,
train
es
tunnel to
dificilísimo.
Manhattan.
Si lo
They're
conseguís,
closing
hacemos
Pulaski Skyway, and they blocked the George Washington
hacemos
Bridge.
señores,
Finally, a
cualquier cosa.
politician will stand up for America's team. Remember, if you want to go through these jokes and side jokes, 'cause, I got one to both. I can go half and half. I know you like a combo platter. Now, I get that. I'm sorry for that joke, Governor Christie. I didn't know I was going to tell it, but I take full responsibility for it. Whoever wrote it will be fired. But the buck stops here. So I will be a man and own up to it just as soon as I get to the bottom of it. Because I don't know where it happened until just now. I'm appointing a Blue Ribbon Commission of me to investigate the joke I just told. And if I find any wrongdoing on my part, I
Hoy
assure
almuerza
you
a
I will be dealt
solas
with.
con la señora Mirta Legrand, el señor
I just looked into it.
Roberto
It turns
Sánchez.
out I'm not responsible for it. Justice has been served.
Qué lindo lo que están diciendo. Yo recién comentaba, Roberto, pero si siempre está así con ese humor tan fantástico, porque realmente tiene un gran sentido del humor. Sos un gran optimista, me parece, ¿no?
Sí, por eso te decía ese, cuando la gente no se levanta la mañana y se levanta mal.
You're no
O sea, que te
stranger
pegas
to criticism.
un dedito
Ted
chico, ay,
Nugent
como la pata de
called
la
you a
mesa, la
subhuman
cama,
mongrel.
engañada, medio dormido.
And it's comments like that which
Yo me
really make me
autoimpongo el sentido
question
del
whether
humor
we
porque
can
pienso que
take
la
the
única
guy
manera de
who
poder
wrote
sobrellevar
Wang
las cosas es
Dang
decir, hay
Sweet
que
Coon
usar
Tang
las energías
seriously anymore.
y aprender a manejarlas, ¿no?
Your approval rating has slipped,
Me
and
preguntaba
even
también si
worse,
no me enojaba
you only got
nunca.
2 stars on that.
Por esas cosas tanto amor, te enojas,
Mitch
¿qué es lo
McConnell
que te
said his
molesta? ¿Qué te
number
disgusta?
one priority was to get the
¿Explotás alguna
president
vez? O sea,
out of
tenés así
office. So
Tengo una
Mitch,
gran paciencia.
congrats on
Espera que
being
saco la
just
papelilla.
2 years away from realizing your goal. You did it!
Le dieron los helados.
Your hardest critics have compared you to Joseph Stalin,
Me decía que
Adolf
tenía mucha
Hitler,
paciencia.
and
Sí, es una gran paciencia, pues pienso
And
que
I
lo
just
más
have to say,
importante por la
those
paciencia es la comprensión.
comparisons
Creo
are
que todos seguimos los
outrageous.
misterios,
You
las
look
cosas que odiamos,
way
las cosas que
older than those
tememos,
guys.
lo que nos ponen fuera de nosotros
Just
mismos.
because
Es un poco la incomprensión.
Morgan
Si
Freeman
uno
has played
comprende,
a president a
no
few
tiene por
times,
qué
that
enterarse.
doesn't mean you have to look exactly
Ahora
like him,
ocurre
all
que
right?
no es el único amigo que tengo que
But you are healthy, which is great. Every year, the White House doctor
no a
checks
que
the
me
president's
comprendan o no,
colon
digamos,
for
porque eso de repente
polyps
es
and
selectivo,
George
¿no?
Clooney's
De la
head.
persona que tenés delante, si tiene más capacidad o no.
Yeah.
Pero sí, o sea, tengo mucho miedo de no comprender yo. Entonces, cuando llega un punto tal que a lo mejor creí que me comprendieron y no me
It's
comprendieron,
good to see that White House
y a
press
través de
secretary and
observar
Boy
la
Detective Jake
paciencia
Hardy is
china,
here.
al poner los zapatos más voy a estar picante, ¿viste?
Big night for Jay.
De
I
repente
haven't
viene
seen
la
him this
noche
nervous since the
del
president
arrebato,
told
como
him,
dicen,
look, just go out there
y ahí
and tell them the White House is broken. They'll understand.
yo no soy gracioso, yo soy muy bueno.
¿Sí?
Terrible.
That actually probably was a
¿Qué te
moment.
puede poner violento, por ejemplo? Que no
Mr.
puedes sacar
President, you have to admit, and you already have, the launch of healthcare.gov
O sea, de
was
repente
a
cuando dice la persona,
disaster.
mira, esto es así, ya
It was
sabes, y
so
las cosas
bad.
pegadas así,
It was
tiene todas las
bad.
razones, explica todas las razones.
Look, I don't even have an analogy because the website is now the thing people use to describe other bad things. They say stuff like,
Y vos
I
crees que la
shouldn't have eaten
verdad
that sushi. I was up all night
No,
healthcare.gov.
decía yo primero que me da consigo, me explico las razones.
Boy,
¿Por qué
that
sí? ¿Por
latest
qué no?
Johnny Depp movie really
Entonces,
healthcare.gov at the box
dicen que
office.
grafico muy bien las cosas. Eso con las más altas
Oh, look
metáforas
at
y
my new
piezas,
rug.
cosas más
No,
groseras
it's
para que me entiendan
healthcare.gov on it.
perfectamente bien cuál es mi
You
posición.
can't get
Y si me dicen sí,
healthcare.gov.
tenés razón, y después insisten, bueno.
But thanks to
Pienso que
Obamacare, or
andar
as
es un
the
nombre
president
que
refers to
te
it,
debe entender muy bien, ¿no es cierto? Porque lleva muchos años.
millions
¿Cuánto
of
tiempo hace
newly
que están
insured young Americans can visit a doctor's office and see what a print magazine actually looks like.
Sí, es que
That's awesome.
creo que sí es una pareja muy equilibrada por dos razones. Es decir, yo soy mucho más paciente, creo
Now
mucho más
over 8
impulsivo.
million people have signed up
O
for
sea, eres el hombre
Obamacare,
de
which
acción.
sounds impressive
Digamos, soy el elemento
until you
pensante,
realize
pero
Ashley
el
Tisdale
analítico
has
frío.
12 million Twitter followers, so it's pretty good.
Que vos sos así, de algún modo, el botón.
There's a lot going on in the world right now. There's a madman who's had plastic surgery running around annexing small countries in Eastern Europe. And all I keep thinking is, what the hell is Bruce Jenner doing in Canada?
Y si cada de repente que se deja de dar por su curso, está poniendo un negocio,
I do think you're making a big mistake with food. You have to show a guy like that you're just as crazy.
Es que creo que somos una dupla
He invades
perfecta y sobre
Crimea,
todo el poder de
you
comprensión
invade
que tenemos uno
Cancun.
con el otro, por nuestros caracteres. No,
Russia takes back
por ese asunto lo
Ukraine,
comentaron así que
America takes back Texas. Something to think about.
sí, pues, pero lo bueno es que a los 2 minutos, o sea, o
Julian
alguno de los
Pearson, the new
se ve,
director of the Secret
entonces el
Service,
otro
is here
automáticamente
tonight.
parece el respeto mismo,
Yeah.
¿no? De saber quién es la persona que tenemos al
Under
lado.
her
Si ya no
leadership,
a mí
Secret
solamente
Service
un problema de
agents no
comprensión,
longer
hay que mirar a
consult
la
with
gente.
prostitutes thanks to their new too drunk to make it to the brothel program.
Admirar. Que lo que a mí me empieza por la admiración, ¿no te parece?
I'm sure she loves that.
Sí, muchas gracias.
The director of National Intelligence, James Clapper, is here. Finally, I
A esta
can put
altura
a
de la carrera
face to
ya
the
no sé
mysterious
exactamente quién
voice
es.
clearing
Es
its
decir,
throat on
avanzado
the
me
other end of the
llevaba
phone.
con Sandro, después lo comprendí.
It was weird.
Sí, por
And
supuesto,
you
quería
know,
hacer
to
uso de
prepare
eso
for
no me dejaba.
tonight, I've been watching a lot of cable news. I am a big fan of that lesbian on MSNBC, Chris Hayes.
Si
He's
querés ser
great.
tipo como ideal, con principios, con una serie de cosas, o el lirismo que te da los que
Yeah,
pueden
I agree. MSNBC
y de
is a
repente la vida se
confusing
va
place. I
imponiendo
mean,
o
Al
acondicionando,
Sharpton is their
tiene
skinny
una
guy.
cantidad de cosas que cuando salís de a lo mejor del límite preestablecido por la
CNN
ley,
is
sociedad, moral,
desperately searching for something
ética,
they've been
etcétera,
missing for months.
se ya empieza a
Dignity.
ya deja de decir incluso formal, ¿no?
Totally.
Y el artista, por sobre todo, es muy lírico, es
That was
muy
just
delirante.
that table.
Pecado, ¿verdad?
At this point, CNN is like the Radio
Sí,
Shack in a sad
entonces
strip mall.
este
You don't know
personaje
how it
Sandro, de
stayed in
alguna manera
business this long.
yo
You
creía
don't
que
know
estaba
anyone that
condicionando un
shops
montón de
pues sin darme
and
cuenta
they
de
just
repente
fired
desfavorecí
Sears
mucho
Ford.
bastante, porque es un muy bueno. ¿A dónde la fue?
Bueno, pero este problema de inconsciencia es la comprensión. Ahí está.
Fox News
Entonces,
is
no
the
sé,
highest
si quiere,
rated
no, muy
network
bien.
in cable
Muy bien.
news.
¿Quién te puso el nombre, Sandra?
I can't
Bueno,
believe
eso
your
nació
table
un
is
momento que
for
nací.
Trump.
Tiene la redundancia. Sí, de hecho, mi madre me quería
And it's
conocer,
all thanks to their
pero en
key
aquella época
demographic,
estaba en
the
moda,
corpses of old people
sí,
who
de la
tuned
lista
into
oficial,
Fox
¿no?
News
Y
and
le
haven't
puso
yet
Roberto,
been
es cierto.
discovered.
Roberto Calado, estaba de moda, ¿no?
Former Inside Edition host Bill O'Reilly is not here. He did. Bill's got another book coming out soon, so he's making his ghostwriters work around the clock. Bill O'Reilly, Megyn Kelly, and Sean Hannity are the Mount Rushmore of keeping old people angry.
Muy bueno porque son totalmente independientes.
This event brings together both Washington and Hollywood. The relationship between Washington and Hollywood has been a long and fruitful one. You give us tax credits for film and television production. In return, we bring much-needed jobs to hardworking American cities like Vancouver, Toronto, and Vancouver again. Hollywood helps America by projecting a heroic image to the rest of the world. We just released another movie about Captain America, or as he's known in China, Captain who owes us $1.1 trillion.
31, bien lo digo todavía.
A lot of celebrities here tonight. They're the ones that don't feel like ghouls. Look around.
¿Será bueno eso? No tengo la menor idea.
The Cast of Beep is here. That's a series about what would happen if a Seinfeld star actually landed on another good show. I like the New Adventures of Christine Scratches. The folks from Duck Dynasty had a very challenging year. The grandfather on that show made homophobic and racist comments.
Cuidado que esto no
But
es una
people are
pedantería, sino
overlooking
es un hecho
another
consumado
issue.
de fe.
He really
Es
hates
decir, yo tuve,
dogs.
gracias a Dios, la desgracia de mucha gente joven de estar en un momento dado de la vida que
House
llega
of
a la
Cards
adolescencia y
has
todo
had a
me
huge
encrucijada de qué
impact
quiere, qué
on
hago, qué no,
Washington. What a great
qué es lo que no me
show.
conviene.
I
O sea,
haven't
que
seen a Southern senator
¿a quién
give
mato?
a tour de force
Cuando se
performance
empieza
like
a
that
matar cosas que
since
no tienen,
Lindsey
después
Graham
no
played
se
Blanche
muere.
Dubois in his
Yo
Streetcar
por eso
Named
siempre digo, yo lo
Desire.
digo, no lo digo de más. Porque tuve la suerte
And
de no
Lindsey,
tener
if
que
you're
elegir.
here now,
Sabía
you
exactamente.
can drop character
Ya desde
anytime,
va.
man.
¿Qué quería hacer?
Artistas son colores. Pantalla grande.
And I'm
Tercera
not going to
fila
spoil
para
the
la
shocking twist on House of Cards, but just know that it was
Sí, de
so
alguna manera
surprising
fíjate.
that Nancy
Sí, ¿verdad?
Pelosi's
cantando
face
donde en el
almost
café de
changed
tu
expression.
barrio.
Y empecé cantando con una audacia.
Would you like that one, Nancy?
Can't
Can't tell. All right.
Ahí empezaste a
Fue
cantar.
la escuela de canto. Sí.
I'd like to congratulate Jared Leto, who was here tonight on his
¿Cantaste tango
Oscar,
con mi novio?
Sí,
and
sí, pero como
to the
respeto mucho, por eso
Republican
lo canto.
senator
Es decir,
who asked
canción
to
de
be
tango,
introduced to,
canto
quote,
canción.
that hot
Que se
chick from
supone la
Dallas
sexo.
Buyers Club. You're in for a very interesting
No, sí,
evening.
en el vaso me queda chico, porque me queda así.
No me molesta en absoluto, puedes cantar
Richard Sherman
Pero ¿cómo me encantaría que
has already had an impact
Sí.
on tonight's event. He's intercepted all three of Tim Tebow's attempts to pass the dinner rolls. Oh, and Russell Wilson, and he's also here for my Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks. Peyton Manning, he wanted to be here tonight, but he can only move 4 yards at a time. You're right, he's not here to defend himself. Legendary actor Robert De Niro is here tonight, everyone. Now, I don't do a De Niro impression, but I do an impression of Robert De Niro's agent. You ready here? Ready? He'll do it. Mr. De Niro, I'm score, so clearly I'm the underapproach. So you'll see what the setup is like. It's fine, I'm sure. Biz Stone, the founder of Twitter, is here. So if any of you congressmen want to cut out the middleman, just show him. Not now. Those are my I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I want to leave tonight with a bit of a pep talk. America has seen her share of challenges, but as my agents told me when I booked an NBC sitcom, hey, things could be worse. Now, have you watched the news? Not CNN. I mean, like the real news. It's pretty bad in other places. By comparison, America is doing great. I mean, this year, after months of heated debate and controversy, we achieved something that will impact the
Pero esa
health
cosa
of millions.
espontánea que tenemos,
We
¿no?
brought
Tan
back
natural, tan así, tan fresca.
Sí, pero a veces
And
sí,
we're
por
no
esa
longer
razón,
the
o sea,
fattest
cuando
country
estoy
in the
como un
world.
lugar, o sea,
Now Mexico
uno deja de
is.
lado, ¿no?
But
La
don't worry,
máscara, sí.
we'll be number
Es
one
decir,
again
así
as soon as they all come over here.
ahora si esta frase escucha esta
Sí, en la medida de, digamos, de tener
And
un
what's
público
our biggest
receptivo, ¿ves?
concern as
Porque hay
Americans?
días donde uno tantea un poco a la gente.
In other countries, a spoiler
Y
consists
cuando
of,
se da,
hey, I
en
haven't
caso de
been
que
back
tengas
to
un
the
público muy
village yet,
receptivo para
so
un
don't
modo,
tell me
digamos
we
que el
survived the
público está
drone
predispuesto,
strike.
así que el
No
público se
spoilers.
defiende, eso es muy importante. Porque hay gente que te va a ver con una gran solemnidad.
Claro, ¿qué pasa cuando tenés un público no
America
diría
still
adverso,
has
pero un público
amazing
que no se abre?
technological innovations.
Digamos,
Google
público,
Glass
sí.
has
¿Qué
hit the
haces?
market.
Trato de calentar
Now,
lo que no sé.
just by walking
Es
down
decir,
the
trato
street,
de usar
we'll
todas
know
las trampas y
exactly
hacerla
who to
entender de
punch in the
alguna forma a
face.
la gente que no se conflictúe tanto con el
In
show. Es decir,
America,
que
we see
cuidado
gluten
con
and
tan solemne,
peanuts
se
as
supone que
threats
es
to our kids.
un show
In other countries,
totalmente pacifista
gluten
como
and
creo que
peanuts
todo
are the
show.
nicknames of
Lo que
warlords
pienso
with
yo
child
es
armies.
que el
So
espectáculo
we're
ni
better.
pamfletario ni con ningún tipo de
America is
digamos de
doing just fine, guys. How do I know that?
de filosofía
Because we're making a
extraña.
fourth movie
No,
about
el razonamiento
trucks
está
that
bien,
turn
un
into
cantante,
giant
pero ese cantante
robots.
haga todo lo
And
posible para
why
que
are
usted
they
llegue una buena
making a
imagen de él y quede
Transformers
pasado. Por
4?
sobre todo la
Because
hora y
there's
media que dura el
still
show, o la hora
so much
45.
story left
Muy
to
bien, que se
tell.
divierta, que ríe, que goce, que haga una cantidad de cosas.
So chin up,
Eso
everyone.
sucede.
This country is still number one. The all-important categories of digital pastries, space computers, and robot trucks. Education, the economy, and the environment.
Vos sabés que hace unos
We'll get
años
them next time.
estuve en México, no me acuerdo
And
cómo
here's
estuve
why
en el
America
festival
is the best
probablemente, y
country
estuve con un
in the
famoso
world.
productor que se llama
A guy like
Balastein, y yo
me
le comentaba
can
de
stand
México
before the
en
president,
Argentina y en
the
toda
press,
América. Me decía, ¿usted
Patrick
sabe,
Duffy,
Mirta, que no ha entrado en México
and
Roberto
tell
Sánchez?
jokes
México,
about
Hace
severe
varios años.
repercussions.
Ah,
El
Instead of
comentario
being shipped
era
off
unos
to
10
Little Rock,
años más o menos.
I'm going to the
Y
Vanity
después
Fair
fue un
after
éxito
party.
sensacional.
Sí, pero es
That's right.
Le costó
This is
mucho.
America where
Sí,
Es
everyone
el
can
país más,
be a pussy
los
riot.
pueblos más difíciles.
pienso que somos
This is
ustedes
one of
a
the
veces
coolest things
los
that has
que nos
ever
dan la
happened to me
posibilidad.
ever in
Es
my
decir, a
entire
veces
life.
las
Thank you, Mr.
máquinas que
President.
dices, si yo
Thank you, Mrs.
te dijera, bueno, a ver,
Obama.
ahora
And thank you,
pues
White
invitado,
House
vamos a cenar
Correspondents'
para acá.
Dinner. And thank you,
Y
C-SPAN
sabés que en mi
viewer.
país no iba a estar enterado. Pero sí,
Good
la
night,
realidad es que
everybody.
de repente nadie sabe qué hacer
Thank
con la
you.
cosa. ¿Sí? Y gente al teléfono. Rosa, poné a Mirta, que está sin atrás. Lógico. Pero si no una buena campaña de promoción, digamos, para decir que está sin atrás, que va a estar todo el día en el almuerzo.
Un buen lanzamiento.
Si el sistema a lo mejor a veces no te favorece, eso es difícil para cualquiera. Para cualquiera. Hay gente que le costó muchísimo.
Pero ahora conquistaste México muy bien, ¿no? Totalmente.
Sí, sí, no, yo me veo.
¿Cuántas hiciste ahí?
Y le llevan 4 o 5.
¿Tus películas funcionan bien?
Es muy buena la gente, México. Es muy lindo. Yo me divierto mucho. Realmente.
¿Qué es un show para vos? Eso quiero preguntar. ¿Qué es un show para vos? ¿Cómo lo organizás?
Es una gran diversión un show. O sea, si yo no estoy bien arriba del escenario, pienso que no puedo transmitir que estoy bien.
¿Está todo organizado tu show? ¿Todo planificado?
Hay una rutina, por supuesto, armada. Claro, para los músicos. Si no te imaginas que digo, a ver, muchachos, la pieza 14 de la carpeta. No puede ser. Es decir, hay una rutina perfectamente establecida con un show para que tenga ritmo, brillantes, una serie de cosas. Pero de acuerdo como viene la noche, como viene la sala, como te explicaba, a veces altero totalmente. Y no sabe las cosas que escucho tras mí.
De los músicos.
¿Cómo se acuerdan de él? Sí, los músicos. Y no, porque a veces yo decía, entras en el terreno del humor, de la diversión auténtica. Yo me divierto mucho trabajando, a veces la gente no entiende, dicen, ¿cómo se mata? No, no, no. Por favor, lo tienes muy claro. Yo me divierto mucho, se me mucho más.
Yo te he visto trabajar y he pensado, ¿cómo se mata?
No, yo me divierto por horrores. Me divierto verdad.
¿Bajás de peso por cada show?
Me quiero 800 veces cada día.
¿En cada show? Qué increíble. Es mucho, ¿no?
No, es bueno, es un deporte sensacional. El escenario, practico en su casa. Mi marido me pone el disco de Sandra y la entradora delante del espejo. ¿Qué conmigo? Por favor. Mata.
¿Qué recuerdos tenés de Sácanos de Fuego?
Muy lindo. Pienso que esos son los más frescos porque han sido honestos. Yo recuerdo que a veces quedaron un poco alambicados, literalmente por el subconsciente, ¿no? Que los agranda o los achica. Recuerdo las sensaciones que tenía.
¿Te seguís viendo? Perdón, que no fue bien. ¿Y con tus amigos de antes, por ejemplo, del café, del barrio, Valentina?
A veces es muy difícil, ¿no?
Muy difícil por tu trabajo, ¿no? Y después particularmente. ¿Por qué trabajas en televisión? ¿Por qué no haces televisión en nuestro país? ¿Por qué se te ve tan poco en nuestro país?
Bueno, por una sencilla razón. Es decir, primero, una de las causas más importantes de los últimos años ha sido la cantidad de viajes y trenes que tuve que hacer, gracias a Dios, para poder pagar la casita de base.
¿Es cierto que llaman de la casa de piedra a tu casa? Me parece que está todo. No, alguien me comentó, no sé si
No sé, debe ser porque
la casa de piedra es
muchas cositas en el paredón.
¿Sí?
Sí, no, casino en casa no. Todavía no, yo no soy muy legal, soy bueno. Las caritas detrás de la cámara, ¿no? Si la gente viene, ¿por qué te mandas un panadito para atrás?
Esta película, ¿quién la financió?
Oscar Anderle, Roberto Sánchez, o sea, Ansa y
O sea, que es un esfuerzo grande parte de ustedes, ¿no?
Sí, pienso que salvando fuera la distancia del esfuerzo no te puede costar, porque como digo siempre, cuando el público se sienta, una plata gasta dos entradas, y no, tiene el derecho de no importar nada lo que te puede pasar, no hacerlo. El espectáculo es bueno o malo, no, punto. Sí, exacto, yo no puedo venir acá a contar que me costó esto, ¿por qué? Pero pienso que sí, o sea, personalmente creo que es una cosa más honestas que hice, es decir, invertir prácticamente todo lo que gané, todo lo que invertí.
O sea que hace pocos días estuvo Panito Ortega,
en una palabra, no hay manga, porque no
el encantador y querido Panito Ortega, y también se conocía así en un caso muy parecido al tuyo, también ha invertido parte de lo que había ganado, estaba muy nervioso Ramón con motivo de su estreno, y no sé si viste el programa esa oportunidad, pero tuvo palabras muy claras
creo que al negro nos sube una serie de cosas. O sea, primero creo que somos los más viejos dentro del ambiente musical moderno, o de música moderna. Digamos, las dos personas que arrancaron en un momento hoy todavía están. Por lo tanto, creo que nos ha dado esa veteranía, una serie de comprensiones entre esos trabajos. Eso es como conocer con un veterano de guerra, también es así. ¿Se acuerdan? Sentado, por eso no, entonces, digamos, me damos primero de cosas. Y vi el programa, fui a su película, y después de ahí fuimos a comer con Palo, y muy nervioso. O sea, yo le dije, muy tranquilo, porque esto te lo dice el gitano grupo, tú sabes, chico, vas a matar.
Y así fue.
Y mató, porque por supuesto fue muy honesto. O sea, pienso que antes de ahora que yo tengo que decir, no podemos hacer nada, no ninguna maravilla, simplemente hicimos una película sin trabajo para determinado tipo de película que sea consumidor de películas musicales que me gusta, porque no me gusta. Si lo conseguimos,
Exacto,
sí.
No vendes una imagen falsa,
No,
crees que sabes hacer.
Y aparte creo que lo único que puedo.
Yo no estoy tan segura. Yo creo que lo que pasa como gran film dramático, estoy convencida de eso. Está saliendo que es el afiche de la película, ¿no? Qué lindo es ese afiche, ¿eh? Qué bien está Susana, qué bonita está.
Sí, no, realmente está muy bien hecho el afiche. O sea, la gente de publicidad es experta en la cosa. Digamos, ahí está demostrando.
Con unos colores preciosos, por cierto, ¿no?
Sí.
¿Te gusta filmar los números musicales, Roberto?
Sí, realmente me gusta mucho. Pero más, como decía, me gusta más manejar las cosas. Y la situación.
Yo creo que hay un chiquito en la película que estás viviendo, Marcelo.
Ah, no sé.
Marcelo José.
Eso es lo que se puede decir. Ese chico, gran común para mí, son elementos que cuando uno trabaja con profesionales ya ha hecho de gran veteranía, como te decía, la cosa viene muy fácil para el director. Por favor, fulano, ahí está. Me gustaría esto, esta es la idea, y la dejas. Y hacen lo suyo. Pero trabajar con una criatura de 7 años, entonces realmente era muy comprometido para mí. Es decir, ¿cómo manejo lo que nos tenemos? Porque los chicos tienen la idea que son monstruos increíbles, hay que respetarlos muchísimo. Tratarlos con mucho más respeto que a un adulto.
¿Cómo no? Sí. ¿Vos tenés público infantil, no, Roberto?
Sí.
¿Los chicos que quieren?
Sí, claro que sí. O sea, por lo menos te lo demuestran, ¿no? Por supuesto.
¿Te gustan los chicos?
Sí, te digo, me tiene mucho miedo. Porque son muy respetuosos. Que me cuesta mucho miedo hablar a un chico. Es decir, porque no me gusta la niñería, no me gusta la cosa.
Este es el chiquito, venga, vas a la casa. Ah, no sabía que había venido. Es una cara chica. Marcelo, justo el día del estreno de la película.
Se levantó la vereda, Marcelo.
Qué amoroso, ¿sabes qué?
Este es el jefe Pulga. La película, el jefe Pulga, yo soy el jefe Pulga.
¿Ah, sí?
Que tenemos un trato muy especial.
¿Pero qué parentesco tiene con nosotros?
Bueno, la verdad que es un hijo.
Ah, sí.
Sí, es El famoso hijo que me ha publicado el cosas y también.
Es cierto. Hemos leído ya.
Sí, exactamente.
¿Te gustó hacer cine con Sandro?
Sí.
¿Buen director, che? Bueno, tranquilo, bien, cariñoso. Me dijeron que está fantástico la película.
Sí, está bien.
¿Cuántos años tenés, Susan? 7. Eso es hermoso. Vos hiciste cine, ¿no? ¿Bastantes películas? Sí. Es una voz muy linda, ¿eh? ¿De qué grado estás? ¿Y te gustaría ser como quién en el cine? ¿A quién te gustaría parecerte? ¿Tenés algún ideal así? ¿Alguna figura, algún actor que te guste mucho? A Marcelo José, ¿no es cierto? Nunca hay que parecerse a nadie, hay que ser uno mismo.
Lo más importante de este señor que te lo mío, que tiene una gran individualidad.
¿Ah, sí?
Sí, sí. Y todo el respeto por lo que hace. Lo hace muy en serio. No, Marcelo, por lo menos siempre lo demostró.
¿Y que hace un personaje dramático en la película?
Sí. No, tiene una cantidad de situaciones increíbles.
¿Ah, sí?
Dramáticas, muy picadas, muy dignas de la edad de él. Aparte, la verdad, espontaneidad.
¿Espontáneo?
Sí, totalmente.
¿Y los diálogos cómo los aprendías? ¿Cómo los sabías, Marcelo? ¿Bien? Sí.
Aparte, no sé.
También es complicadísimo, profesionales, ¿no?
Este señor le ha hecho pasar vergüenza y cosas de los personajes.
Muy difícil. Para hablar, que es dificilísimo. El público no sabe de pronto qué es doblar. Explícame así en pocas palabras.
Bueno, yo le voy a explicar, mire, es lo mismo cuando usted pasa un chimento en el barrio, y le sacan la foto, ¿vio? Entonces después tiene que ponerle y volver a repetir todo con los mismos tonos y la misma intensidad y estar viviendo exactamente el momento en que, ahí, se robaron el tomate en la feria. Vamos, por favor. Esa es la idea. Entonces pasa la pantallita y uno ahí se vuelve a ver, exacto, y poner la palabrita, cric.
A medida que se habla, ponerla.
Exacto. Yo no tengo problema, porque yo tengo que ver los hígados estos, ¿viste? No hay problema. Pero la gente de Boca Chica, no te cuento. Un comercial y volvemos.
¿Quieres comer algo, mucho?
Marcelo, la sopa azul.
Vas a almorzar algo de nosotros. Sí, qué sucia. Tiene perejil arriba. ¡Ah, perejil! Sí, arroz.
Bueno,
no comió ni nada. ¿Comes alguna vez? ¿Cuándo comes?
Yo como únicamente de noche. Para mí es
en tu casa, tranquilo.
Sí, exactamente. Para mí es un ritual pagano.
Sí.
Muy importante que pienso que teóricamente todos llevamos adentro. Es decir, como aquellos que salen de picnic se dejarse lavarlo, o sea, ser naturales. Uno de los dos naturales que tiene el ser humano es el deleitarse o autocomplacerse. Pienso que no lo vas a escuchar totalmente.
A mí creo que eso es un gran gourmet y que te gustan mucho los buenos vinos. Y me fue encantador.
Pero, ¿qué le parece? Tú en Mendoza,
Mire, vamos a un corte.
Ya volvemos con Inolvidable Volver, especial Sandro.
Rosa tan maravillosa como
Seguimos viendo Inolvidable Volver, especial Sandro.
quiero escribir una canción a tus cabellos. Sentado desde mi
Marcelita, venga, una comida, pero riquísima, riquísima. ¿La vas a comer? Sí. ¿Está todo preparado? Sí, voy a comer.
Caballero.
Te deseo mucha suerte para esta noche y me dijeron que estás sensacional en la película. ¿En serio,
Sí,
¿Y el final? ¿El final de la película?
Bueno, y si te acuerdas de
¿Sí?
te puedo asegurar de que he visto, mire, gente grande en algunos lados de madre, sí, muy bien. Marcelo, realmente nos fue una gran sorpresa a todos.
Él no se ha visto todavía, ¿no?
Para mí fue realmente un placer trabajar con un señor actor.
Pero mira lo que te están diciendo, Marcelo José.
No, pero
no, es el gol.
Bueno, Marcelo, andate a comer algo. Si no, parece que estoy con Chirolito, que viste ahora.
Cómo se me ha venido, precioso, elegantísimo, Marcelo. Otro día que hagamos un almuerzo con chicos, venís a almorzar con nosotros. Pero ahora que te conocemos, te invitamos, ¿de acuerdo? Todavía no te conocíamos. Dame un beso, mi amor. Ay, así que hoy esa carucha, que es la herramienta de trabajo. En la fábrica, que lo vamos a jugar. ¿Cómo crees que el público conoce?
decir, pienso que a veces el público toma de acuerdo a sus ensueños, frustraciones, limitaciones e ambiciones. Entonces, digamos, hay un viejo fenómeno sociológico que es aquel caso del chico que viene de abajo, triunfa, y automáticamente, digamos, se gana el cariño del público por una necesidad de razón, claro. El público, la gran masa, no tiene la suerte de vivir la vida color de rosa, que se supone viviendo los artistas, esta chica. Sí, porque es así. Sí, exactamente. Es decir, entonces, el hecho de que la gente te esté colocando sus propias necesidades encima, tenés una imagen para cada uno totalmente distinta, que no es la de uno, sino que la gente te adjudica cosas. Te imagina cosas. De repente te imaginas un gran ser humano porque te vio un día decir 3 cosas que le gustó, o a lo mejor un día uno con un desplante inconsciente quizás, que pudo haber hecho, porque por ahí pasó por todo con el auto, igual asado, y uno no lo vio y siguió mirando y dice, ¿qué te pasa? Es decir, automáticamente sus propias necesidades se las está volcando encima y te hace su imagen. Es natural que tú parezcas. Claro, por eso es muy natural. La gente conoce realmente a los actores o digamos a los artistas de su preferencia, ¿no? Si pienso, señores del público, que tienen que analizar en profundidad ustedes mismos, o sea, ¿por qué les gusta fulano o mengano? Creo que ahí va a estar
Claro,
el
pero
secreto de ustedes mismos.
uno mismo da una imagen de eso, ¿no es cierto? Estás vendiendo una imagen que,
Bueno, por eso.
pero no estás vendiendo.
Sí, no. Digamos, errores, por supuesto, que sabemos que a través del tiempo después nos obligan de alguna forma a asumir por el hecho de no defraudar. Es decir, si la gente piensa de que de repente vos sos una buena persona, ya después no solamente que hacer fondo, sino también que aparentarlo. Porque sabéis que hay mucha gente pendiente de que vos seas una buena persona. Claro. Entonces, por ahí de repente decís, sí, yo me imagino su casa. Pues es mentira, que vos no está en la casa con barba, con un cerdo haciendo los asados, como cualquier hijo de vecino en Punta Lara, es así, y de repente tiene la misma honestidad que cualquiera, pero aquí todo, pero que tiene que siempre de alguna forma, con el respeto que uno tiene que tener al público y pecar.
Claro, es un poco el mito, ¿te das cuenta? Entonces presentan una vida alrededor tuyo, una imagen que no es la verdadera, ¿no?
Por eso digo, sí, no, que sea, yo no sé ya si el público conoce a Sandra, pero creo que hacer que el público se le hace muy difícil. Incluso a mí como público se me hace muy difícil que se poner cosas de gente que no conozco, que está lejana. ¿Es así? ¿Por qué
lo comentas en el recinto?
Sí. Sí. Te van obligando las circunstancias a seguir manteniendo esa imagen del público. Sí. Ya ves que de repente hay grandes sectores que un día se encasillaron en un rol, le pusieron la etiqueta, el rótulo, y se supone que esa persona nunca más. O sea, si es el malo en las películas, se revoluciona eternamente. ¿Es así? Entonces el productor después le echa la culpa al productor. No, pero pasa que el productor, vamos a empezar de nuevo. Cine, teatro, el espectáculo es una industria, sabe exactamente cuáles son los elementos. Es decir, si yo no puedo poner dentro del motor de un auto una bujía, como tengo que poner un pistón. Entonces ya cosas que están perfectamente rotuladas. ¿Esto? Pero entonces hay que diversificarse un poco.
¿No te agobia el éxito, la popularidad, la fama? ¿Te gusta? ¿Te atrae?
Es muy difícil de contestar. Es muy difícil. Porque...
Si dejas de tener éxito, ¿qué pasaría con las cosas?
Yo te digo, se me hace muy difícil de contestar. Ahorita empezar el 13. Voy a cumplir 31. Metamorfosis humana paralela a metamorfosis artística. La piel se funde en una sola. Y llega un momento donde todo es rutina. Es decir, tanto los éxitos como los fracasos, como los dolores de cabeza, como los problemas, como las cosas que te salen muy bien. Llega un momento... si vos me decís la pregunta, si no hubiera sido Sandro, ¿qué hubiera sido? Un frustrado, con todo el tiempo. Frustrado. Entonces, no sé, nunca se me ocurre pensar en no tener éxito. Porque aparte, ¿qué es en sí el éxito? Es una palabra muy simple que la gente supone que abarca una serie de cosas inalcanzables. Pero a lo mejor tienes tantas pequeñas cosas. Y no se da cuenta que tú es.
Con esta carrera sabemos que es el éxito.
Sí, no, por supuesto. Pero en esta carrera y para el público, para la gente. Pero para el ser humano, Roberto Sánchez, de repente, o sea, calibra el éxito de otra manera. Si a mí muchas veces me duele más perder con un amigo, con una persona que quiero, o sea, porque le fallé en algo, que más que perder frente al público. Porque yo quiero ser de repente el mejor amigo. ¿Es así?
Que ya no te impide serlo, claro.
Circunstancias, cosas. Entonces, si no tengo éxito, si no me quiero ser un mejor compañero. Y si no lo puedo hacer, me siento muy mal. Ya fracasé. Por eso digo, ¿qué es el éxito personal? Porque es lo que nos llena de todo.
Me prefería el éxito dentro de nuestra carrera, que eso sí sabemos.
Por eso te digo, entonces, pero me preguntaste qué pasaría con Roberto Sánchez si no tuviera éxito. Te contesto Roberto Sánchez. Ahora, Sandro, ¿qué pasaría? Y yo tendría que ver qué haría con la carga de Sandro encima.
Qué difícil es separar uno de otro, ¿no?
Claro, es difícil, a veces fácil, ¿no? Porque, ¿cómo haces? Si te falla el éxito, ¿qué hace? ¿Qué hago con Sandro? Porque empieza la otra carga, la anímica.
Yo creo que tenés tanto empuje adentro y que tenés tanto para dar que harías seguramente otra cosa y lo harías con éxito también. Estoy convencida.
Bueno, digamos, es un poco lo que se trata de hacer, ¿no? Si,
Yo creo que te pondrías de pronto a, no sé, a pintar y lo harías muy bien.
Sandro, ya te digo, puede terminar ahora, hoy, esta noche. 15 años de carrera pueden terminar si el público dice no a la película. Entonces, por supuesto, empieza, o sea, pusiste el talón de aquí. Ahí, está. Guarda que viene el fierro. Porque es así.
Pero ahí en un fracaso no termina una carrera.
No, por eso digo, cuidado.
Con un fracaso no finaliza una
Déjame
carrera.
terminar la exposición de hechos.
Isn't it funny? Nobody wanted to ever translate what he was saying.
Roberto Sánchez intentaría.
Like nobody knows Spanish.
Forma en que valora el éxito.
Well,
Entonces pondría una roticería. Trataría de ser la mejor roticería de todo Buenos Aires.